tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet, but I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the kings as they come, it will go further now. Spring runs wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen it right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, moon, and we follow our hearts. We see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh,
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for
left these bones. Turn a gun now, lost the ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling at defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. to go. Baby, you can bring me down, bring me down. And baby, you can stop me now, stop me now. And baby, you can bring me down, bring me down. And baby, you can stop me now, stop me now. Baby, you can bring me down, bring me down. And baby, you can stop me now, stop me now. And baby, you can bring me down, bring me down. And baby, you can stop me now, stop me now.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do
keep pace with you. 'Cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spread worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself, this is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon, the time has come now. And don't step aside to quit, pull yourself together, oh, and let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment
and I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going. I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through some clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, all the words so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I am joined by the Daggertron himself, who has stepped in our final moment of need. It was meant to be Lyric today, but he's having internet issues, and Rob has very kindly stepped in. So, Rob, welcome, mate. Thank you for joining us. After your bagger yesterday, doing another workday back-to-back, I just want you to know we appreciate you.
I'm not going to lie, it kind of hit me that LPL is like in its last week. So I was just like, I'm going to do everything. I'm going to, because I'm casting yesterday, I was casting today, I'm casting tomorrow. I'm just like, this is going to be, week 8 is my week. That's how this is going to work.
Yeah, and there's a lot of bangers as well. There's a lot of bangers across the course of week 8. In fact, let's look at the bangers that happened yesterday to start our show off and catch up with the results as they occur. Because yesterday, we had JDG beating LNG to start us off, which sounds like it would be a banger, right? But actually, it was very one-sided. A surprisingly disappointing performance from LNG. But then V5 and BLG, man, did that series deliver? My God.
Yeah, the takeaway from game 1 yesterday, or series 1, was don't blind pick Tryndamere on blue side second pick. It's a terrible idea. Then, as you say, V5 versus BLG, that was the one that had no right to be a banger. That had no right to be as good of a game as that was. That was absolutely insane, and I loved it. But V5 will still remain on top of the table thanks to that win over BLG yesterday, defeating Uzi, rookie taking the most kills in the LPL, top spot as well. I mean, it was a really entertaining day.
And just think, if Uzi keeps playing on BLG now, it will be Rookie and Uzi actively competing for most kills of all time in the LPL regularly. Oh, it's so exciting. Today's games, though, coming up, we've got Ultra Prime up against TT, and then we'll have RNG up against LGD later on as well. That second series, incredibly important for RNG. This is a team that will be fighting for that first seed spot. So every single, not just every single series win, but every single game win counts at this point, because it feels like game difference is going to be everything up towards the top of the table. Honestly, it's going to be everything towards the bottom of the table as well, because the fight for 10th place is roaring right now in the standings. There is so much to talk about. But first, let's kind of zoom out a little bit and talk meta, because Dagda, things have been shaking up. Ever since we got on to 12.4, it feels like all of the cool kids are playing the proactive mids. It's very exciting. Ari versus LeBlanc is somehow the premier matchup in the LPL, and I am loving every second of it.
I mean, it's so much fun to watch, right? And I think there's kind of a couple of reasons why these mid lane picks have started to crop up. You've got a ton of wave lane pressure in which you can actually look for basically solo kills. You got really good setup for your jungle, so you can look towards these mid jungle plays in the mid lane. And as well, when you look towards like picks like the Aries and these kind of things that we're starting to see come up into the meta, they're very good at like shoving a lane and looking for a roam or playing off towards side lanes. And when you're looking at how, you know, volatile our Premier Jinx and Aphelios matchup is, like if Jinx gets ahead or Aphelios gets ahead, they kind of just dominate that matchup. Makes sense that you want to try and influence it, right? Same when you look at our top lane where we're seeing a ton of like those those kind of more split push oriented picks like Camille's, Jax's, Trindamirs, you know, Nars even, that are going to try and play through that hull breaker. So as you can see in your screen, the proactive mids are where we're really looking here. You're trying to get things like the Ahri, the Galio, these kind of rises, these kind of things that can play off towards side lanes. Even the LeBlancs and Vexes as well, that can have really good opportunities to try and push in and then look for plays off towards those sides. And even just having, again, like everyone across the board here has so much setup for a jungler that's coming in that it becomes basically impossible for you to escape. You've got like point and click basically on the Rise, you've got Trouble Bubbles, you've got the Charms as well on the Ahri, Chains coming through in LeBlanc, and Galio just whacks his face into him. There's nothing you can do. So really, really strong mids here that you're kind of seeing rise to prevalence in trouble.
Yeah, even Zoe increased by 13%. Very exciting. But the fact that Rise managed to go up in priority from 89% is kind of mind-blowing. But we've got a few clips of not just mids getting involved in the side lanes, but also lots of scraps actually happening in the mid lane now.
Yeah, and that's the big one, is just how well that these picks can set up for these mid lane plays. I mean, you, as we said, like Rise got the point and click, you got the AoE fear on things like the Vex and also the Shadow Surge to really set things up. Like, these picks are so good at enabling all the different things that you want to do. Whether it is playing for that mid lane, if it's playing for side lanes, or even just, you know, setting up a push to go and invade onto the enemy jungler. They are so versatile. It's super good for the meta that we have at the moment.
Yeah, feels very exciting right now to be a fan, especially if you're a mid lane player and you're watching the LPL. I mean, it's not just about the new exciting champions that we're getting played, but like the lane is completely stacked. It's so insane. We were just talking about this before broadcast. Like, Rookie is somehow in his prime despite being the best mid in the world in 2018. It feels like he's somehow got even better, which is mind-blowing. Knight's firing off. Like, Fofo seems to be back on form. Xiaohu is individually carrying so many games. That's just the top four off the top of my head. It's an exciting time to be an LPL fan. But we do need to talk about the teams that are facing up in our first matchup. And for the first one, we need to talk about TT and whether or not they will be able to make it to playoffs. Because so far, it has been a tragic turnout from TT. Now, there is one scenario that we managed to figure out, Dagda, where they can make playoffs. It is possible, not probable, but it is still possible for this team to make it.
Yeah, it is the most specific way, I think, ever possible for them to make. So, the one way that TT can make it is Rare Atom lose all of their games. But you then look and you're like, well, Rare Atom, that doesn't matter, because Rare Atom still has the head-to-head against TT. And you're right. But TT has the head-to-head against FPX, who has the head-to-head against Rare Atom.
Yep.
So, there is a world where we end up with a three-way tie between Rare Atom, FPX, TT, all on the same game difference, that then creates a head-to-head conundrum that has to be solved by game length, which then is the only way that TT can get into playoffs. So that's it.
Crucially,
that's what we need.
Crucially, on top of that, FPX. So Rare Atom need to lose all games. TT need to win all games. But then FPX, we need them to lose all of their games, but one of them, they win one game in the series for the game difference to line up perfectly for this magical three-way tie to happen. So what we're saying is, there's a chance. It's possible still for Thunder Talk to make it to playoffs. Not probable, but it's possible. On the other side, we need to look at Ultra Prime's odds as well, because what's coming up for them is a climb up a mountain and a half. This is an Everest-level expedition for up, because, my goodness, look at the remaining schedule. TT today, you know, very nice, very exciting. But then R8, BLG, and RNG, their win-loss right now is 4-8. They're going to need at least 7 wins to make it into playoffs. Like,
Yeah, and-
this is a tough.
And that's no easy task, as you say. Like, Rare Adam already looking like they're looking pretty damn good. Then you've still got BLG, RNG to go. And, I mean, even the 7 wins, that doesn't even guarantee you that you're in, right? I think, honestly, with the way things are going, it looks like 8 is probably going to be the magic number. So you really need to start taking a win off of either BLG or RNG. And after the unbelievable series that we had yesterday with BLG in us, and how just unbelievably strong RNG look, that is an insane task to put up for Ultra Prime. The only way I see it is the narrative too strong. Crying, coming back against RNG, beating RNG, kicking Xiaohu out of the mid lane. But yeah, I think that's a tough task.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to work out for them. But the first step for both of these teams' journeys is instant. And I think, I don't know about you, I'm kind of excited about the bottom lane in this series. Like, I feel like there is potential for Puffs in that bottom side of the map. You know, we've got Puff and Southwind, which not usually the strongest bottom lane, but are willing to be aggressive, right? And we also have Elk versus Xiaoxi, Elk and Xiaoxi, sorry. Where Xiaoxi, we all know how aggressive this guy likes to be. We all know that Ultra Prime's big game plan has always been just throw everything at Elk and hope that he can carry. So I feel like we could have a pretty exciting bottom lane match.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this matchup is going to look like. I imagine it'll be Zeri, Jinx, and Felios, kind of the main 3 stayed, but either way, you know that Xiaoxi's going to be seen if you can try and play. I know. I've looked at the crystal ball, try to see if I can get glimpses of it, but honestly, yeah, I think the Xiaoxi as well just has been so good in lane, especially when he's able to get like Threshes and Nautiluses. But not only that, it's like you kind of get this almost like, you know, when you show up and you're like, you go to the neighbor, it's like, oh, can I get like a teaspoon of sugar? I need it. They're enabled, you give it to them, they'll come back and they bought you a bag of sugar. I don't know, maybe that's an Irish thing. It's always you give more. That is exactly what it feels like.
In this fairy tale neighborhood.
I don't know, maybe that is an Irish thing, but basically,
I don't even know my neighbor's names.
Oh, okay, maybe that is just an Irish thing then. But basically in Ireland, it's like if you say you needed a bit of milk or you needed a bit of sugar, you know, you hadn't got to the shops, you can go over to your neighbor like, hey, look, can I get a carton of milk? They'll come back, they give you 2 cartons. It's kind of like this kind of look, I'll pay you extra. And that kind of what it feels like when you give resources to Elk and Xiaoxi. Because not only does Elk pop the hell off and end up getting pentakills, it's Xiaoxi as well. Like, you give him those resources in the bot lane, and suddenly he kind of just like shows up in top lane. You're like, oh, this is now the new 2v2 lane, where he just consistently shows up, ganks you, gets a bunch of kills and assists, works really well with Hacker as well to try and set those up. So it definitely feels like you get paid back 2 times when you give those resources to the Xiaoxi.
Yeah, it definitely feels the way, and I'm sure Xiaoxi is a great neighbor too. I'm sure he gives his milk to his neighbors all the time. Probably has a little bowl outside for the neighborhood cats, that kind of thing. Maybe not. I am just purely speculating based on nothing here. Entirely conjecture. But I just assume Xiaoxi's but, you know, it's kind of funny to see the way that Ultra Prime has built this roster around Elk. Because when you think back to the WE that Elk was on, it's exactly how that team operated, right?
Yeah.
We had Dietramar and Cryan are fundamentally very similar players in the champions they choose, and the way that those 2 teams operated are both just focus on Elk, focus on getting him a bunch of gold. You know, back then he was called Jomong, obviously, but still the same player, still the same style, still a team that wants to just focus through that bottom lane, and hopefully he can carry. But Rob, there is still that same fundamental issue with Elk where you put all of your resources into him, and then sometimes be a bit greedy on transition and take a route that you really can't take, or you'll get caught out in a team fight, or whatever happens. He ends up going down, and then the game plan falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, you can change the name Jomong, but you can't change the Jomong madness. That still exists. But coming into our pick and ban, LeBlanc already banned away from Ultra Prime, taking that one away from Cryan. And definitely we're going to see things like the Twisted Fate and these kind of roaming, probably the Rise as well, banned away from Cryan. It's more kind of the respect towards this mid laner for Ultra Prime, knowing that he really does enjoy getting out of lane and impacting us.
He certainly does. The Rise being banned, keeping up that insane level of presence that we've seen so far in LeBlanc as well. So things like Ari open for first pick if TT would choose to focus on that. Could also go for an AD carry, so the Jinx gonna be locked in here. And now over to Ultra Prime, where things like the junglers, things like mid laners could be priorities.
Yeah, you imagine it would probably be something like the Hecarim here coming through for Hacker. That's been the top pick in the meta at the moment for the jungle. And of course, Jinx and Aphelios, the crystal ball never lies. We're just going to have our bog standard bot lanes. I'm curious to see though, again, like what we're going to actually see paired with this, because most of the time, I like something like a Nautilus or something along these lines, especially against the Jinx, something that can just be that engage tool, try and lock her down. And we are well aware that Shousy's very fond of these hook champions, especially with the Thresh already banned away. Not it seems something right.
Or Blitzcrank. Saying.
I've seen it before.
I've seen it from Shousy. It's something beautiful. Shousy and Cole, they're like the two Blitzcrank players in our league. There's going to be a Lee Sin, though, locked in for Hacker. This is his most played of the split. You know, I'll not read out the win rate because it's not positive, but there's not many champions that Ultra Prime have positive win rates on with their win-loss record in general. So we'll be generous here. But Hacker, a very accomplished Lee Sin player, certainly has the mechanics to pull it off. Over to the side of TT, though, we're in Diana right now. That'll be locked in for Chieftain. That's exciting. We've got some big team fight potential coming through here for TT.
This is actually funny. We've kind of just seen Renekton drop off a cliff with the fighter item changes. Nobody really wanted to play him, except in niche circumstances where you do have this like Diana Renekton combo. We can play heavily towards his top side, and Eli's going towards this Kennen now, hoping that, okay, I can kind of get a little bit of an easier time in the top side and can try to shove in the wave, but and maybe prevent some of these early dives and those level 6 dives, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to manage that.
We'll have to see. Over to the bans, though, as 80 carries on both sides. Neither team with a support, neither team with a mid laner. It looks like instantly Ultra Prime are going to start to focus towards that mid lane pool. And, you know, Cryan is the next person to pick. TF has just been banned by Ultra Prime. I never thought I would see a Cryan team banning TF while he's there and available to pick him.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the idea here is. I suppose it's more of a like, hey, we're a bit worried that UCAL's just going to double down on roaming towards topside. But honestly, this kind of feels like an earlier setup where you could go towards that Yasuo in the mid lane. You know, UCAL from LCK was a big, well, not a big Yasuo player, but certainly had a good few Yasuo games underneath his belt. So maybe we're eyeing that one up. Support's going to be banned away on the opposite side for TT, though. We already talked about the Nautilus, basically taking the same idea here with the Leona, just going, right, we just want to make sure that there's going to be no funny business here with those big engaged supports in that bottom lane.
Yeah, trying to deny some of Shousy's freedom, right, in that bottom side, but said Nautilus currently available unless TT bans it. So I feel like that has to be the ban, right, but apparently not. Ari is gone, and that means Nautilus is wide open for Shousy if Ultra Prime wants to go for that. And then they can also have the counter pick for the mid lane. They got the counter pick. Top lane feels like things are going pretty well for Ultra Prime in this draft.
Yeah, it does feel like they've got kind of a lot of comfort there. They've got good setup just for team fights where you can have the Kennen be that engage tool. Nice abilities to try and play around Syndra. Great pick here for Cryan as well. It feels like you kind of got a solid matchup there against pretty much everything that TT can go for. And as well, great setup then for the Lee Sin. So the ability to play through mid, start to look for roams with Cryan, play down towards bot. It feels like Ultra Prime have a very clear setup as to how they want to go into the early game and into these later team fights. So for TT, much more going to be playing around this top side and seeing if they can enable Chieftain on this Diana more to kind of be that big carry and try and bully this short range composition for Ultra Prime. We'll have to see what they want to round out this mid lane with. I think Yasuo honestly could be great in this situation, but looks like they're kind of a bit worried about going for that full-on dive, so may instead just look to have the range wombo instead, where you can get that Diana ult into the Orianna ult, but does set up really well for some of these Banshee Veils to come through on the Ultra Prime side.
Yeah, I will say, hell of a team fight though coming out from TT, and I love the Alistar lock-in, because we were talking about the Nautilus, how it was a no-brainer, but actually, when you look at the LNG series, TT won one of those games. It was Alistar for Southwind that made a lot of that happen. Actually went with the Dead Man's Plate. as his item. So it was very exciting to see Southwood on that champion. Excited to see them go back to that, saying, look, that's the style that worked for us against LNG. Let's try and replicate it against Ultra Prime here. But Syndra and the Rakan were the last two picks here for Ultra Prime. And it does feel like we have two kind of different styles, right? There is some team fighting from Ultra Prime, but with a Lee Sin, with a Syndra, with a Rakan, there's a lot of pick potential there as well.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I think that's going to be the plan from Ultra Prime in these earlier stages, is trying to enable that through mid, then moving down towards Elk in the bot lane and seeing if they can try and bully off Puff and Southwind. On TT side, it's kind of hilarious to me. There's like the, hey, we have one button that lets us go in, another button that does a big circle ability. That seems to be the definition of this composition. It's like Alistair goes in, pulverize. Diana goes in, ultis, Renekton slices in, Qs. It's like, this is how they are going to win these team fights. Hit multiple people with these big AoE abilities.
You know, people always refer to the Orianna Shockwave when you miss it. It's called a sombrero, right?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like what TT have crafted here is, instead of just a sombrero, this is one of those nacho hats where the hat is made out of nachos. And then you've got like guacamole and salsa stuff inside the hat. And we're all just like piling more into this hat. So when one character sombreros, everyone's sombreros together, okay? It's going to be an absolute fiesta, is what I'm trying to say from the side of TT. But I'm excited, right? Drafting proactivity, drafting things that want to make stuff happen. They want to get in the fights and they want to scrap. But on the side of Ultra Prime, I feel like they have the early priority. I feel like when we get onto the Rift in just a second, we're going to see Ultra Prime pushing the envelope and being the team to be proactive, being the team to try and find these early objectives.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking at things like Renekton and that, trying to play towards this Renekton early is going to be pretty. The reason we saw Renekton fall off was just the... Ooh, hello. Chelsea. Was just the fighter items not really favoring him as much, being a little bit more difficult to be that big frontline tank and have that survivability the same way that we've seen previously. So we've seen teams just drop the Renekton, kind of just go, look, this guy isn't worth it anymore. But if you are able to play through this Diana Renekton towards the top side, get him accelerated, he can still be as fearsome as a Croc. And it also kind of adds to, maybe some jalapenos, maybe a bit of spice to that nacho bowl if this Diana's fed, Just,
My
that's
goodness.
so much damage.
Little pot of sriracha on the side, We'll have to see. We'll have to see how spicy it's going to get for TT up in this nacho hat. I'm going to see how long we can keep this nacho hat reference going and how much more we can add. Because the thing is, you do have to be careful with these kind of references. Because nacho hats can only hold so much guacamole before the nachos start to snap, So we're going to have to be a little cautious on how much we add to this hat here.
I mean, if it goes well, it's great. If not, it's going to be kind of soggy. And that's just gross. That's what I'm not hoping for.
Imagine if you're wearing it and it goes soggy, it collapses, it's all over your nice new shirt. Maybe it's all over your girlfriend's new cocktail dress. It's a disaster.
And we have all been there where you think, oh, this looks incredible. There's like salsa all over it. You're like, this looks absolutely insane. The cheese is gorgeous, melted. You pick up the edge of one of those nachos, it feels crisp, and you can just feel those small salt granules rubbing against your skin. You got to pick it up, and half of it was crispy. The other half is just a soggy mush underneath all the
other half doesn't even come up. The other half just stays in the pile.
The disappointment is immeasurable.
It's like the soggy Weetabix of the nacho.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Bit of a disaster. All right, well, you know what? We are here to talk about League of Legends Factor, so I am going to bring us back to reality for a second. And back to some Ezra.
I'm kind of hungry now. To be
I know. That's the reason I'm changing topics. My tummy is gurgling at this point. Hacker's on Lee Sin, and he's currently invading. We've got Chieftain on a Diana, which, let's be honest, Diana, not the kind of champion that you want to be scrapping on early. I feel like Hacker has to make stuff happen, and it looks like he wants to, but won't actually find an opportunity.
And I've got to give a shout out to Elk and Chelsea in this early lane phase, playing very aggressive in this 2v2 now. you do have the range advantage for Shousey, which makes it a little bit easier to push, but you don't necessarily just get the push in this lane. So really nice job from Elk and Shousey to kind of put the aggressive foot forward at level 1 and getting control of that wave, because that's what's allowed Hacker to kind of move in here and get that vision, spot out where Chieftain is. But Chieftain won't feel comfortable trying to follow up on that push, so instead we'll just move back towards his own top side of the map, finish clearing out his camps, look for the reset, and continue on his merry way.
Yeah, Chieftain, as you said, he's got that reset off early. Hacker still on the map, just went up to his Krugs, has his Wolves available, and that bottom scuttle. So far, neither jungle are going for, as Hacker saw Chieftain on the bottom side, went for the top scuttle, and won't go for a reset just yet because he needs to be proactive in terms of getting those camps if he's not going to fall behind. But Chieftain wants to be proactive in the mid lane instead. Cryan needs to be cautious. Scatter the Weak is going to be a very nice trade for Cryan there. Not sure much else will happen in the mid lane. As Elk and Shousey once again trying to make these trades happen, but losing out this time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, this is the worst place for Chieftain to play around. Like, you don't win the mid jungle 2v2. You have 0 lane setup. Like, even in lanes where you want to play around the Orianna, like say like Olaf Orianna that we saw a lot of Worlds, like that only became relevant at level 6, and that's kind of the same story here for TT and that mid jungle. They only become relevant at level 6. So I don't think you want to go here as Chieftain. I'd rather see you even try to play up towards top side. You've got setup on bot lane. Maybe when you hit 6, you can try for something. But even then, the fact you're double AP, Cryan is 100% running those magic resist runes. It's probably not worth it.
Knockups in the bottom side, but Southwind down to half his HP himself, ignited, but good stun comes on out. Puff might be able to finish the kill. Elk heals though, and so far so good from the side of TT as Elk forced to flash away at the last possible second. 3 combat summoners used on either side, and we said it was going to be a spicy bot lane. No kills just yet, but there are certainly some jalapenos in the hat.
Oh, that felt so close to being a kill though. I could see Elk very close to Puff and maybe flash forward, but no wards. Actually, maybe he did have a ward available for that push, but didn't want to try and finish it off. Wasn't sure where Hacker was. Thought he'd died to Shousey.
Oh, knockups again. We're in the bottom side of the Gravitum is there, which means Hacker can slide in to grab himself a kill. Honestly, I feel like you should have just given that one to Elk. Just accepted you don't get an assist at that point. But either way, first blood for Ultra Prime.
And it's just a great job there. I mean, we already said that Ultra Prime like to get Elk those resources. Already that check bar box is hit. And as well, for this matchup, once you kind of get that Gale Force here for the Aphelios, you can decimate Puff in the 1v1. It gives you a ton of control over the bot side, gives you opportunities to start and set up for dragons. It works out really well. So,
I like the attempt. I like the attempt from UCal there, but the Sombrero already coming out in full force as he just gets 2 cast opinions. We can take another look at Shousey finding the knockup here on South.
Yeah, as you say, you know, Shousey, Southwind, no flash. Good job from Shousey. And I kind of agree with you, Hacker. I think giving that kill to Elk was probably better. Like, if you could just even, you know, instead of ward hopping, or well, safeguarding to the creep, just safeguard to Elk, you still get the assist. Like, you didn't need to be a part of it, but yeah, unfortunately, not going to be the case. Does mean that it's only the difference of that dagger that's in the hands of Elk. But actually, looking at Elk, looks like he already sold his Doran's Blade. Or actually, sorry, would have started with Longsword. When you look across a Puff, going towards that Cull, you're going to make sure that he's just looking to try and farm it up, and speed it out quickly, he can kind of pick himself.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 2 calls on the side of TT so far, right? We've got one up on the top side for Noob as well, which...
That's a weird one.
I mean, Renekton Cull? Not really
the
logical step, right? You kind of want the early stats, but got everyone moving on over. We could have a big old scrap for Dragon here as Cryan caught out in the mid side. As Noob going to drop the Dominus and Cryan. I mean, he has Flash, but let's be honest, he ain't getting out of that one. And Noob, I love this. Goes for the Cull and then plays aggressive early. He's got no idea what he wants to do. But hey, he's got an assist and we'll take those.
Yeah, going for Cull, giving up the wave CS. We're all about that here in the LPL. Because none of that makes sense. But I will say we'll help out with the team.
He wants it. Why did he blast code?
I'm very good.
I guess he just wanted the ward. I think he just wanted the ward and was willing to lose HP for it, but he also lost a wave on the tower while that was going on. In the meantime, Xiaoxi's been caught. Southwind with a nice little engage. The fact that I'm rapidly losing track of what is going on in this game. I feel like players are doing things. There's not necessarily a good reason for those things to be done.
Look, I will say for TT, we already kind of highlighted, playing around Chieftain actually works out really well for them. Getting 2 kills now ready for the Diana. Her ults are really going to hurt. Ultra Prime, I think, are trying to play around the bot side a little bit more, but it's not really working out for them thus far, especially as Puff and Setwind. Now, because of their own, we're just able to play for Elk.
Elk's in trouble. Southwind underneath the tower. There's the Flame Chopper's rocket comes on in. 1 or 2 more autos will finish the job, or will it? Guardian came on through. Oh my days. Puff goes down. It's a disaster for TT. And now in the mid lane, UCal could be on the receiving end of a little bit more disaster. Shockwave already on cooldown, but Cryan, that ultimate available. Chelsea moving on over towards the jungle here. So Dragon Pit, the recall. Chelsea spotted it, but not in time. And Southwind will escape.
Very sneaky from Setwind to get out of there. Ultra Prime, though, with knowing that UCal is running a little bit low in the mid lane, will decide to start up this Dragon. Faster reset coming through Elk, so feeling comfortable to go for this Chieftain out in the area.
He's going to try and get onto Xiaoxi, but Xiaoxi jumps on into the pit here. Looks like it won't even be a 50-50. It will just be a smite for Hacker. First Drake of the game now taken in favor of Ultra Prime. And gold just about even after quite a few scraps in the first 10 minutes here. We'll see what's going to happen with this Herald, right? Because Hacker now, both neutral objectives going his way. He's on the bottom side of the map currently, but he's on that Herald wherever he likes. Let's take another look. It's the heal from Xiaoxi and the Guardian. So clutch.
Yeah, just about able to finish them off. And I could understand the play here, because Setwind, you can see how close he was to 6. Like, if they get that quick kill, Setwind can then, you know, hit the ult button, doesn't take as much damage, but just the shielding and that Guardian means it takes so much longer to take down Elk, and the whole thing goes a bit sideways. Now, Chieftain once more acting towards his mid lane. I really am unsure what the game plan is here from TT in the early stages, because there's a couple of different things I want to hit on. Like, New and Chieftain, this is a combo that you want to try and play around, but they haven't felt comfortable playing around it at all. And with the Cole coming through, I don't really understand why. Like, Renekton's not a champion that you're like, oh, I want to scale to the late game. Like, Puff, I could understand, because this Jinx wants to try and get towards, you know, expensive items in the later portion of the game as quickly as possible. Renekton, not in that same boat, not in that same equation. And as well, I'm also curious to see what the build's going to be here from New. With Renekton kind of falling out because of the Gore Drinker changes and just because of how the fighter items have been changed, we've seen some people start to go towards Stridebreaker, which still could be an option here. And maybe the best bet just to try and enable the big engage from TT, but I'm not sure.
You know, I forgot Stridebreaker existed. Is Southwind going to go for a headbutt pulverize onto Elk, force the flash? And, I mean, he got a control ward for it, but I'm not sure that's worth a flash. I think I do want to return to that conversation about the top lane. I think the logic is New is saying, look, I can't get anything done in the lane. I'm barely going to exist in this early game anyway. I will get 100 CS over the next 10 minutes. Cull financially does make sense, right? If you don't feel like the items are going to have a big impact over the next 10 minutes anyway, you might as well just get a bit of extra gold.
Understand that thought process. I just disagree with the logic. I think you've got, like, if you think about it, right? New slices forward, flashes onto Kennen, sets up for Chieftain to go in, Alias flashes away, and Diana then has a second E to follow up. She ults, closes the gap, and you're empty. Like, there are ways to try and play around this top side. That's just my issue with it. But Elk, nice flash there.
Flash from Elk to dodge away from the engage. And it will just be diffused once more. Rocket Belt is there for Chieftain, though. There's a lot of damage on this Diana. If Xiaoxi's not careful, he's going to be on the receiving end, but grand entrance will be his grand escape in the end. A second plate for Puff, and perhaps a third will come on through here as well. We talked about the Herald for Hacker. He's not even looked at a lane in the last 10 minutes. Will be able to drop that down on the bottom side now. It was about to time out, so just has to slam it. But with the reset coming on through from Southwind, that should be enough. Puff protected by his minion wave. The timing was so close to a disaster for him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Hacker was thinking of, like, following up on the Sonic Wave and trying to flash in behind Puff, but Puff did have his own flash, so it would have ended up being a trade of summoner spells to decide against it. Ultra Prime, though, will get those plates. Chieftain and Hacker going at it, but Hacker managing to just sneak his way on out of that one.
Yeah, to return to his jungle here. And I have to say, I'm kind of a little mind-boggled about how this jungle matchup is going, right? We talked about Hacker being on the Lee Sin against the Diana. You want to be proactive. You want to have a lot of impact in the early game. Well, look at the CS difference and look at the kill difference. It's the total role reversal between Diana and Lee Sin right now.
Yeah, and look, I think Chieftain, it's been really good the way he's found those kills. I just think that in the early stages, his decision-making around pathing was just really obscure. Like, trying to play around this mid lane so heavily just made no sense to me. And it meant you didn't actually have, like, the pressure to either one look for the invade so you can, like, force this Lee Sin back and make sure that he's all fine. And you're not really then farming as efficiently as you kind of need to as this Diana to accelerate yourself and get you to that level 6. So you can even see Chieftain, right, sitting behind in experience. Now again looking to make these plays in Ultra Prime jungle.
Dodges the scat of the week. Hacker goes in at the same time as Southwind, and we've got pure chaos on the Rift, but Chieftain is just going to get rinsed off the start of this one. Hacker goes for a kick on Southwind as well, but that's a tanky Alistair. Scat of the week. Ult's about to time out for Southwind, but he will be able to get under the tower and keep himself safe. Dragon up in 10 seconds, and Hacker now with a smite advantage with Chieftain being in the death chamber. Puff might be in trouble. Elk going to jump forwards with the Gale Force, forces a flash and a heal out from Puff. I'm not sure if that was a bit of a fat finger there from Puff, as he definitely didn't need to heal as well.
No, maybe he was worried about the predict from Elk, but even then, that was a bit much. Still, though, you can see how this matchup chains around for Elk. Second you get that Gale Force and you're alone in lane, Aphelios able to do a lot of work against this Jinx. Again, though, like, for TT, this is what I mean about Chieftain's kind of decision-making this game. I don't really understand why he's trying to make invades with Setwind into the enemy jungle when they don't have control. This is what he should be doing.
This is finally a play towards the top side.
Well,
well hey, at least we got to see him go top side, so that was exciting. That's all we get to see, though. As the tower goes down to the bottom lane, that's one for Ultra Prime. That's the first tower of the game for Ultra Prime. It's 2 dragons for Ultra Prime. And it was the first Herald as well, but they will not get every objective of the game so far, as TT will finally get themselves something in this second Herald.
And I mean, at least getting the Alias push back gives them the opportunity to go for this. Jinx on this top side as well means that potentially they could try and trade turrets, but I mean, you're already at the tier 2 here for Ultra Prime, and it's just new.
Yeah, but it's not very new, is it? Because we've seen this before. The kick is a disaster from Hacker, though. He didn't even need to kick yet. Quickness was about to get the charm. That was a bit of a fumble there from Ultra Prime. Will be a tier 2 regardless, just because they've overloaded that bottom side. Buff, though, in the meantime, trying to make a play on the top side as Chieftain jumps on in onto Alias, but doesn't really have damage by himself. Puff couldn't follow up. Now the Herald does finish that first tower. I don't think it'll be a second hit for TT, though. They will fall behind tempo.
Yeah, I mean, you got the resets already coming through from Ultra Prime, and when you're the team with the Rift Tower falling behind on the Terra trade and also just on your reset, like, it's a bit of a disaster from TT, but again, not really sure what their decision making has been thus far in this game. Whereas from Ultra Prime, I've understood kind of from start to finish. It was like, hey, look, we're going to play around our mid jungle. We've seen Hacker working here. We want to try and set up Elk in the long run. We've seen him already ganking down towards the spot side. And I think Xiaoxi on this Rakan has looked really, really good, being able to set up a lot of these plays alongside Hacker. There was a little bit of the lack of communication on that bot side dive, but at least for the moment, Ultra Prime kind of feel like they're reading from the same hymn book rather than the TT who are a bit all over the joint.
Yeah, it does feel like Ultra Prime a little bit more collective to what they're trying to achieve here and trying to work on the same page, but also having a composition that is going to work out well in the earlier stages of the game. They are behind currently about 1,000 gold, but those 2 Drakes, I would say personally, make up for that. But also the fact that they already took 2 towers in 1 lane, that gives Alias a lot of presence in that bottom side to build some pressure if he should want to play towards the side lane. But I wouldn't be surprised if we just see these teams grouping up later on, as New going to be kicked back into the jungle once more. Xiaoxi will find a knock-up. Elk underneath the tower here, getting pressured by Puff. And New not actually going to go down because there was no damage from Ultra Prime. Now the flash is forward. It's going to be Southwind caught here. Infernum across the team. TT are damn tanky right now, Tactor. It's everything in the kitchen sink is thrown just for a singular kill.
Yeah, but the nachos are starting to look a bit soggy, Munch. I mean, this was not the setup that you wanted from TT. It's supposed to be one cohesive unit, all jumping in at once, trying to get that big wombo off, but all running around separately, very disjointed on the play, and Ultra Prime punish. And again, for TT, the only way that they can make playoffs in the grand scheme of things is winning every single game they have. And this one ain't looking so hot for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, for TT, they need to win every single game they have remaining. And this is the easiest opponent that they can... Well, actually, not quite. They are going to go against WE as well. But they also have to face JDG and V5. We need to see a better performance against Ultra Prime if we're to have any hope that TT can make it to playoffs. Game isn't done just yet. And actually, Gold just about dead even. So still perfectly possible for TT. And that's the nature of wombo combos too, right? Where ultimately you can be behind. If everything hits, you just one-shot everyone. So does it matter if they were half an item up overall? I don't think so. Here we go. Hacker trying to make a play in the jungle, but just takes a bit of damage for his trouble. In the meantime, the rest of Ultra Prime finish this tower down in the mid lane. That's going to be 3 towers for them. And it feels like they have control right now, right? They're just moving around the map, sweeping up standing.
Yeah, I'd love to see the resets coming through from Ultra Prime here, though. You can see Elk just resetting there to pick up his collector. But you've just picked up a good amount of standing gold on the map. You had 50 seconds at the time as to when the dragon was about to spawn, but instead, Ultra Prime not going for these resets. The Felio's back in base now. They will lose control over the jungle, and it doesn't look like they have a huge amount of wards to try and get this control back. But at least a good spot here for Alias if he can try and find the flank.
Good spot from TT, just grouping up in the river though right now. Remember, if they can land those ultimates together, Chieftain, UCal, if they can pull that combo off with a rocket from Puff at the same time, it could be something beautiful. But this skirmish squad from up, they found a pick onto Chieftain here. No follow-up from Hacker. Pull the trigger, but that's half a Chieftain's health already. Remember, 2 Drakes already taken for Ultra Prime. 1 more, and that'll be solved for them. This Hacker, you can see him throwing out the Qs. He hit Chieftain there, and his mind was telling him no. But his body didn't have much to say about the matter. Didn't follow up for the time being. Drake down to half HP. Chieftain over the wall here. This might just be a 50-50. They haven't even pulled it out of the pit right here, but no vision and no contest from TT. Ultra Prime now on soul point. And TT yet to really show up to this game.
I mean, look, it's the cool scaling on the Renekton that they're waiting for. They're waiting for that 3rd item to come through, and that's when they're going to be able to really take over, as Jeeps is just dead.
Okay, Chieftain goes down. And we got a bit of a Diffie and the Jiffy on this one, I'm afraid, Dag. The Hacker has absolutely destroyed Chieftain in this game. Like, from the early game, having a lead in terms of CS as Lee Sin versus Diana. Now in all the skirmishes winning out as well. This will be a Baron call from Ultra Prime. I like it. 21 minutes into the game. And Ultra Prime, they're saying, look, TT are out of playoffs, but we're not just yet. We're looking to put our foot down. TT are going to contest. They're going to try and stop this one happening. Half HP. There's a shockwave onto Shousey. He escapes with his life. Scatter the weak onto Puff. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom. The damage isn't quite there. Puff walks away for the time being, but Southwind will be picked off.
That was a little bit worrying, I will say. Just, as we say, the wombo combo still there for TT, even if Chieftain isn't a part of it, but they only get the 1 pick onto Shousey and kind of blow everything on the support. Even then, not able to take down Shousey, so Ultra Prime able to get the pick and back away, and Chieftain just picked off by Hacker. Nice job here from Hacker to be able to find the enemy jungle.
Yeah, very nicely done. Did not need to flash. Could have just stood on the Diana and finished her off. Instead walked away and then had to flash after. So a bit of a fumble, but hey, a kill is a kill is a kill is a kill. Soul point as well. 1,000 gold lead. Chieftain trying to clear some vision, but you're alone on that top side, and Hacker isn't. Crying is there. Scatter weak. Somehow doesn't find a stun there. Chieftain 1 HP, and he will walk away. I can't believe he got out with that one.
Yeah, no ults available for Hacker or Crying, so just not enough burst damage to finish off the low health Diana. Still though, Chieftain sent a packing once more, which means Crying and Hacker will stop their resets and actually just look to take this tower with Shousey roaming up. So even if they don't find the kill, effectively they get what they want to do.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Beautiful stuff here from Ultra Prime. Again, sweeping up that standing gold around the map, right? 2,000 gold lead now. And it does feel like we're starting to get to that point in the game. UCal, oh no, he's in all kinds of trouble, but he dodges everything. Oh, the fancy footwork. UCal, that was gorgeous. And now Southwind flashes in for the double knockup. There's no ult available for Chieftain right now. The damage just isn't there to finish off Hacker.
Yeah, I mean, you still got to worry.
Wait,
oh,
Elk, what
where
are you doing?
going?
This is classic face shot right here. Oh, this is classic Jomung, sorry, right here. He will get out with his life. That cost him both of his summoners and Xiaoxi's splash as well, but he does get out with his life.
How does nobody die on either side? How do you get Xiaoxi and Hacker caught on that top side? How does Elk wander into New? And he just doesn't die. Also, New, what build is that? Sterix does nothing for you right now. This is why Renekton's no longer favored. Like, God, I hate everything about New's build this game.
Listen, New is a professional gamer, okay? He is a professional. So, I'd like it if you would stop challenging his dark technologies. He's just a creative builder, that's all. He goes against the grain, and I respect that, New. You know what, New? I'm on your side, even if it's totally inane to be on your side right now.
So, the reason for people that aren't sure, Sterix Gauge got changed where you get 75% of your bonus health shield is now the new effect versus getting a shield that was part of your maximum health. So that's why you're seeing a big difference here, is that you just don't actually have enough bonus health to make the Sterix Gauge purchase. It's why we're kind of waiting for people oftentimes wait till third item, because just with the level scaling, and then also with like picks that you can pick up, like like Death Stance, if you really want to try and play aggressive, would just like do more for you in that kind of medium term. So yeah, New still playing on patch 12.2, apparently not aware that we moved over.
Yeah, not ideal. It's not the first time we've seen players be a little bit behind the nose, though. Like, let's be honest. These guys, they've got good hands. Not all of them have super good brains, though. Sorry, I'm kind of just roasting New at this point.
Yeah.
I take that back, New.
I'm all right
I'm
with
sure
that.
your brain's great. Ultra Prime moving over to try and contest because TT have started the Baron. They knew Drake was coming up and it would be Soul for Ultra Prime. And so it's Panic Stations. Pull the emergency Baron card out of the deck. They've top decked it and now they're trying to play it straight away. But they don't have the special summons available. And Ultra Prime are here to try and steal it. Doesn't get the steal though. And Hacker will go down. Maybe this is the flip from TT, but all kinds of ultis fired across the board. And Ultra Prime, they've got more health bars to work with. Resets are cancelled, as is TT's chances at playoffs. That's 4 picks for Ultra Prime. It'll be Soul as well.
I mean, Yukao's the only one that walks away with Baron, so even just in the Baron trade, it's not worth for TT. Then you add in Mountain Soul as well for Ultra Prime. This is a disaster for TT, and they, as you said, they just don't have the damage. I mean, New with this build does nothing. UCal had only just finished off his second item here, so didn't really have anything left in the tank to kind of help out. And although Chieftain was pretty far accelerated, again, the early jungle pathing and the early CS that he lost out on trying to help out mid is now coming back to bite him. So you'll see here, Hacker goes in, nearly gets the steal, sits that Baron at about 267 health, but this is where, like, UCal, watch the shockwave, like, it just barely gets through the shield that Elk had already kind of gotten from overkill, and then Ali is just ripping people apart in the pit.
I mean, and then Elk just one by one annihilates everyone, has 3 items on the Aphelios, had the Collector at the time. I don't think he'd actually finished his lineage before that fight, but certainly has now. And this is not an Ultra Prime team that's getting any weaker anytime soon, right? 3,000 gold lead. They've got Mountain Soul. If it looked dire before for TT, and it did, trust me, it's not getting any better anytime soon. I'm a little bit concerned about what TT can even do in this situation. UCal at least has that Baron buff. We got 1 Baron out of that trade for a Dragon Soul. I mean, it's more positive than it could have been. Silver linings here, Doctor.
Yeah.
It's still possible for TT to make playoffs currently. Unless they lose this game, which it feels like they might. TP comes up through. Xiaoxi with the quickness, and Nu just dashes away. TP not going to achieve too much.
All I'm saying, Wunsch, these nachos are looking good. This is not selling me. I think we're gonna have to find a different next one. This one goes. This isn't it.
This is like the Switch cardboard version of Mexican. You know, there was that like cardboard.
Oh, I
that came out
forgot
for
that
the
was
Switch.
a thing.
I can't remember what it's called, but
Yeah, and then you
this
can
is
play
that,
games depending on the
but
thing
the
you made.
Mexican version. UCal's trying to bait. The rest of his squad is chilling. I mean, there's no reason for Ultra Prime to go in that brush, so it's not quite going to work out. But it will get them a bot lane tier 2. So TT finding some bounties and actually closing the goal gap pretty significantly. This Baron has sort of paid off.
I don't know why Hacker's here. Like,
Split pushing.
no, he's not. He's
All
resetting.
of this.
he watched the top way. Like, you lose 2 towers mid and bot, they don't defend, and Hacker's just like, yeah, I can see that the top wave has arrived here. That's my duty done. Just, pats himself off.
Look, so right. Let me explain it to you then.
All right.
I'm somewhat of a expert when it comes to jungling. I once watched a full VOD of Veteran explaining how the jungle works. So
Okay.
at this point,
I must say,
I'm pretty
very
much
smart man.
an industry leader. So what was happening there? It's called shadowing a lane. So when you're trying to crash a wave in a side lane, the jungler will often hang around near that lane. It's called shadowing to make sure that the wave crashes. So while there were no laners, because there was none on either side, he had to shadow so that the minions could safely make it to the tower. So it was actually just Hacker being a bro to minion kind and looking out for his squad.
Here it goes with so much for today.
Yeah. Yeah. Many pints shall be bought. Many pints.
Shh, we can't release the secret.
Look,
Can't tell him yet.
all I'm saying
Although I
is...
think Hysterics leaked it.
So, today Lyric was meant to be casting, right? And what he has told us is that there are internet outages in his area right now because his internet provider is doing some work with cables or whatever, right? They never really give you full information. All I'm saying is, I've never seen any proof that that's happening today. And the schedule didn't look that hot this morning, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying there's a chance that maybe it's a big old Porky, Maybe it's Porky. Maybe it's not, though, as Chieftain goes in and dies. Oh.
Yeah, you were saying not a Porky? Yeah.
Yeah, well, no. It wasn't a Porky. It was...
Alias is killing them.
Oh, no! Oh my
God.
god, the
Oh,
damage on
God.
all 3 of them. Alias one and ulti coming out behind enemy lines there. UCal almost gets one shot by the ult from Crying. TT, how does everyone escape every single play this game? Like, what is going on? Every single play, TT somehow escape. Use all of their flashes, then nothing happens for 5 minutes. So the next play, they all have their summoners and all escape again.
I would have to say, like, really nice ult from Alias, ton of damage, but, like,
Yeah.
nobody from Ultra Prime was there. Everyone got, like, full shebanged, stunned up, and then got, like, regained consciousness. All kind of looked at each other and went, do you want to peace out? And then they all left. And at that stage, that's when Ultra Prime showed up, like, shirt sleeves rolled up, ready for the fight. It was just, they were far too far gone at that stage.
It feels like TT keep limping away from these fights in the same way that you, like, head home at 5 a.m. in the morning after a house party when you're at uni, But realistically, they should be dead. And hungover from a house party and dead are not the same thing. They just feel like the same thing. Ultra Prime now moving in to try and contest. Can TT take a second Baron in this game? Doesn't look like it for now. Hacker flashes out. It's going to be kept alive for a second, but it's a jungle trade. Both junglers blown up instantly. And the rest of the teams waddle away, holding their heads, wishing for a glass of water.
And maybe an aspirin, especially if this Elder is about to be taken up by Ultra Prime. TT are going to need everything they can to try and stop this hurting, but I don't know. Look at Crying, waiting to see if he can make a pick. Ali is over the wall as well with the ultimate.
Stun that bit of damage onto New. Elder Dragon going to be the call. 7k remaining. No junglers on either side. This is a full-on flip. If Ultra Prime commit to this one. Southwind over the wall, trying to engage. Damage comes on through. It's not a flip. Elk finishes off Southwind, and they can go back to the Drake. It's just Dominus off by himself. Go in! Oh, they've got to make something happen. Elk down to 3,500 here. Dominus has run out.
Where's the jugglers? Call an adult. Get an adult.
It's pure chaos. 2,000 on the Elder Dragon. New goes in. Oh my god, they might actually get Elder. Alias on the backside though. And the reset on the Elder. It's a shambles for TT. And Hacker is now here. Chieftain wants to try and make the play, but it ain't happening. Elder secured by Ultra Prime. And Dagda, I'm hoping, I'm praying that that's game.
He just get me out. That's all it is. It's just like, I hope this is over. But
It's
even
like, it's like on Crystal Maze, where they have to press the panic button and say, look, I'm just out of this one. This one's not for me.
Can I, like, you know, swap the channel over to, like, primetime news, where we do the, well, actually, maybe after the replay, where we do the, let's check in on news builds, because it's still atrocious. Ultra Prime here. I don't know what this was. We have a replay. I don't really know what to break down here. I mean, great flank here from Alias with the blast cone to get in, but this was just super messy. No one comes out of this looking particularly well, as Buff and Yukao step up, and Alias just hops over the wall, so they're able to finish him off. The only good news was that New was able to pick off someone on the opposite side, but yeah, I don't know why you're not Force of Nature here, New. You're against the Kennen in the side lane. You're against the Syndra. Like, you get so much more value out of a Force of Nature here than you would against anything else, even with the random ones. And I know you're looking at Elk go, well, Elk's really big, but like 50% of your health bar has been taken off by allies and crying before you even hit Elk. So I don't know. This entire decision-making tree from View has been bizarre to me. Still has gone for a GA instead of any sort of magic resist.
I respect it. New is a man of commitment. New is a man that, like, you ever get in a relationship with New, you know he's never going to cheat on you. He's committed to this complete garbage. And I respect that. I respect that a lot.
Are you calling either yourself or whoever this magical you is hot garbage? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that
you is our viewers.
Because you were
I will not comment on whether or not I'm saying
because you just said they're committed to this garbage, which means if they're committed to you, hypothetically.
Oh my god! Elk just tore Chieftain apart. My lord, this is as over as they come. Yukal dying on the fountain, as is Southwind Moonlight Vigil. Oh, it's not quite enough, but it doesn't matter. 18-6. And we'll forget that the analogy I made ever happened, eh? Nexus will fall. Please, Ultra Prime, kill the Nexus. Get me out of here. It happens. It's over. Doctor, it's over.
No, it's not. We still have at least another game.
What? We do best of 3 here? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the players coming off, you can tell no one's particularly overjoyed with that. With that game, though, TT now officially out of playoffs. Shock,
watching them,
horror.
Watching them with their cup of coffee in hand, like, I need this. It's like the same image of the person stood by the water cooler buying time in the office because they don't want to be at work. Oh god, it's that was something. That was something magical. I feel like we shared a moment there, Rob. You know, we made it through this together.
Yeah, when you go through hell together, you know, the bond between people becomes stronger.
That was game 1 of the day. How are we at this point in the cast? At game 1 of the day. Oh, my days. But hey, Ultra Prime keeping the playoff streams alive. So that's very positive. And technically, if I'm not mistaken, it's still possible. No, it's not possible.
No, TT.
I think Thunder Talk are actually out of playoffs now.
Yeah, they can't hit the -6 on game difference to actually keep them in.
So, rest in peace, Thunder Talk Gaming. Yeah. I almost went for a moment of silence there. It's a sporting team. It's a competition. Nobody's died. Let's not overplay this. And let's be honest. I'm not sure many people had much expectation of Thunder Talk making it to playoffs this split, aside from maybe Kelsey. But that was more belief and copium than it was actual faith. Alia is top of the damage, so 27k. He had a couple of big ultis, but also having that range versus melee top lane is definitely.
Yeah, also having a lane opponent that builds full armor against you as a magic damage dealer they'll help that out quite substantially. I'm gonna stop bashing Neil. But
I don't think you are. I don't think you're capable.
Alias, the ults were great. Came in, they were good, and he had some nice flanks. I think overall, just Ultra Prime, even though it wasn't particularly clean, they definitely looked like they were at least on the same page. The communication, you could see there was like, hey, we do want to try and play around Elk and Crying. Ali is just going to be off by himself. And then when they got towards team fights, it was like Chelsea trying to set up. I think Ali's and Crying did a particularly good job of kind of like playing front line and just trying to get that poke damage off before they got into fights. But yeah, I don't know what happened with TT, man. Like none of the decisions that I thought they would make actually were there. It just seemed completely all over the place.
So, I'll tell you what happened. Ultra Prime happened. One of the best teams in 13th place in the LPL right now. Phenomenal stuff coming out from them. Unbelievable levels of gameplay. I feel like that should have been a much quicker game with the lead that they had. But, you know, playing it slow and steady, playing it safe, not burger flipping. I like that they didn't burger flip things. You know, we'll take that as a positive. We're going into a break. And we'll see if Ultra Prime can finish things off and keep their playoffs hopes alive.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down and with 10 kills and ready for some more. Making up for game number one as Weiwei started off on the end. Present guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a shadow surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The eye of the Herald popped. It needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into this mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive. But then the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up.
Trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no realm of shenanigans. There is no way out. And now with TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
there's low no guys. You and me against the world. Oh, say no more words. 'Cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more words. 'Cause I There's a place I wanna go. 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago.
What is going on, gamers? My name is Munchables. I'm joined by the Dagatron himself, the Robster, the Dagonator. He's a man of many names. He's a man of many talents, but one of his greatest talents is the ability to sit on Discord with me and talk about League of Legends. How you doing, Rob?
Good, thank you. Yeah. See, the thing is, now that I've added Dagda to my repertoire of names, like it's kind of got extensively larger how many different nicknames I had because already an issue with like Rob, Robert, Bob, Bobby, Bobbert, Price, Pricey, Pricington. I was called for a little bit as well. Now I was Gosu Dreams for a bit, which was then the Gosu knockoff, which was also came as part of that. Now I've got Dagda, the Dagatron. There's even my Chinese name, which is Tian Lu Bo. So like, it's kind of getting out of hand. I feel like I'm like collecting stuff that I never realized I was.
And hilariously, none of them are good. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're just gonna jump straight to
screw you too, mate.
Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome.
Yeah, at least it's better than Joe. I mean, who you know, the most any average Joe, eh?
I'm just your average Joe, you know. It is what it is. Coffee's named after me. Everyone loves coffee. We're at Picks and Pans. Alias, he gets MVP for game number 1. We didn't have time to talk about it because we were busy listing Rob's nicknames. Ultra Prime versus TT. Game 2, we're already into it. Zeri and Tom Kench being banned. Thresh and Rise. The answer's Rek'Sai. Is not a ban I necessarily anticipated coming today.
Are we
I
first
thought
picking
maybe
Lee Sin?
Chieftain would play Rek'Sai. I didn't think TT would ban Rek'Sai.
Are we first picking Lee Sin? Is that what's about to happen?
Oh. That'd be saucy, wouldn't it? Well,
It wouldn't. I
It
mean,
wouldn't be
look,
that saucy.
TT's decision making hasn't quite been with me at this point.
oh,
Oh, we are. Why?
it's another nickname. You're now the prophet, right? You predicted the pick. That makes you really clever. Oh,
Finally, I got a good one, eh? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. I think this is a terrible idea. I mean, you had the option to counterpick if you wanted to with that Rek'Sai for Chieftain, but we're not going towards it. Hacker going to go towards the best jungler, in my opinion, on the patch, Hecarim. You've already got Jinx. Great setup here. So you've got a ton of opportunities here for Ultra Prime to go towards like full team fight. I think you lock in your support on the next pick if you really want to, or even like with say like LeBlanc being left open because of the Rek'Sai pick, opportunities for like a Twisted Fate. Even if you wanted to take something a little bit funky for Alias on the top side, I wouldn't hate it. Just with the availability of supports here, you're not in too much trouble. But maybe with the Rakan one here, they just decide to go towards something like the Nautilus or the Leona, just so they're like matching supports.
I will say, in terms of color scheme, TT are on it. Like,
That is true.
the synergy is off the charts right now. But for Ultra Prime, total opposite. Bit of a disaster in terms of the color scheme. But I will say, very strong picks for the patch. So ultimately, if that's what you're going for, if you're trying to win at League of Legends, which I would say is a reasonable goal if you're a competitor, then Ultra Prime looking pretty good in the draft. I am really warbling here. I'm just talking nonsense, and we're only in game 2 of the day. I need to pull myself together. We're into the second round of bans here. Ultra Prime so far with a jungler, a mid laner, and an AD carry. You'd anticipate maybe some top lane bans, but maybe just go for the support bans, get yourself a good matchup. Or, yeah, I guess, yeah, they blind pick mid, right?
Yeah, I think that's the plan here, is like get Crying a good matchup, and maybe even ban away like the Ahri as well in this mid lane and just try and get Crying into a good spot. Seems to be the best bet. And it just feels to me though, like, yes, TT, you're going to ban away some of the Premier supports, but like, you got the Premier AD carry on the patch for Ultra Prime, Premier Jungle on the patch, one of the top 3 mid laners on the patch as well. And then you look across at TT, it's like, Lee Sin has honestly kind of just fallen out of favor. Again, getting hit by those fighter item changes and not having huge impact. And the Zyra Khan is an okay bot lane, just not exactly the strongest. So it doesn't really feel to me like you've got power picks coming across on TT side, whereas Ultra Prime really do feel like they have control here. So maybe we get Yukao going towards an Ahri and you can try and play down towards this bot side with the Sidus ban for Ultra Prime. But yeah, it just feels like Ultra Prime are kind of drafting more for current patch, whereas TT, at least, you know, they know they're not going to be able to make playoffs, so maybe this is just more of a comfort.
Yeah, perhaps. Some shenanigans across. And hey, look, birds have feathers. Feathers require the wind to be able to fly. South wind picking up feathery bird. Huh?
Puff.
There's logic
Helping
there.
in that regard as well, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Puff of wind, feathery bird. Look, it all makes sense. Shousi, however, he knows that if you mess the ball mess with the bull, you get the horns. And he's definitely looking to give the horns over to Puff and South.
Well, I'll have to see if he's going to be able to do so, as this is going to be the Ari locked in for Yuka. So I actually like the last two picks here for TT. I think Ari, Lee Sin, super strong mid jungle that you can try play through. And as well, the opportunity to try and look for these roams. Plus Nar, just a super safe blind pick at the moment. I've actually been playing a little bit of solo queue, or not solo queue, in like just the league in general, and having a ton of fun with him. There just doesn't really seem like there's a huge amount of terrible matchups for him right now. Jace does have the range advantage, which does help out a little bit, but it's still not like you're going to be completely bullied out of the lane. It's just like, hey, you'll get pushed in a little bit, but with the control that you have through mid, you can try and enable that top side.
Now we'll see how that top lane matchup is going to go. Alias should have at least a small advantage, but a lot of that is going to be down to how these two players pilot their champions. I will say, excited for Yukal versus Cryan here with Ari versus LeBlanc. It's probably my favorite matchup that we get in the mid lane at the moment. It's always a lot of fun to watch, but actually, I really like the composition TT have gone for here. A lot of aggression, a lot of playmaking ability, right? Lee Sin Ari is just an insane mid-jungle 2v2, but a lot of presence down in that bottom side as well with Zyra. You can be so aggressive. Feels like TT have a lot of tools to be really proactive in this game and potentially find themselves early advantages.
Yeah, I can see where TT are kind of looking here through that mid jungle. It just feels to me that when I look at Ultra Prime, like the super long range that you get with the Jinx and the Jace is kind of hard for them to combat. Especially if you've got Alistar kind of playing bodyguard for like engages from Chieftain, engages from you. And you've also got really good counter engage with both the Alistar and the Hecarim as well for anything that TT tries to stuff. So it's going to be kind of difficult for Puff, I feel like, to navigate in these fights, which is why I think just in a straight up team fight, it would even give the edge across the jungle.
Now, TT going to be hoping they never get to the late game even team fights, right? They're hoping that 5v5s should never occur, that they should find an early lead and snowball from there. The one downside is that they have struggled to make that happen. But that said, I think TT have got more wins under their belt than people kind of give them credit for, right? Because yes, in terms of series, they're 2-10, but in terms of games, they're 8-22, right? They've got 8 game wins. It's not like we've never seen TT win individual games. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of something out from them here today. Cryan got out of position, but has distortion, so just slides on over that wall and pulls himself out to safety. It's TT now an opportunity to get some deep vision in the Ultra Prime jungle. Southwind is stood on a ward. Does need to be cautious not to stick around too long. But it looks like everyone will walk away.
And now, it's not going to make a massive difference that Cryan had gone to the store. You tend to take it first anyway. And again, seeing the double ignites in this mid lane is, I know, Munch, why you enjoy this matchup so much. Like, double electrocute, double ignite. It's all about seeing how heavily you can trade and seeing if you can outplay your opponent. And I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Yukon and Cryan, both to see who can get the one up, but also just keeping your eye on Chieftain, because Lee Sin definitely has the advantage in the early stages in the jungle matchup to try and impact that mid.
So they can get an impact going in the mid lane as Ultra Prime being a little sneak in the jungle. Hacker starting off on the enemy blue buff as Chieftain none the wiser so far. He's just going to be going for his red buff, and by the positioning, I'm going to assume he's going for the full clear, or perhaps knows what's going off. As they've got a ward in that jungle, they know that the Hecarim hasn't started on the blue buff, and if he's not started on the blue buff, well, the odds of him starting his red are pretty slim. So going for that invade, I like this from Chieftain. Feels like we're having a very cerebral jungle matchup so far.
Yeah, I would actually say Chieftain's imagining that Hacker has started like on his Raptors into base, because at least when you're solo starting, Hecarim can clear those Raptors super well with Q, and Hecarim actually doesn't like the clear that Hacker's actually gone for. I still agree with the way Hacker's playing. It's just because you end up having to like solo clear one of the two of the single camps, it doesn't quite work out as well for you. As a big trade here from you on the top side.
Oh,
but now Ultra Prime here.
Never mind. I thought Chieftain was in trouble, but then despite the Grump heal, he's back to full. He walks away happily. I like the attempt there from Ultra Prime to contest that, but it's not going to happen for them. Both junglers now will return to their own sides of the map. Southwind making an attempt to cost him his splash. He's 1 HP. He's burning down to the Ignite. One more auto from Elk finishes the job. And that's going to be a 2v2 kill from the Ultra Prime bot lane.
Chelsea, that was nasty. Gets the headbutt back onto Setwin when he looks from the engage. Setwin tries to flash away. Chelsea gets the knock up. I mean, that was just sick.
Yeah, Chelsea's a beast, man. I'm telling you, like, dude, remember E-Star Chelsea? That was something.
The E-Star
I missed that team.
Chelsea away, level 3 every game, trying to kill someone bot lane. That was the only thing that team could do. And it's surprising how successful they were at it.
Like, we've said it a million times before. 4-0 Ignite the bottom side. Chelsea, we tried to compliment you, mate. We tried our best to big you up. And immediately, it's a disaster. Oh, well. You know, it happens, Dagda. These things happen. You can't control fate, as they say. I don't think that's a relevant sentence, but it was quite fun to say.
I'm glad you're having fun. Chelsea wasn't. But yeah, I mean, look now, kill for kill in the bot lane. Both kills going towards the AD carries. So Chelsea holding on to his flash as well. So maybe you can still see some setup coming in from the bot lane. But honestly, I think thus far, Chieftain kind of more focused on trying to see if he can get in and affect some of Hacker's clear than actually get in and affect some of these lanes, which is honestly the big difference maker for Lee Sin against the Hecarim in the early stages, is that you can actually be more proactive. Hecarim has the ghost, which can help out a little bit, but you know, the upfront damage that this Lee Sin has, the ability to get into lanes, and is just so much stronger for the Lee Sin in the early stages. Finally, we're seeing Chieftain move towards this mid, but Yukao's super low on mana, so I'm not sure they can make this work.
Flash Charm would be available. Cran's just going to go in, though. Yuka has to play towards the bottom side of the lane. Hacker has to use Ghost here, which means ultimately TT cannot win the trade just because they didn't use a summoner.
And Chelsea here as well to see if he can help out. At least for Hacker, Ghost is going to be up relatively quickly, and also just gives the opportunity for Crying to shove in and get the reset for himself.
Do you have a bit more of a follow-up? And that's big damage onto Hacker. He's gone before he can even move in the play. Very nice pickup coming through. That's the pick potential we talked about with this Lee Sin Ari Rakan.
Yeah, it's just weird to see Hacker stick around for that long. You'd already backed away. Crime was pretty much out of mana. Just trying to overcommit there. Now, like, Crime, you don't have mana. Like, yes, you will spot him out, but just back away. Like, reset at this stage. Especially as you desperately need to try and help out here, but Crying going to stick around as you kind of shoved that wave with Southwind. So now will be the tempo advantage for TT again.
Certainly will. 2-1 on the scoreboard. A little start for TT, and Hacker with a bit of a fumble towards the end, as they were just desperately trying to push that wave in, but then going back in for the play, despite Crying having absolutely no mana, having no damage available to them. Just a little overzealous, really.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. I just don't know where their damage they were planning to have come through was coming from. Hacker had already used Ghost, so not getting the extra ramp-up damage from the E, and also just the passive from the Hecarim to deal the extra damage. Chelsea wasn't really in position. You have no extra damage from Crying. Like, you're better off just resetting in that case. Either way now, TT gets that advantage, and I want to see now if Yukao can start to move. Has that push in mid? You have the opportunities to kind of look towards, hey, look, Jace slightly overextended in the top side, especially if you can hold on to that wave. Slow push starting in this bot wave for TT, and now Yukao looks like he's going to meet up with that, but good wards here from Ultra Prime. Will spot out and potentially shut down this play from Yukao. TT maybe considering going for it anyway.
Considering it, Chieftain's around the area, but Dragon could be the option. We're 7 minutes into the game, which means if you can get the Drake going now, be able to potentially play for the Herald as well. In just a minute's time. Is Puppet Alpha do manage to get one plate for themselves down in that bottom lane? Drake not going to be a priority for Chieftain though, as he's gone over to his red buff. Managing to stay even in farm this time around. Last time it was Hacker just managing to pull a huge farm lead out in the jungle. This time around, much more even game between the two jungles.
It's just a much slower. Just a much slower pace game, and again favors Hacker. Hacker wants to try and like get to a point where he hits that level 6. We got invade here for TT though. It's only a 2-man, so Ultra Prime going to feel pretty alright to hold on to this. They now move back to this bottom side. And Hacker again is just staying around this lane to make sure that Elk can actually get some farm.
Tough being quite aggressive. Remember, game number 1, we saw a very disastrous dive about this point in the game around that bottom lane. This time around, the dive won't be committed to by TT. The tower plate, I don't think fell there. I'm pretty sure there's like 1 HP on the 4th plate on that bottom tower. That is a bit of a disaster for Puff. He's going to be very sad about that one. Not the end of it.
He'll be all right. I mean, they still have a good amount of push on the spot side. Simply because even though it's only one tower that's going to cross, you can see very quickly Puff is starting to get control of this lane. Tier already picked up, working towards that Manamune. This lethality stall. His eye is so good at clearing waves. Yukal.
Yeah, big damage onto Alias, but a great flash coming out from him, trying to survive as long as he can. Yukal now tanking the tower that's ramped on. Up, one more shot. Won't do it. The Spirit Essence healing Yukal up. And we'll be able to keep him alive. TT with a nice dive at the top side now. We go towards the bottom side of the map where Ultra Prime want to answer. Trying to go for these Crooks, but Puff is there too soon. Denies the Crooks himself. Southwind in trouble. The chains onto Puff. There's just no damage coming out from Ultra Prime.
Still though, forcing them away from the tower, getting Elk much needed gold after he'd already lost a couple of those waves to his own turret. So at least it's helping out a little bit. Top lane dive could have been a little bit smoother for TT, but success was there. In the grand scheme of things, just trading some turret plates isn't the end of the world.
Certainly not. And Hacker will be able to even get himself this Drake on top of things. So Nu finding the advantage up in that top lane. You can see a 400 gold lead for him. A similar lead in the mid lane for Yukal as well. But down in that bottom lane, it's all about Elk. Okay. Well, Chieftain's dead, I guess. Cryan, it turns out, does have damage. I just said Ultra Prime didn't have damage. I was wrong. They definitely do.
Yeah, there's a couple of different builds that you can go for with this LeBlanc in the early stages. You can go towards a, hey, I'm going to be a little bit more passive lane and look towards that Lost Chapter. You can be like, you know, the kind of the medium build, which is I'm going to go for the blasting one. If you get this Orc Shoes, you're looking for kills. And you can see there, like, the damage that this early Magic Pen gives you just means you're dealing next, or like very, very close to true damage. And Chieftain kind of felt the brunt of that.
Yeah, he definitely did. We can get a replay of this one. Oh, it's the dive in the top side, actually. Is good not to start things off, but he's quite getting stunned.
That's the thing, doesn't get the stun and actually knocks Alias away from Yukal's Q as well. So that's why it ends up a little bit funky here. And as you say, right, you end up with that healing coming through off the passive. But yeah, here we go. I mean,
he didn't even hit everything.
That's kind of disgusting.
He missed the chains.
Yeah.
He's still just one shot.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Now we're playing the mid lane. Yukal going to be feared and taken down as Cryan gets himself a second kill. That's 4 stacks to the Dark Seal as well. Cryan is starting to ramp up in this one, and it's exciting to see Cryan playing on a carry, doing a good job as well. This is a player that last year built a reputation for a much slower pace of game as Chieftain. Mate, come on, pull it together.
Well, I was about to say Chieftain really does, because, I mean, Yukal had the advantages in this lane. Yukal was the one with Everfrost, and Chieftain now hasn't actually had an impact in this lane, which is where we said TT could actually try and play around. It's Cryan who gets the solo kill, now sets up for Hacker, and suddenly this Luden's Tempest is very close to being finished for Cryan, which is going to work out pretty damn well for him, especially with the Dark Seal already there too.
Xiaoxi going to try and play bouncer here. Good little headbutt to... Oh my days, Xiaoxi just keeps Southwind far away from Elk. Sacrifices himself to protect his AD carry. Very nicely done there. Will go down, and it is a pick for TT, but ultimately Elk survives, and that is the ultimate goal for Ultra Prime, as is always the case for this team.
Good guy, Xiaoxi, but Ultra Prime trying to see if they can find a pick now. Ryan will be spot on the ward. Just remains enough.
Southwind move over.
Either way,
Fight for mid Prime.
I think you're still in a good spot here for Ultra Prime. LeBlanc can still do relatively well if you want to try and opt in towards the side lane, which is where we're going to see Cryan start to move over to now. Elk eventually will start to win out on this mid push and just give a bit of time for Ultra Prime to scale. And you already have like the push advantage for Alias in the top side. He's already got, I was going to say he has a little bit of chip damage, but actually has no chip damage on this. But even for Ultra Prime, just sitting back waiting for these initial items to kind of come through will give you a ton of opportunity to try and play around these side lanes and just let Elk farm for free in mid lane. So this is where I'd rather see Ultra Prime put their attention. Whereas for TT, again, it's like trying to get Chieftain out of the map. You can like look for Yukal to push bot, rotate mid, look for potential dives. This seems to be like how TT can get this game in their, well, a little bit more in their favor gold-wise and kind of accelerate it in their favor.
Yeah, it feels like reasonable amount of pressure on Puff in this one, right, to be able to carry during the mid-game. One of the issues that you will find with this Xayah build is that you do a lot of damage early on, but it falls off pretty hard later on into the game. It does quite often feel like I played a lot of this build. The late game team fights feel like you just don't do anything once people start to build some resistances. So it's going to be a matter of the mid-game fights, and it's kind of true for this entire composition coming out from TT. Lee Sin, a similar story. We'll have to see if TT can continue to keep momentum in their favor, because it does feel like Ultra Prime doing a decent job to maintain presence in this game, right? Because TT do have the lead, but it's not like they're uncontestable, right?
It's feels to me like TT kind of need that big combo to work out, because a lot of this Xayah's damage kind of comes from the as well with this build. So if you can get like the Gnar wallop or a Gnar stun that sets up well for Puff to get a ton of these feathers out nice and quickly, maybe Yukal following over the top with that Orb of Deception, that's where I can see a ton of damage coming out very quickly. But if that isn't the case, it comes a little bit more difficult, especially with the range on Ultra Prime. That's a hard one.
Chelsea gets denied. Puff with a good little ulti there, but Chelsea is damn tanky. He'll walk away with his life, at least for now. An attempt there from the Ultra Prime support, but won't be able to find his target. And it means that TT can just post up here in the mid lane for as long as they want. They can just keep this one going. It's going to be very difficult for Shouty to punish, but Cryan at least can get some damage in. Ultra Prime really want to protect their mid lane tower. They want to contest here, but 5 seconds until the Drake comes up onto the map, and TT will be the ones in position to capitalize.
I actually really like the way TT are playing this. Again, we kind of said, look, Aria's push on bot against LeBlanc, and they've been doing a good job of playing around that. Shove in bot, they try to get the engage on towards the mid side with Yukal running across. That's why Shouty went for that very quick engage onto Puff. Was like, hey, Yukal is going to show up in a second and we're going to be outnumbered, so let's see if we can get some of these crucial spells off, get some opportunities to push up on the wave and deny that dive. TT, though, will still get that dragon off of the fact they had that bot side pressure, so they're still playing around well with what Yukal is capable of doing.
Up on the top side, we'll be able to get some damage down onto this tower. Shouty is behind enemy lines, but Yukal, that wave effectively keeps himself safe up there, doesn't get dived. Herald now onto the map. Started here. Looks like it almost reset, but Nu is able to stop that from happening. And perhaps he can get reinforcements from the rest of his squad. Elk caught up there. Nicely played by Southwind. Cost him both of his summoners, though. And now a fear across the team. The rest of the squad from Ultra Prime arriving, but so are TT, and Chieftain goes in. Nu about to turn into Mega Gnar. TT having to back away as the rocket goes wide from Elk. Nu now. Mega Gnar against the wall. There's a wall up. There's a boulder. And 2 kills for TT.
Ultra Prime overextend to try and make the pick, but they don't have the knockback from that Cryan.
He just jumps back again. Puff, low HP. Shot was blocked by Southwind, though, and TT can return to the Herald once more.
Yukal going to play referee here, separate both sides. But as you say, TT win the fight. They get the Rift Shroud as well, and Charm now.
Oh, Everfrost doesn't quite connect there. Southwind's in trouble as well. And Chieftain's like, man, I really want to finish this Herald, guys. Can you not all die? Okay, guess the Herald will get out with his life. But it will be a pick onto Southwind and another kill crucially for Cryan, right? That's 6 Dark Seal stacks. You mentioned the Ludens has been finished alongside his boots. Feels like a lot of weight is on Cryan's shoulders in this game. He has to carry the fights for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, especially when you look at like his ability to burst people out. This was a really nice engagement with Southwind, and just unfortunate that he wasn't able to try and finish it off. Elk, I don't even know how he reacted with those chompers in time. But here you can see Hacker tries to get the knockback onto Puff. Puff not in the correct position, just gets knocked into the wall instead. And then Ultra Prime just don't have the damage in the tank to try and finish this out, but already we're fighting.
We certainly are.
Now we're not fighting.
We're also not.
Yeah.
I guess Shouty went down. I couldn't really see in the bottom left what was occurring, but yeah. I guess it was just another pick for TT. They got themselves the Herald. They got themselves a Drake. 2 minutes until that next Drake. As Cryan moves up to this top side now. And we do need to see Ultra Prime trying to take control a little bit here. Right now, Puff is pretty much gone uncontested. He's had some great ultis to keep himself safe as well. That ult will be available for the next fight. 3-0 and 2. 2 items already. Once he gets that 3rd item mark, very likely to go towards a Sherilda. Sometimes you see things like a Collector as well. Puff is going to be terrifying. Puff is going to be very difficult to deal with for the next round.
It's we're gonna get a replay here of but it looks like Terra goes down, Chelsea overextends. Great engage, but again, just numbers advantage here for TT and a better spot to follow up. And Brian is getting some kills, which is nice. And he will be pretty terrifying if he can get accelerated, because there's not a huge amount of people on TT that are actually that tanky. Even when you look at New, he could be in trouble if he's in mini-nar form and ends up running into Cryin. But I think Cryin is so aware of, the quickness being an issue, the charm being an issue. You've got to play very carefully around both the Ahri and the Rakan, which is why we're seeing Cryin kind of teetering around, being able to actually follow up on a lot of these engages, but not quite being in position to do so.
Yeah, it feels... it's close, but it's not perfect. There are a few moments where it feels like these teams are lacking a little. ET won't prove me wrong here as they drop down the Herald in the mid lane. Chieftain does stand on the flame choppers, but walk away here. Herald will get a charge. Without, will it actually, the damage? No, they don't quite manage to finish this one off. Smite would have been available there for Hacker.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably could have denied the charge, to be honest, but didn't commit to that one in the end. To be TT maintaining control. 25 seconds on the Drake, though, Dagda, and perhaps an opportunity for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think that's probably the thing the Hacker is worried about. I'm not sure if he has a second charge of Smite underneath that, so maybe aware that he wouldn't have it up for the Dragon if it's about to spawn in 10 seconds, but TT completely control the area. Ultra Prime won't be able to contest this, which is why we're just seeing Cryin moving his way on up towards this top side and just going, look, we'll try and trade this top tier 1 for the Dragon, and especially as you can see, Ultra Prime already kind of established themselves here on this top.
Now towards that top side, though, they want to try and contest. Hacker could be in a really bad spot. The charm is going to go wide, though. And Hacker is just going to dip on up towards that top side of the map. Look at Shousey right now. He's behind enemy lights. I don't think they know he's there, and he will walk away with his life. Cryin try to escape. There's a quickness, though. The charm, the Everfrost, everything will land. And it's a kill for Puff in the end as Cryin goes down. And that was a bounty as well, so even more gold into Puff's pocket.
Yeah, I mean, TT have full control of this game. They've got pushing mid, pushing bot, towers are falling. And as well, now they'll get that tier 1 on the top side here. Full control of Ultra Prime's jungle for Baron. It just feels like everything's coming together for TT here. Ultra Prime, the coordination on these engages hasn't quite been there, and TT are doing a really good job to respond.
And it's worth talking about once again that this is a team, TT, where it's not like they haven't had wins, right? It's not like this is a team that cannot get a singular game win on the board. They have had good games. It's just that they can't find that consistency. And so when we do see them playing well, and when we see blunders from Hacker in the early game where he went too far forwards in the mid lane and things like that, against this style of composition from TT, they will be able to find advantages. And now 5,000 gold up for themselves and hoping to push to a third game in the series. And that's good to see, honestly, because I'm relatively certain after that previous game, it is actually impossible for TT to make playoffs. But it's good to see that they are still here to show what they're made of. They're still here to compete.
And look, they've been playing really well in this series, not only just individually, but also with how they want to try and play the map. So it definitely, TT bringing it back, I will say, from game number 1. Still has been a few curious decisions here, but I really like that when we're looking at New's build here, that he has actually gone for the Hullbreaker. Hullbreaker is actually the bane of Jace's existence, because he's not really a champion that can really do much with Hullbreaker, so doesn't really get to build it, but it just means that in the 1v1 you just automatically end up losing. So now for Ultra Prime you need to find ways of just grouping up the Hacker. That's not how you do it.
What was the plan? I genuinely have no idea what the plan was there. Gets absolutely railed. Now a chance for Cryin, but Featherstorm just going to come on out. This is the frustration of playing against Xayah when you're playing an assassin, right? This is why Xayah used to be so popular for so long, and it does feel like Wanfeng has kind of brought her back into the meta, right? Wanfeng was the guy that was playing this very regularly back on 12.2 even. He was more than happy to bring the Xayah out, and it's starting to catch on elsewhere as well. Incredibly strong pick in the right hands of using that toolkit very effectively.
That is a really good point. I'm currently Googling Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron soundtrack so I can find that song where it's, you know,
what?
The have you? It's a movie. It's like the Disney movie where basically it's a horse and they're trying to break the horse, but he's like, I can't be broken. That's Hacker right now. He just cannot be broken. His spirit is wild and untamed, and that's why it may not make much sense to you, but he's just showing TT that no matter what they do, he cannot be.
I think that film's called Black Beauty, mate.
No, it's definitely Spirit.
It's a very old film. Yeah,
this is
I'm
a
sure.
cartoon.
Right. I'm not arguing that film doesn't exist. All I'm saying is that film was already made. Disney's remade it with a posh look to it. That's all I'm saying. What a classic.
You Can't Take Me. That's the song. You Can't Take
not that beautiful.
By Bryan Adams. There we go.
Not a pretty horse.
But if you have Bryan Adams singing, yeah, I was gonna say that automatically makes it kind of beautiful.
Yeah.
He's pretty spot on.
Salvaging.
Yeah.
Salvaging. You know, Tarzan's soundtrack, very great. Phil Collins, bit of a classic there. I feel like back in the day, you know, just get one of these like male singers to just do your soundtrack. They did it with Oliver and Company as well. That was Billy Joel. Man, those were the days. Give me more of that.
Yeah. I will say though, for Spirit Stallion the Cimarron, I went back to watch it recently, and it kind of ruined that movie for me because I now realize how terrible Matt Damon's voice is. Matt Damon is Spirit, and his voice acting is probably the worst thing I've heard. It completely ruined that movie. I'm surprised you haven't. I would have said it was like pretty big.
This isn't Disney.
Isn't it? Is it Pixar?
No.
Is it DreamWorks?
DreamWorks.
Ah, okay.
No wonder I've never heard of it. Nobody's seen any of their 2D films.
It's from the producer that brought you Shrek. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Says
That's
it right
the only
there.
film anyone's seen from DreamWorks. Okay. Attempt onto Shousey here. It's not going to happen. Actually, that's not true because everyone saw, what was it called? A Shark's Tale with Will Smith in it.
That is true.
Absolute garbage. Just like this team fight. As Puff gets some damage out with the feathers, but actually getting aggressed upon. It's going to be more people going down. Health loss really low from Ultra Prime, but the damage is coming on through. They're actually going to win this fight. I can't believe it. Puff has gone down. 2 kills for Elk. And TT, against all odds, managed to lose the fight.
Somebody once told me Ultra Prime was gonna roll me, but TT smarter tool in shit.
I didn't think the broadcast could get worse today, but Dagda brings us to a new low by singing All-Star Vidcast. What a time to be alive.
Here, look, you know what? This is my day off. I'm allowed to be a little bit funky on it, right? But yeah, this is a weird one for TT. Oh, sorry, this is just a weird fight in general from both sides. Great shockwave there from Ali's, or Oldby's. That there's just not much that TT are able to kind of bring back here. Ultra Prime kind of turned that one around.
Yeah, they certainly did. They certainly did. This has been magical. Magical. It's going to be Baron on the
This
cards
is DreamWorks' new movie right here. That's what.
Yeah, this is a DreamWorks movie right here. This is a non-Shrek DreamWorks movie before our very eyes.
There's definitely other good DreamWorks movies.
TT are trying to get control of Baron. They're still 6,000 gold ahead as they lose that fight.
Did they
lost
do
a Drake off
Madagascar?
the back of that one. Madagascar was okay. I can do that.
What? Madagascar was
The
great.
scene where they run in slow motion across the beach, shouting Alex and Marty. No, that's a great bit. Eats the toilet mints. Great bit as well.
Road to El Dorado was a bit of a banger for me.
I've never seen that.
Really?
I want to see that one. I have
They also did
TT
Kung Fu
though.
Panda.
They are trying to...
They did Chicken Run!
Did
Alright, we
Kung-
win. They did Chicken Run. Sorry, now continue.
What are you talking about? That's odd.
Chicken Run is on their list there. I don't know. Blame Google, not me. Team fight.
Maybe team fight. Maybe team fight. We'll see. They've been toying with the idea of this team fight for a solid 5 minutes at this point. And neither team is really willing to commit.
See, the thing is, usually I'd be worried and kind of like hold off on my points, but I'm kind of glad that they were willing for me to run through the DreamWorks book before this.
Yeah, we've got a fight though, finally, as Shousey, completely invincible, kicked away there by Chieftain, who, I'm going to be totally honest, has had a terrible series. Saving Shousey's life there, but it looks like it'll be enough for Ultra Prime to slowly but surely contest this one. Are they willing to pull the trigger? I'm not sure. Hacker will have to ult over the wall if he wants to try and steal this one. They need vision. It's not going to happen. They're just too afraid to pull the trigger. And Elk, the only one bold enough to step up, gets a couple of autos in, but just has to back away. Hacker will rejoin his team. At least they'll get a mid-tier 1, but TT get a Baron basically free with no contest here.
TT were sticking around like they wanted to try and engage in that. I wasn't going to be the biggest fan of, but either way, TT now with Baron should be able to reset, shove out these waves, and honestly, look to start closing out this game. There's only one outer turret remaining here for Ultra Prime. And you've got great side lane push now with both Hullbreaker and Baron for new. Like, it just feels very easy for TT to set up as a 1-4 push and just take over this game.
It's pretty good. 10-7. Well, feels like TT might be able to get away with it. Actor, they might be able to push us 3 games. God. Holding on to hope
bring
here.
out the Pixar movies.
Chelsea played it a little dangerous there, but fast and loose. But that's the Chelsea we know and love. Currently 0-5 in this game. It's not been looking too pretty from him. But there have been some moments from Ultra Prime that fill me with confidence here. Just not enough of them. Now playing the jungle. There's Puff trying to maintain control here. Featherstorm used only onto Shousey. That's a big cooldown. Elk gets caught by a charm, though. Beautifully done by Yukal. That's the pick that TT have been looking for. Southwind underneath the tower here. Yukal still 3 stacks on his ulti. Another great charm. There goes Alias. 2 more stacks for Yukal as he dives a little bit deeper. That will be the tier 2 taking in that top side for TT.
And that was all that TT needed. Now the base will be broken for Ultra Prime. And you even got that wave in the mid there too, if they ever want to try and collapse down onto it. But Brian tries to make the pick onto Puff. Can't quite get it.
I love how, if I couldn't see what was happening on the screen there, just the word "but" was way louder than everything else in the sentence. They just went back to normal talking volume. Yeah. One Nexus tower taken there in the mid lane, and TT have decided to back away from this. Or new, denied by the cannon minion. Can't take the Hex Gate as Ultra Prime race towards the Drake that is spawning in 25 seconds. Perhaps an opportunity for Ultra Prime to get some semblance of control. If they could get this Drake, they could threaten Soul in 5 minutes if they're still on the map.
Yukal is here. Chieftain spotting the Krugs. We'll have that might back up though just in time for this objective. I always feel that's a little bit risky though. Like sometimes, depending on how these kind of fights can go, oftentimes having Smite just to heal up after engagement can be kind of good. But we'll have to see if it comes into play. Ultra Prime starting it up. No real position here for TT just yet.
Yeah,
look
where is there.
is.
The Smite comes out from Hacker. That's going to be a Drake and Soul Point. Pings on towards the base from TT. Are they going to be able to make the magic happen? Recalls have to come out across the team from Ultra Prime as everybody charges on in. TT will be able to at least get an inhib tower here, potentially more. As they continue to push, they've got supers in that top lane as well. Looks like they will just back away. One more auto. There it is. Okay, Yukal finishes it off. I was a little worried that they weren't going to finish the inhib there, but now they can move towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I imagine they're just going to look for the resets, though. There's not really too much on the map for them to kind of set up here. New, probably going to just TP back in, make sure that he can push in on side lanes, and try and just spread this problem of the super creeps and make it really difficult for Ultra Prime. TT, though, just poking and prodding over the wall for the moment. I'm kind of surprised that Ultra Prime haven't been able to play at range a little bit better throughout this game. It's kind of been Hacker launched himself in a lot of situations where I think playing this a bit slow, using the rapid fire auto attacks, using the fact that you've got this Jace, but TT and Yukal specifically have been doing a pretty good job of like getting these charms to start off.
Certainly have. That's been one of the biggest things about this RE pick, not just in this series, but in general. It's the charm flash plays that we've seen. Really, really impressive stuff. Certain players. Yukal having a good fight there. Big damage onto this bot in Hip Tower as TT continue to flex the lead that they have. 9,000 gold up, and it feels like Ultra Prime, they need a miracle to win a fight at this point. They do have a 3-item Jinx, so maybe there's an opportunity if you know, there's a huge mistake that comes out from TT. doesn't feel positive for Ultra Prime. And remember, this is a team that we're talking about still potentially being able to make playoffs, right? Ultra Prime are still alive in terms of that playoffs race, but we need to see a way more convincing version of the team than this, as their Nexus is now bare. They barely even tried to defend it. Hacker goes in. Xiaoxi will fall, as does Hacker. There's a knock-up and a takedown as Cryin will be eradicated. And it's just an easy fight for TT. 17-8. And we're going to 3, Dagda.
Yeah, for TT, getting a bit of pride. Excuse me, sorry. Getting a bit of pride back in this game. Managing to take down Ultra Prime. And I think a lot of that, again, props to UCal. I think he was an absolute monster this game. And as well, Puff and Setwin being able to dictate the pace of that 2v2 in the bot lane. It all just kind of came together for TT, especially when we looked at that mid game. Ultra Prime overextending a lot to try and make these fights happen. But, I mean, TT just did a really good job of responding.
Yeah, TT managing to pull together this aggressive skirmish composition. A lot of early game power. Puff especially having a great game for himself, right? Consistently using that Featherstorm effectively to deny the assassination attempts out from Ultra Prime, and felt like there was not a lot Ultra Prime could do about it. Hacker, I don't know. Hacker had a really tough game for himself today. Game number 1 looked amazing from him. Game number 2, multiple times it felt like he was just on a totally different page to the rest of the team.
Yeah, it kind of felt like he was trying to play. I can understand in the early stages, you know, not wanting to try and catch out Chieftain, because you do end up just losing the 2v2 in a lot of scenarios if you end up getting counter-ganked by Chieftain. But it never really felt like Hacker was responding to where Chieftain was making plays on the map, not really getting vision control down. Even the early game, just the plays that he tried to make around like Puff and stuff like that when Puff was in that mid lane just didn't really come to fruition. So a little bit messy from Hacker. And it did mean that TT were able to get this early lead, and as you can see, just slowly but surely build on that.
They're actually having less damage done than Southwind in that game is not a good look. Not a good look for Hacker. Really, really rough game here for Ultra Prime, but TT doing a fantastic job to actually put pressure on there, finish things out. And, you know, I feel like they maybe could have been more aggressive in finishing that game out, but ultimately in the position that they're in the standings and with how their record has been so far, I understand playing that was safe and trying to get the win on the board. That's their 9th win of the season now, and it does mean we're going to go to 3 games, Dagda. So I have to ask you, any predictions, sir, on who takes this series? Because I feel like you might as well just roll a dice at this point.
Yeah, I got in the same boat, to be honest. I mean, the only prediction I will make is I think the Cull pickup for New is going to happen game 3 as well. It's game 1, game 2. We've seen the Cull twice. Let's see if we get it for game 3 as well. And if that's the case, that 300 gold is going to be the difference maker. That's what I think.
It certainly will. It certainly will. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll find out who takes this tantalizing matchup between TT and Ultra Prime. We'll be back in a few.
Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
Back flanked by Angle Pretzel at
And here, look at the slicing Maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming. It's all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, Top Esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
Now they want to fight with the Dragons. Old Shockwave misses, it's flashed away from, and Jackie Love sits pretty behind the counter. The rest of Top Esports serving the drinks while Jackie Love, he's making all the profit. And Top Esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 옵시가 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life if he tries to get out the safety. Devour actually going to work, but the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackie Love is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有就是碰到，也很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打得都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，就是可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke at top esports. Have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's dicey, but Jackie Love still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Matches the counter-strike. A quick QSS. Zenith actually dying though. Zenith's dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of top esports.
觉得曹博配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合得好一点吧。主要这样的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，让比赛再打得更好。
As for Weibo Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Same position to Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And Weibo Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge, but it's also a greeting between old friends. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it. I just really wanna know if you want.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa. I spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game of the day. You can see the Bund there in beautiful Shanghai. I have to say, it is a very pretty skyline, isn't it? A very pretty city.
Yeah.
Pretty city. That's a good little rhyme there. My name is Munchables. I'm freestyling on the mic, accidentally dropping the sick flow on the beat. Look, I'm a white guy. What can I say? Dagda's also with me. He's a little bit better at that stuff. Take it away, Dagda.
Yeah, Munch is pretty litty, looking like a fitty.
My God.
You know, Ultra Primer looking kind of,
Just-
could have been a little bit better for them.
Oh!
But
Good
this is
one,
where I
good
think
one.
coming into this, TT honestly did a really good job. UCal, going to be your MVP. I think UCal, the Ari, I love it. I think this Ari is going to be, as we already kind of pointed out at the start of the day, definitely rising up in priority. The Ari just does so well against the LeBlanc in that you get push. He's able to match a lot of the early pressure and that assassination pressure. And then being able to move across over into side lanes as well. And the charm was on point for UCal, setting up so many of these engagements.
Yeah. I mean, the early plays, a lot of them a little bit dicey, but managing to pull them off, right? And that's the key thing. It's not about whether or not you actually... it's not about whether or not the play is close. It's about whether or not you find the advantages off the back of the play. Puff managing to completely take over, and a lot of it was off of what UCal was able to do on this Ari to set him up. Let's get into draft number 3 here between TT and Ultra Prime. And Ultra Prime, it's still possible for them to make playoffs even with that game loss. They didn't need to win every single game. They just need to win 3 out of their 4 remaining series. This one is the easy one. This is the easiest for them to win out of their remaining series. They have to get this on the board, or I will have no faith that Ultra Prime will be able to make playoffs. The Lee Sin this time being banned away by TT. Last time they banned the Rek'Sai and picked the Lee Sin. Despite winning with that strategy, changing things up.
And I'm curious to see kind of what the plan is here now. LeBlanc going to be taken off the board as well for TT. I think Ryze may be the big pick here coming in, or you can go towards that Ari as well. I feel like, if you actually look over now, LCK, they have been going for this first pick Ari, and I'm kind of a fan. She doesn't really have any bad matchups, and as you can see, just fits so well into all sorts of compositions. You have that side lane pressure, you have like good team fighting, good pick potential, good dive potential. You can play into kite back compositions, like kind of just does it all. But Ryze also does a lot of that and is a tanky boy with his current build. So Ryze going to be coming through for TT. And Ultra Prime now, we'll have to see what they decide to go against it. We've seen Orianna and that Ari kind of rise up as big picks into it, but Jinx is that premier AD carry. And I imagine that the jungle pool will be taken here for Hacker as well.
Rise locked in. As you say, the Jinx, the long range, and the resets in the fights just make it so valuable, especially when you're Ultra Prime, and Elk is your big carry. So that's going to be locked in. Are you laughing at me, Rob? Hacker, despite game number 2, still going to go with this Hecarim. I have to say, he did not look comfortable on the Hecarim.
And he agrees.
He agrees completely, goes to the Zins out.
Yeah, and I think this is better. The big issue that you see when you have a Rise in that mid lane is that it becomes very easy to operate through that mid jungle. Like point and click CC, we've seen countless times Rises like flashing level 4 to get that CC down. And if you have a strong jungler paired alongside it, it's very simple to get these kills. Hacker, if you end up going towards the Hecarim, just opens up that window even more and causes a lot of issues for Prime. So I like taking the more proactive and kind of skirmish oriented jungler here in this Xin Zhao. Now we'll have to see though what the plan is. Do they go towards the support, or is it a case of pick up a pick for Brian, which looks like it's going to be the case, and then ban away things like the Orianna, sorry, no, actually, it's just an answer into the Rise. What am I saying? Yeah,
it is a Rise.
I went down a different rabbit hole. I'm used to junglers being locked in.
Yeah, I mean junglers do often get locked in, so I can understand why you would be used to that. Yeah, Syndra going to be locked in here against the Rise. Does a very good job. Just has kill threat in so many lanes. Right? Incredibly safe lock in there for Cryan, but does well into this Rise from UCal. The Volibear going to be banned away by Ultra Prime as we look towards those junglers. Hecarim could be another option, but Hacker does have this in Zao, so things like the Hecarim, you can punish pretty well in the early game.
What the plan is here. Lee Sin gone, you've got the Xin Zhao gone. Maybe we end up seeing something like the Diana here again for Chieftain, but again, not the biggest fan of running these kind of like double AP mid. So I feel like, yeah, the Hecarim probably the best bet. Jarvan, actually, someone that we've seen kind of teeter out of the pool, but I think would actually have been a really good pick for TT. Nice job banning that away from him.
Yeah, good stuff. The Jarvan taken off the board. And blind pick top lane is being removed. Gnar could be a good option, right? Where we've seen Gnar pretty comfortably blinded in a lot of scenarios recently. But we'll see what TT choose to ban, because you could ban a support as well, but it's actually going to be the Kennen instead. Take it away. Especially after game number 1. I can see that. I feel like there's solid logic there, because Alias did get that MVP on his Kennen.
Yeah, I think it also like really had you kind of questioning what the hell am I supposed to build, because you had that double AP solo laners and you have a late game carry, so the Jinx, so it's kind of hard to try and figure out what way you want to try and prioritize that. This I'm not so sure on. Okay, they're actually going to go for it. So I like Renata a lot into the short range composition that TT have. The only thing that I'm worried about here is that you've got the Rakan, who very easily can set up picks and plays onto the Renata, which makes it a little bit more difficult for her to try and operate just in the laning phase. So we'll have to see how it goes. Chieftain going for the counter pick of the Trundle, and now you just need a like kind of main engage tool here. So I think the Gnar going to be the best one here for new. You already kind of called for a munch, but Rakan definitely likes to be a secondary engage tool, not your primary one. So having that Gnar to kind of initialize stuff is going to be good. And then for Alias, it's just what dudes want to go for. Jace was the option last time, could potentially see come through here again.
So I'd see this Renata side of Ultra Prime. We'll see how Shousey's going to be able to deal with it. You know, Shousey, a player known for his hook champions, right? We don't get to see the final pick.
We don't deserve it.
We'll figure that one out later, I guess.
It's mystery. It's the world of mystery.
Yeah. So far, in the LPL, Renata has a 50% win rate. We've seen it twice. And we'll find out whether or not Shousey will join the good list, or whether he will be joining Jin Zhao, who was the first player to play it globally, managed to lose with the pick against EDG. That was LGD versus EDG last week. Curious how that's going to look, but I'm also curious whether the draft is going to have Renata in it. Maybe it was a misclick, because draft only usually vanishes if there's an issue.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of people hovering around UCal's seat at the moment as well, so I'm kind of curious to see what the story is, but either way, you're kind of seeing, at least if we just in theory look at TT's composition and go, hey, look, how do we see this operating? Very much a dive composition. Like, you got the Nara and the Rakan to kind of jump in there. You've got the Xayah who can follow up reasonably well, especially with the feathers, and has a lot of self-peel, which is why we see a lot of the AD carries that are paired in these compositions either have that like self-peel tool in like Zeri just being really difficult to lock down thanks to her speed up, and even being able to like hop around walls and stuff makes her quite difficult to lock down. Same with the Xayah having the ult. Or you end up seeing like the Aphelios who's just like, ha, you touch me and you die. So it's kind of two different types of heal. But I think it works very well in these sort of like short range compositions. The big issue that I see with them though is when you look towards Jinx, very easy to play a range. Renata as well, if she can bypass this laning phase, is going to be able to like turn a lot of these big engages around just with the ultimate. You don't have a massive single target damage dealer though, where you're like, oh, okay, you know, if say you've got an Aphelios or a Jinx on the enemy team that gets hit by the hostile takeover, they're going to like nearly pop or close to one-shot some of the squisher members on their team. You don't really have that. Like Xayah, with the build she goes, tends to be much more focused on feather damage. The Nara isn't going to really just do like one big burst of damage either, unless it's like a Trinity Force proc. So I think at least from that perspective, like you don't actually have a huge amount of like auto attack damage that's going to make a big difference with the hostile takeover.
I will say with the hostile takeover, I think it's a really interesting ability because I think it's very easy to just focus on the friendly fire aspect of it, and while that occasionally can be absolutely insane, right? Generally speaking, what I've seen is it's more like Nami's Wave or like Seraphine's Ult, right? Where it's much more of a disruption tool, and like if you do that against the composition, like for example, the comp we saw in game number 1 from TT, right? Where you've got an Orianna Shockwave, you've got all of these ultimates that want to combine basically. Like with the Diana, the Orianna, the Jinx Rocket. If you throw that disruption through the team while they're trying to exact a combo like that, it completely ruins everything and it can completely throw a fight. So I feel like it's one of these abilities that so far we're just beginning to scratch the surface on what this can actually be used to do and how effectively it can be used. And I'm excited to see it used more by some of the better teams in the league, especially when we get to playoffs. I feel like teams will have started to figure out how Renata works. Maybe she ends up not getting picked, right? Maybe she ends up not being strong enough to be seen regularly. But I'm excited because especially yesterday, we got to see Chris playing Renata, and it looked really good. It looked so impactful during those team fights, like the ults that came across. It wasn't necessarily that people were getting one shot, although there was some good damage came out from it. Generally speaking, it was much more about the disruption it was able to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, it can offer a lot of zone control where you have to try and run away, or can you, as you say, offer that disruption. I think as well, it's like, that's basically the style of our whole kit is, you know, hey, we're going to try and get that disruption down. Because even when you look at the ability to stop someone from dying works out incredibly well. You're able to just go, hey, look, you know, you're going to stay there. You're just going to survive. And if you've got like resets for Jinx, for Ahri, for these kind of champions that rely on them a lot, that's where it can really cause even further disruption, because that person doesn't die. Maybe you end up, because you don't get the reset, you end up dying. Then you get the opposite side. It's that person actually stays alive, no kills go across. It can end up being very messy. But we are back into our draft. Looks like that was actually supposed to be a Lulu lock-in, so we are not going to have Renata this game. Glad we spent so long talking about it.
Yeah, it was a fun conversation. I like talking to you, especially about Renata. Trundle and Na are going to be locked in to try and answer this Lulu, but the enchanters in the bottom lane. I will say Lulu with Xin Zhao, incredibly aggressive combo. You can do so much work with that kind of combo in the jungle, but also will do a lot to try and deny the all-ins from Southwind on the Rakan, right? Lulu does very well. You can pull him off the Rakan as soon as he goes in and just blow him up.
All right. It's too late because it's now locked in. I was about to say, what if this is actually just big brain? They take the Lulu for the top lane for Alias, and then it's actually going to be the Renata still coming through for Chelsea. But not going to be the case.
I don't think that would be big brain, Vector. I'm just going to throw it out.
I mean, Lulu's pretty good against the Nara. I'm just saying. But either way, you've rightly pointed out, Lulu does well against Nara with being able to shut him down. Engages. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for TT. I think for Ultra Prime as well, you've now got a really strong 1-4 where Camille can 1v1 that Gnar. And the big thing about Camille is that she bypasses a lot of the issues that you see with the Hullbreaker, because she does trio damage. So a lot of her damage isn't necessarily blocked by that Hullbreaker. So still going to have a good time against someone like the Gnar, who probably is going to go towards that. And then you've got a crazy strong 4-man unit that can just play through with Lulu, enabling the Xin Zhao, enabling Jinx, great engage both from the Xin Zhao and long range engage from mid lane from Crime with this Syndra as well.
Yeah, it feels like plenty of ways to start things up here for Ultra Prime. I'm much happier with the composition from Ultra Prime here in Game 3 comparative to Game number 2. TT, slightly less definition, I would say, in their comp comparatively to Game number 2, but you can still see the clear conditions, right? They have ways to go in. The Rise, obviously just an incredibly strong pick currently. Huge priority on that. But we need to see UCal have a similar game to what we saw in Game number 2. Managed to get the MVP on this Ahri from influencing the rest of the map. And the Rise is the perfect pick to be able to get out onto the rest of the map and have that influence, especially with such an aggressive bottom lane.
I mean, for at least for TT, I feel like you've got more ways to win. I think you've got the opportunity to go for those team fights, as you said it, but also I think you can just look for a 1-3 with UCal in the side lane, trying to play for picks with Southwind and kind of using the Realm Warp for UCal to reposition yourself. So I definitely think if TT do get off to an early lead, they can certainly make things work for themselves. And I feel like, again, it's about Chieftain and UCal trying to play through this point-and-click CC for UCal. I mean, if you can blow Cryan's flash early, there's very few places that Cryan can run to. And even if you want to play it like UCal flashes in, gets that point-and-click CC, you hold the pillar for Chieftain until Cryan flashes away, and then you just toss up the pillar and you can still chase down Cryan. So you have a ton of options for TT in how you want to approach this mid lane play.
Yeah, you certainly do. But so does Ultra Prime in terms of the 2v2, right? Like, that is an insanely aggressive 2v2 with the Xin Zhao and the Syndra. I feel like if TT aren't careful, they could get caught out. Hacker has shown that he's been more than mirroring each other to start with, right? Beginning with their red buffs, doing it solo as well. And I don't think either team managed to get deep vision to start us off. So neither team will have full information. I'm keeping my eyes on Hacker, though, who could move down towards this bottom side and try and shut down Puff before he can get rolling like he did in game number 2.
I feel like for Hacker, it's going to be a case of like full clearing down towards the bot side. I imagine we'll actually see Chieftain go for a bit of a boomerang here, where you start red, hit your 2 solo camps on the top side, and then work your way back in towards Wolves. But I'm curious to see if it means that he ends up catching up with Hacker as Hacker tries to go into the bot side. Because Chieftain definitely, if you end up counter ganking Hacker in the early stages, it can be disastrous for the Xin Zhao. Just because you go in one direction, like the Audacious Charge sets you in. If you then have a pillar to separate the team, suddenly you're on your own in no man's land.
There is no Audacious Retreat, only Audacious Charge. This guy only goes in one direction. But Chieftain actually looking towards the mid lane, instead trying to focus onto Cryan. Frozen Domain will help him close the gap, but actually just going to help clear that wave. And Cryan gives him a cheeky little Q for his trouble, but won't be able to do all too much about the situation. And Hacker will take this moment to go for an invade himself. Both junglers with Smite available. Who gets the chicken? Chieftain is the answer. And Hacker just has to retreat with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to UCal there. I mean, taking a ton of damage, it feels like, to try and position himself against Cryan, and meant that although TT tried to set up some sort of gank in the mid lane, Cryan had already just put too much damage onto UCal and dissuade them. So nice job from the Ultra Prime mid laner to try and shut that down. And even if Hacker isn't able to get the play into the enemy jungle, it still just sends Chieftain off on his merry way. So again, you get Hacker with control over this bot side. He's going to clear his camps and look for the reset. So overall, just Ultra Prime, at least at the moment, kind of playing well against what TT are trying to do.
Nicely done here as Cryan continues to get these good trades onto UCal. Will be pushed underneath this turret, and this is the power of the Rise, right? This is why you pick that Rise. You have priority in so many lanes. You're so good at just shoving that wave under. You build pretty much exclusively mana as well, so quite often you can just sit in the lane for hours at a time. Chieftain moving in, though, had that Scuttle Crab, trying to get some deep vision as well, as he will drop a ward onto those Krugs and immediately will spot Hacker as he starts this one off.
will cancel his recall. Here we go, Dagda. The smite just out of range. And Hacker gets the Krug, gets level 4, and suddenly Chieftain, this doesn't look as good as it once did. The flash forced. But he might not be able to escape on this one. But Cryan, you're in a 2v1. He's gone way too deep for the play. Xiaoxi is here, though. Try and save this one. The shield comes on through. Chieftain escapes with the frozen domain, or does he? Good little sidestep on the stun. Alias trying to slow him. Does get the sweep on in. And Chieftain will fall for first blood.
Oh, it's a disaster from Chieftain. Thought, as you said, could move around, get the smite, stop the level 4 being hit from Hacker and look for the play, but not able to do so. And it means he's just caught out completely overextended. Good run from Xiaoxi as well. The Guardian and his own shield being able to give a little bit more of that health bar to Cryan, crucially, but doesn't mean Elk being zoned away from the spot lane tower. Ucal also here to support. This is now a big loss for Elk in this bot lane.
Yeah, this has been the story of the... Oh my days, the all-in onto Xiaoxi. Elk, he's not just going to lose CS, he might lose his life on this one. Feathers underneath his feet right now, needs to be careful. Southwind tanking the tower, will tank one more shot, but that is plenty. Puff with another kill. We said Hacker wanted to shut him down. The total opposite is happening in this bottom side.
And that's just really smart play from Ucal. Essentially baiting Ultra Prime into thinking, oh, we'd reset. Like, you look at his mana, you look at the position that it just happened in. Like, you had a really strong argument to say, look, Ucal had reset. There's no reason for me to go for, or to be worried about this bot lane. But he just sits there, waits for Xiaoxi to come back, and we're able to make the play. So, nice job from the TT mid laner. And honestly, I mean, much better than we've seen from Ucal in Game 1. His Game 2 and Game 3 have been really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this feels very coordinated up on the top side. It felt like a coordinated dive in the bottom side as well. Like, honestly, that's the big thing that TT actually do well, right? Consistently diving this bottom lane and finding an advantage for Puff, which kind of is Ultra Prime's worst nightmare. That's the lane they usually win through. That's the lane they usually get an advantage through. And consistently, we're seeing Puff and Southwind come ahead.
And that's where you can see that massive gold lead now. Puff sitting about 700 gold ahead of his counterpart. It's going to make it very easy for them to try and power through this bot side, although Hacker is here.
He is. Too big. Just going to be shadowing this. See, I was telling you about this the other game, that shadowing. I feel like you already knew what shadowing was, didn't you? There's a flash forward from Southwind and a route onto Elk as well. Great cleanse, but oh, the flame jumpers! And a Guardian on top. Elk, by the skin of his teeth, lives.
Still, though, this means the TT can push in this wave, make sure that Elk is losing out on even more gold. They may not get the turret play for themselves, but this is another loss now for Elk. Just Southwind on this Rakan has been so good in setting up TT for success.
Really has. Southwind just going to get a little tag down before he commits to the recall alongside Puff. Just the power of the Zyrakan. Right. Slightly wide on the scat of the week. It means Ucal can just stick around in this lane and just continue to shove on in. And this doesn't get much easier when you're low on mana here for Cryan. He won't be able to contest the wave anymore. Ucal can happily just slam that mana in. Then again, bit of damage out from Cryan. He is out of mana though. Does not have the damage, and Chieftain just batters him with the club and sends Cryan home.
The Chieftain just trying to see if he can get some priority here in this mid lane. If he could burn a flash on Cryan, that would work wonders for the Rift Tower, which is kind of the next spot where TT want to try and use the advantages they have. Xiaoxi zooming his way onto Puff, but at the moment what I'd like to see TT do is try and push in this bot lane, see if they can then move that bot lane up towards the Rift Tower and look for a fight, but they kind of need to do it off this last reset. I was busy looking at mid lane, so didn't quite see where Puff and had kind of set themselves up, but now that they're in bot side and Ucal hasn't reset either, I mean, you can see Ultra Prime, they're just going to take Rift Herald. I mean, this should have been a TT objective through and through. They have pressure bot, mid, and in top.
Yeah, this one is going to go the way of Ultra Prime, despite TT having control. Despite TT being almost 1,000 gold up before that Herald. Now be an advantage for Ultra Prime, but they will be able to trade it at least for some gold in this bottom side. Once again, it's Puff sweeping that up. It feels like Puff, especially on this Xayah pick, is becoming a significant focus for the side of TT. So they will find a third play of the game already. Whereas on the other side, you know, Elk, not a singular play. So the Herald is nice, but it It feels like that Herald is going to be trying to recoup the damage that's been done as opposed to finding an advantage for Ultra.
Yeah, so, I mean, Ultra Prime should have had a bigger win off that play. I don't know why Elk and Shousey started to roam the full way up to commit to the Rift Tower. They spotted UCal, low health, low mana, in River. They could have just reset and gone back towards the bot lane and, you know, let Alias and Hacker cover that on top side, have Cryin lean bot, and then you're kind of covering all the bases where TT can try and trade. But because they end up giving Puff more control again over this bot side, it doesn't quite work out as big of a win, and Chieftain is going to smite away this crab as kind of
very cheeky. Very cheeky indeed. I want to point out a statistic here, Dagda, that I think will lend a little credence to what we're talking about across the course of this game. And that's that when you look at the statistics for both of these AD carries in the league, like, obviously, they're not going to be topping many categories. Like, generally speaking, if you're not in one of the top teams, you're going to struggle, especially as an AD carry, to find good statistics. The one thing that Puff is topping the table is ADC jungle proximity. He is second in the league for jungle proximity because Chieftain loves to try and get involved on that bottom side of the map. And we keep on seeing this because TT set up these kind of, not even necessarily dives, just playing around that bottom lane tower, going behind it, denying the enemy ADs.
And I mean, at the moment, it's been working relatively well, although Puff and Southwind this game have kind of been working through their own advantages, particularly Southwind kind of setting those up. I agree. I think it's been pretty set, like, stock standard for TT as new.
Alias getting ulted up in the top side. We'll be able to hookshot away. In the meantime, UCal gets his realm warp denied, but Hacker in a 2v1 forces a flash out from UCal. Hacker going full Chad mode. 2v1 from the jungle, finds a knockup, finds a bit more damage. Can't finish either of those solo laners off. He can open up an opportunity to use the Herald in the top side. In the meantime, there's that proximity we've been talking about so much. Shousey gets knocked up, but actually the tower damage too much, and TT back away.
Also, with Cryin TPing in, they're able to force them back. So now that play on the bot side shut down from TT, you have the Rift Herald in this top side, and even though Elk has been set really far behind, you still have Alias as this major win condition if you can get to the late game. Side lane pressure, the ability to dive new will be there when he's in his mini R4, so you still have to be quite careful here as TT, especially when they're not quite able to get the coordination that they want to on the top side play and also on that bot lane play.
Yeah, that is some Ultra Prime macro coming out right there. Is getting pretty low against the Drake, but we'll be able to finish it off. That's one apiece across the board, as he knew Hacker had just been up in the top side, had to reset. He would be able to take that one. So, really nicely done by Ultra Prime to answer the pressure from TT in that bottom side with the TP. Try and deny that advantage and find themselves a way to win this game. And now, Alias, a lot of this will be up to you. A huge amount of gold injected into that top lane. You can see he's 800 gold up individually right now. And an even bigger lead for Hacker in the jungle, 1,200. So it feels like this top half of the map has to carry for the side of Ultra Prime. So when you look at the AD carries, it is very one-sided in favor of Puff.
Yeah, and that's why I think Ultra Prime kind of continuing to play through rallies is going to be their best bet. 14 minutes is going to be coming up fairly soon, and I'd love to see even just, you know, some deep wards in behind TT's bot lane here. You've got a little bit of time here where Alias will have his own TP up, but you won't have that same on the opposite side for new. So I think this is maybe where they could try and make some TP plays or just go for the play.
Just go for an all-in fight in the jungle. This is 3 versus 4 though, and Ultra Prime seem to be winning it somehow. I'm kind of confused, but Puff is in trouble and will just get taken down. Chieftain flashes over the wall. The Crooks might finish him, or a rocket across the map as Elk goes old school on him. 2 kills for Ultra Prime and a confident play.
And this is an Ultra Prime example of how you play around where your strong part of the map is. You have Alias, who is incredibly fed. It just completed that Divine Sunder, so giving up some of the resources and advantages that he has in the top lane to bring him down to cover for the weak part of the map for Ultra Prime. Really good play from Ultra Prime to get some kills back in their favor, shut down TT, but also just buying some space from Elk to farm efficiently, get that turret play for themselves. Like, you'll see it here, right? Like, this is all about the damage that Hacker and that Alias are able to bring to this fight. Puff completely separated. Hacker is just playing so well on the edge of this Crescent Guard as well to avoid all the damage from Yukal and Setwind. Then Elk, this is the gold that he needed back in his pocket. Good flash from Setwind because that was very close to a double kill.
Yeah, that would have been devastating. Imagine if Elk gets 2 kills off the back of that fight. He'd have his tier 2 boots by now. And would be absolutely terrifying. And the thing is, we keep on talking about this Xayah, this lethality build, how it's not going to do so hot later on into the game unless you can snowball. Well, Jinx can be the answer. If you can find gold onto Elk, if you can get him to be relatively even in gold to this lethality Xayah, you'll be able to have more of an impact later on into the game. So good things happening for Ultra Prime this time around. Almost 1,000 gold lead in their favor right now. And that's bad news for TT. When we think about how the last game went, they had much more control for a much longer time to be able to get that win.
And Ultra Prime establishing more vision on this top side. They're ready for the Rift Herald. And honestly, I don't think TT can try and take this fight. Alias is on the bot side though, which may give them just the numbers advantage with New being here. And Ultra Prime kind of realizing that will back away. So TT just muscling their way in with the numbers.
Herald will be started up by TT, and Ultra Prime do want to contest. Alias a long way away, but he's making his journey, making a pilgrimage all the way across the map. Herald will just be finished off. Hacker goes in to steal it, uses the ulti to try and keep himself safe. Gore Drinker keeps him alive, answers with his life though, and now a Realm Warp. Can TT find more? New in the fray, but Scatter of the Week is beautiful from Cryan, and New's the one to go down instead. Elk now getting resets, trying to get the damage across, but is an early game Jinx. Still not massive damage, but with Cryan there as well, Chieftain looks to fall. Rocket available for Elk if he wants to pull the trigger, but Alias gets the slow. They don't need the rocket. Oh, I guess they did need the rocket. It's just a little late. Look, ultimately, Ultra Prime get the fight.
It's just a celebration. Fireworks for an Ultra Prime win. That's all that Elk was going for. Nice job, though. Again, from Ultra Prime, Ali is eventually able to make it up, and you can turn that fight. And that was my biggest worry for TT if they end up in the 5v5. It feels like Ultra Prime have got a really good setup here with Ali is able to dive, Hacker providing front line, and Shousey just buffing up whichever of those two is needed. And Cryan doing a ton of damage from this back line with Elk now having this Kraken Slayer too. Now with Dragon in 20 seconds, it feels like we just end up with round 2. And with a lot of those ultimates still on cooldown for Ultra Prime and also for TT, but at least up a little bit faster for TT.
Trying to muscle their way into the river. Drake up in 5 seconds time. It'll be second for either team, but it feels like Dagda, this game is starting to speed up. Both teams want to force the issue. They want to find advantages for themselves. Ultra Prime using the Herald in that mid lane just to get priority. It will finish the tier 1 as well. Hacker gets rooted up by the Rune Prison as the Herald will get its charge, will finish the tower, and will buy space for Ultra Prime to move on to this Drake. TT positioning to try and contest. It's going to be a struggle for them. New about to turn Mega Knight.
Not a huge amount of engage tools for TT though. Front to back favors Ultra Prime.
Prime will just get the Drake. Relatively uncontested. I mean, TT showed up. They just didn't actually contest the situation, and means Ultra Prime now get themselves a Drake and might look for a team fight on top of it as well. Hacker going in here, uses that Crescent Guard. Quickness across the entire team from Southwind with a Mega Nata follow. That was gorgeous from Southwind. The flash away from Shousey keeps himself alive. Alias goes down. And Ultra Prime destroyed by the Rakan player. Southwind setting up TT perfection.
And Ultra Prime were trying to just bully their way through. They're like, look, we want to try and protect mid as Hacker finds Yukal, sacrificing his life for his teammate to get out. But Ultra Prime were just like, hey, look, we can see this mid wave. TT are just trying to force us to take the long way home so they can collapse onto mid tower. And Ultra Prime just think, look, maybe we can just force our way through as that will be blocked. And they're not able to. TT with Southwind do a wonderful job of shutting down that whole plane. We get to see in the replay here, just Southwind hiding outside of vision this whole time. And it's Shousey, Elk, and Cryan all linked up together. And that flash from Southwind was beautiful. Like, gets Alias and Cryan with the initial flash and then has the follow-up on towards the rest of the back line. So 4 people charmed up by that quickness, and TT just run them over in that moment.
Absolutely. Just there from Southwind. single-handedly winning the fight. A good follow-up from Nu as well with the Mega Gnar. Obviously, Puff playing Xayah, you shred through multiple targets. So, like, it's the perfect fight to be playing a champion like Xayah there. Really, really nicely done by TT. And it means we're in a bit of a closer game than it felt like. It felt like Ultra Prime were just starting to run away with things. With that fight now, TT, sure they lost the Drake, but they've closed that gold gap. We're almost even.
And again, if TT can just find those moments, that's exactly the play. Setwin trying to see if he can do just that here.
Oh, Alias gets on out, though. Southwind with the quickness will be able to get a knock-up, but there's no follow-up, or it's their Realm Warp. Forces a flash out from Alias, but that is Realm Warp and TP used by UCal. The Mega Gnar, the quickness, everything being used to try and make the play, and Alias survived. Now, Ultra Prime can try and answer elsewhere on the map. Looks like they won't be able to be too aggressive. Knowers and engage out from Alias, trying to get a bit of revenge on Southwind, but won't find his target.
We're basically trading side lanes here for both teams. Nu shoving in bot side, Pryan pushing in top. Build managed to steal away a lot of the TT jungle, though, in favor of Ultra Prime. So, honestly, even though it looks a little bit funky, you called it. Summoner spell usage, gold advantage, all going over towards Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good for Ultra Prime here. Not on the play just yet, especially with the way Southwind is playing this Xayah Rakan.
Oh, no.
I wish TT had discovered this combo earlier on in the split, honestly. Because it feels like this is a different TT when they're playing Xayah Rakan. It feels like they have so much more agency and so much more ability to make things happen on the map here. As everybody shows up in the mid lane, it's only Alias elsewhere on the map. Got a bit of an ARAB. And hilariously, the team with only 4 players in the mid lane is trying to start a fight.
Gotta have to make it happen, though. Ali is still split pushing away on the spot side. Again, like, this is a much slower paced mid game than we've kind of seen in any of our other ones. It looked like the pace is going to keep up, but at least now with a minute until the Dragon, Ultra Prime's still pushing in towards this mid lane. We've got Phantom Dancer completed for Elk as well, so he's actually going the full kind of, hey, look, I'm going to be totally fine to just get multiple auto attacks off in this fight. The move speed is more important for me in this fight than, say, like, the range from Rapid Fire Cannon. I actually might have an argument, though, for saying that Runaan's Hurricane probably more valuable in this situation, just because you more than likely are hitting onto multiple people, and being able to spread that Kraken Slayer would be super nice. But either way, I prefer this build than going for the Rapid Fire Cannon in this situation for Elk. I just don't think you get the value out of the Rapid Fire, and unless you are really utilizing those long-range auto attacks, just the gold efficiency of that item is not great.
Taking a bit of a hit there from Elk. The rest of TT stacking on up to try and get involved in the play. 20 seconds on the Draco. Once again, the fight for mid-prio is the big battle. Side lanes have been basically ignored all game so far by both teams, with Alias occasionally showing up in one of them. But Drake up in 8 seconds. Ultra Prime, if they can get it, it'd be Ocean Soul Point. Definitely very valuable for them. Just surviving. Southwind trying to make a play here, trying to go into the backline. Elk the target, but he just goes down. There's no follow-up, doesn't manage to make it happen, and Alias in, but the Realm Warp denies it. He tried to stop the Realm Warp happening. He tried to CC UCal. Couldn't make it happen.
Just not quite able to get there. Bit unfortunate, but nice job from Ultra Prime. And honestly, shout out to Hacker in that situation. Disrupted Southwind with the quickness engage by knocking him away. Hacker hadn't challenged Southwind, so the Crescent Guard actually disrupting that nice play from Southwind. And now Ultra Prime get their 3rd Dragon of the game. Team fight win for them as well. And you can already see pings going on towards Baron. They want to make sure that TT aren't trying to do any funny business in that area, but also just to establish some vision control over that big objective.
Stuff and 3 Drakes now. It feels like Ultra Prime slowly but surely are finding the advantages, right? It feels like they're just mildly ahead, but it's been like 55-45 the entire game, right? TT have never been out of the running. They're just a tiny bit shy of what Ultra Prime bring to the table today.
And I mean, look, at least for TT, we're starting to see where this team could land. And I think for the kind of the standout player, I know the Puff is doing really well, but honestly, it's been UCal and Southwind all this series for me. Southwind has had some wonderful engages. UCal as well has been trying his damnedest to influence the map from this mid lane. The Ari game in particular, it's just Ultra Prime just being better coordinated when it comes towards these fights and engagements.
That's not a good recall spot. Southwind will be able to get out with his life at very least. But very close to getting caught on up. Kind of feels strange to see Southwind using an IG recall on Bowland's skin after being an IG support himself for so long. It's, I don't know, weirdly poetic to see him using that one as he plays the Rakan himself. But Baron on the cards here. Elias trying to pressure on the bottom side. Cryan moving over as well. Both of these Ultra Prime solo laners have their TPs available. So Baron isn't a huge concern for them. TT wouldn't be able to commit to the play.
Just going back to Setwind, I know it's horrible to say, but it nearly feels like he kind of just needs to leave. Setwind is such a, like, actually could be a really, really solid support. And I know that there's the existing love story between Puff and Setwind, but Alias?
Oh, good little interrupt there from Nu. The Everfrost dodged by Alias. Hookshot wall dive should be available shortly. There's a Realm Warp. This play multiple times now happening on the bottom side from the TT solo laners. Can it answer in anything else on the map? Ultra Prime trying to get the Baron, but they're forced to recall both TPs. In fact, no, just one TP used by TT. Cryan had to use his as well. Now another TP being channeled as TT try and brute force the play. Hacker the target. He uses the Crescent Guard. He'll keep himself safe for a moment, but very long. TT, if they can find more here, they'd find a Baron for themselves, but already with the enemy jungler down, they can maybe just force the issue.
Yeah, no, jungle, 10 seconds of Alias is up, and they can just shred this thing. So now, Cryan, Elk, how much can you do? You've got the long range. Can you use it?
Right, see, TT, 5k on the Baron. TP coming through from Alias to join the fray once more, trying to protect their teammates. There's Cryan CC forever, but it doesn't matter because Elk is free firing the whole time. Puff has a lot of feathers down. Ultra Prime playing to the bottom of the river so the feathers don't hit. Nicely dodged there. Southwind trying to get in. Health bars are so low. Elk doesn't have his rocket though, and Alias just takes a chunk of damage. But TT forced away, and Ultra Prime now set their sights on the Baron.
It's the Uno reverse card. Now they have the jungler that can try and get into the pit, and it's TT who have to try and get in. Cryan playing keep away. He knows how low the health bars are for TT, and with Hacker here, it looks like Ultra Prime have actually forced TT back.
Certainly have, and Ultra Prime have grabbed themselves the Baron. I did not think Ultra Prime would come out on top of that trade after how it all started out with a pick onto Alias on the bottom side of the map. The last 2 minutes have been turbulent, but it's Ultra Prime that come out on top.
And a huge amount of that is thanks to the way Cryan and Elk played that. Cryan playing far up, getting some good stuns, and even though UCal does lock Cryan up here, you'll see it just here, the point-and-click CC comes through, but there's just no follow-up. Puff way too far away. Southwind was trying to keep Chieftain safe in the pit with these shields, so it ends up just being no damage for Cryan, and Elk again, so much damage coming off in this fight, but we're back into it. And we're back out of it.
Yeah, they're posturing. Dragon's coming up in 35 seconds, Dagda. Talk me through what has to happen for either of these teams. How does this happen for TT? How do they keep themselves in the game?
We already saw the example with Nu and Southwind going for that big engage. That needs to happen again for TT. For Ultra Prime, it's about trying to find the poke with Cryan, where you can just slowly but surely work your way through with the long range of Cryan and Elk. And as long as Elk is untouched, this 3-item Jinx will carry this fight.
Prime, they actually could just run down mid lane if they really wanted, but Alias is going to engage from the side. He's taking so much damage, but had a stopwatch and a Hacker. Joins him in the fray. Beautifully done by Ultra Prime as they look for more. Puff is taken down. UCal denied his French exit from the play, and Nu will fall as well. It's a beautiful fight from Ultra Prime. It'll be Soul as well, and it might just be everything as Ultra Prime. They knew they needed this win to keep themselves in playoffs, and they might just have found it, Dagda.
Just a gorgeous timing window from Ultra Prime. Nu not having his Narbar up and available, so Ultra Prime find that moment to engage. They collect themselves onto Puff, and Ultra Prime looking to close this one out.
Looking to, can they do it though? 10 seconds on the death timer. Southwind has been found under the tower, and Elk has crazy damage with the lethal tempo stacked on up. Chieftain falls as well, a double kill for Elk, and that will be game. The answer is yes.
They can finish things off, and Elk wants a little bit more as he goes on to UCal and just churns through the health bars. Elk going Super Saiyan at the end of this game as the Nexus will fall and Ultra Prime keep the playoff stream alive.
All about padding that KDA at the end for Elk, but for Ultra Prime, that's a big win for them, setting themselves up to see if they can continue that playoff dream. TT sadly has gone out the window with the loss here today. Even in just one game loss was enough for them to drop out. But for Ultra Prime, if they really do want to try and contest for this top spot, this needs to be far, far cleaner. I mean, game 2, very messy. Engagement's not the cleanest. And even coming into game 3, there was some hiccups along the way. So I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this with doubt when they look towards playoff contention here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime, still a long way to go, you know? This is just the beginning of the journey for them if they want to make it to playoffs. They have had a rough split, and they certainly still have a difficult schedule ahead of them. Like, this is not going to be an easy journey. They still have to face RA, BLG, and RNG, and they need to win 2 of those series. But at least a win today is the first step on that road. It's the first step towards that potential scenario. It's still a tough one, but at least they get this one. TT, on the other hand, today was their last day of playoff contention. They are now out of the running, which is a bit of a heartbreaker for them. But at the same time, I think from very early on in the split, it has been clear that TT were not going to make it to the playoff stage. So I don't think today has been an eye-opening experience for the team, you know? I feel like they knew this was coming.
Yeah, I agree. And just to kind of hammer home the Ultra Prime point, the reason why I'm not fully convinced by this team is, like, when you look at the bottom 3 teams that they have faced in the LPL, WE, TT, LGD, all those series have been close-fought battles that have gone to 2-1. Like, it hasn't been a convincing win for Ultra Prime, and TT pushing them here again today. And when they, as you say, have to go up against RNG, BLG, teams of this caliber, it ain't going to look so pretty, I feel like, for them coming into that. Even Rare Adam as well, probably going to give them a pretty good run for the money. So I think at least for Ultra Prime, definitely the win is going to be a pretty good mark on their book. Still keeps them in that playoff spot. But when you're looking to see, hey, can they make it a confident victory? Can they prove that they belong, above OMG, FPX, Rare Atom? That wasn't what I saw here today.
Yeah, no. Even Anyone's Legend. I actually think Anyone's Legend is a team that nobody's talking about right now that actually have a reasonable chance of making it. I mean, look they have to face against V5 at top esports, but, miracles can happen.
Nope.
They just need 2 wins.
You've ruined it. Nobody was talking about it for a reason. We just didn't want to mention it. It's like, you've just jinxed it now. That's why no one was talking about the Panda Warriors. We even had a code word, Panda Warriors. Just like we can't mention it.
I didn't jinx anything. Like, this team is in 12th place for a reason. They lost to TT earlier on in the split. We just witnessed TT. This is a team that lost to them, okay? I'm just saying they showed potential, okay?
All right.
Yeah. Either way, the fight for 10th is on right now. And it's crazy to think that, in that conversation, we've got, like, Rare Atom, OMG, FPX pretty much are the contenders, right? But when you look just above that in the standings are teams like BLG and LNG. Like, the fact that playoffs is so stacked that LNG and BLG are in 7th and 8th right now, and honestly, that feels like a pretty appropriate spot for them to be, is kind of mind-blowing. We're going to have, our top 8 is completely insane, and then our 9 and 10 are like potential contenders that are looking for an upset. And with the form that LNG and BLG have shown recently, it's possible to find that upset as well. So I'm super excited with the way that playoffs is looking like it will pan out. It's not locked in stone just yet. We do still have, a week and a half, 2 weeks of gameplay remaining, but definitely exciting times in the LPL. I was saying to you before the broadcast today, LPL, this split feels vintage, right? We have so much insane talent at the top. We have so many veterans that are back on form again as well. That's the really exciting thing. Like, Uzi keeps on coming back in. We've had a rookie who's just popping off on another level. Our support pool, we have 3 complete veterans in Crisp, Mako, and Ming that are like 3 of the best supports in the world, all playing insanely well after 5+ years of gameplay in the LPL, it's kind of mind-blowing the tenure that some of these players have had, and yet are still performing all these years later.
It also feels like because there's so many squishy health bars, it's all about the outplay. Like if you can outplay someone, you can take that fight. You can take the win, and it's just so much fun to watch. But yeah, we'll have to see how it all pans out. I mean, battle for the top, battle for playoffs, still very much underway.
Yeah, we're going to pass it over to Christina, though, who's standing by with an interview with Hacker from Ultra Prime. So, Christina, take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Hiker, the jungler for Ultra Prime. Congratulations on your win. Firstly, I want to touch on the game 1. How did you manage to get a perfect Dragon Temple in game 1? 让我们恭喜 UP 拿下比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是打野选手 Hiker 来到赛后采访。首先想要问到的是，今天在第一局你是如何掌握了一个非常完美的控龙节奏的呢？
就当前版本是主要是以打下路为主嘛，然后像第一条龙刷新时间是在4-5分钟左右嘛，就是如果你下路能避得出来，能拿到线权的话，其实第一条龙还是很好吃到的。
I do think that the current patch really plays around the bot lane. If your bot lane can get a little bit advantage around the bot lane, and maybe you can secure the first dragon at 4 or 5 minutes. So next question, I want to touch on the Elder Dragon team fight because no jungler is alive at that time. I mean, you and the chieftain were died at the time. How did you guys manage to communicate it to win that Elder Dragon team fight? 接下来想要问一下，在第一局远古龙魂团战的时候，当时双方的打野都是阵亡了，那你们队伍是如何沟通拉扯，然后获得了那一波远古龙团的胜利呢？
就当时我们双 C 的装备比较好嘛，然后就跟 AD 说，你可以先打远古龙，然后把对面的位置逼过来一点，然后就尽量不要去打得太低，把远古龙的血量，然后等我复活了出来。而且当时我是比对面打野先出来的嘛，就跟他们说可以等我过来，然后把龙打。
At that time, our AP carry and AD carry have a better items build, and I told to my AD carry, don't focus on our enemy opponent and don't let the Elder Dragon in low health, just to force their position and waiting for a recall from our base. In that case, we can to kite really well and win that Elder Dragon team fight. I'm also curious about what kind of feedback or preparation did you guys make after losing game 2, and what is your focus in game 3? 接下来想要问一下，今天在第2局失利之后，你们在哪些方面做了调整？然后你们第3局的一个重点是什么呢？
就当时第2局感觉 BP 上面出了一点小问题吧，本来他们搬了挖掘机，我们知道对面可能要抢盲僧了，但是就队伍有沟通说盲僧这个点其实感觉就还好，但是其实好像对面那个盲僧玩的挺厉害的，然后我们前面节奏没对面好，对。
Actually, we didn't get a better tempo in game 2, and in the ban pick phase, maybe we made a little mistakes. And after they banned Rek'Sai, we have predicted that they will to pick the Lee Sin. But at the time, we talked about to each other, Lee Sin doesn't matter. But the chieftain really did a great job in Lee Sin and game 2, so we just made a lot of change on the ban pick strategies. In that case, we can win the game 3. So my final question is about your team condition. What progress did you make, and which aspect need to improve in a later stage to get a better result in this split? 接下来最后一个问题想要问到的是有关于队伍的状态嘛？那么我们也知道 TT 一直在积极寻找自己的打法风格，你觉得目前队伍获得了哪些进步？然后需要在哪些方面上还需要有提升呢？
我们队伍的话，其实大部分情况中前期还是打得挺好的，就需要注重的就是野辅联动做视野方面吧，还有中野，像比如说中野往上靠啊，还有往下靠给队伍的沟通啊这些，对。
Actually, we did a decent job in the very early to mid game, but we need to improve our jungle support synergy or the mid jungle synergy to help our teammates to get a better performance in game. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢 Hiker 选手接受我们的赛后采访。拜拜 ，Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina and Hacker, for the interview. Needing to improve their synergy, and I think that's a fair point to bring up. But I will say that has been one of the positives I've had about Ultra Prime is when playing around that bottom lane quite often, Synergy feels pretty good. And Cryan actually going to get the MVP off the back of that game as well for that influence that he was able to have around the map, being able to... honestly, I feel like Cryan has had a few decent games across the course of this split. Like, we're not just seeing the Twisted Fate Cryan anymore. He's starting to bring some carries out.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the point that a lot of people made, though, when they saw Ultra Prime, was that, like, Cryan on RNG, you're kind of being held to a very different standard. Cryan on Ultra Prime definitely feels like he can kind of be a standout player, and it is what we're seeing. Cryan now stepping into the shoes of, like, things like the Syndra, where he can try and play through lane, but also, I think, have a really big impact in these team fights. Like, you'd oftentimes see that it was his stuns, or at least him kind of being able to play far forward and having that confidence to play forward that really set up Ultra Prime for a lot here. And in particular, Elk kind of benefiting from having this Syndra by his side to kind of set up the play so that then Elk could knock him down.
Yeah, really great stuff. And this is one of the things about the Syndra pick that's always kind of overlooked, is the scat of the week. Often more important than the actual ultimate itself. It's such a crucial ability for making these fights happen. And you can see Cryan consistently finding multi-man stuns across the course of these fights, consistently finding the damage and finishing these kills off.
Yeah, and it was a really nice setup for Ultra Prime again, trying to play through these like team fights. It worked out super well for them. Unfortunately for TT, not quite able to muster the same kind of gumption that they had in game number 2. So at least for Ultra Prime, they will take one more win. They will keep their journey towards a hopeful playoffs alive. But again, need to see major improvements for them. And again, you can hear it in that interview saying that they need to improve the synergy. We kind of called it out during the game as well. Like, that seems to be where the majority of their issues come from, and that will take a bit of time. So maybe not before playoffs, but we'll have to see what they can manage.
We will have to see, but the next thing that we're going to see today, Doctor, is a break and then RNG versus LGD. Again, a crucial series for RNG when it comes to the race for playoffs, but LGD not out of the playoffs race themselves just yet. It's still possible. It's still it's a toughie, but it's possible. We'll have to see if they can pull something together after the break.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后我们拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大龙升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 와프 빼고 호자.
Is around the base, it's the base. Yeah, Control Ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there, but Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available, but Griffin, can they actually make this happen? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What? Throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就是他说就是很沙发也有，然后他说很神的法的也有，就是这种盲僧什么莫言闪。 都很有，然后沙发的差不多都是这种，就是王皇日EQ 闪控或者什么周通一闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。
升降级呗，打那个发条打新的。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到输0吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
S 几来着 ？S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我，我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个泥王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是，我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对，就是可能红 buff 拍了1DG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's Sheldon. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩蓝仗，应该一个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方 pass 那把 LG 就操作了一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignite. What a big ballsy play!
I think was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna die.
正常操作就打 RNG， 他那个阿卡丽把那个加掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Cream.
去年打 RNG 那把奇亚娜吧。
It's on Cream, but Kiana in a dragon fight, you can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧？没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。
令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后，就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
就可能好像之前打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人家脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的我那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就守下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him! Forget the Nexus! Forget the Nexus lyric! Angel needs to kill him. He goes into GA. Nexus exposed. The Shy taking down Beauville. Finally, are we there? We're there!
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams, so just fire facing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into?
奥迪这个英雄看队友和阵容问题吧，我觉得比较关键，因为他打什么都可以打。RNG 的中端小伙，我觉得他一直都比较厉害吧，所以打这些比较厉害的会学习到很多东西。
I love that little insight from Jay there. I love him saying, like, look, I get to face against Xiaohu. I'm going to learn so much today. And it kind of sheds a little bit of a light on, you know, players like Jay on a team like LGD don't get to scrim against teams like RNG. This is a valuable matchup for him as an individual, not just as a part of LGD, but individually as a player. This is an exciting game for him. I love seeing those little insights from our players. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as we head into our second series of the day. It's RNG versus LGD. And let's just get into it straight off the bat, Dagda, because we're in spring and Xiaohu is the emperor of spring. We are in his domain. And Weibo and EDG recently just getting demolished by RNG. It feels like this team is back in full force once more.
And it really does feel like the entirety of RNG's playstyle is dictated by the champion the Xiaohu's on. Like when he was back on the Quirky and that kind of stuff, it'd be a very slow-paced RNG. Would only really contest for some objectives. We didn't really get to see them kind of do very much. Now that we're in that proactive mid lane meta, we're seeing this guy pop the hell off. He is roaming all over the place. He's getting massive impacts in these early stages and then lending that into the team fights as well. And RNG once more, despite Xiaohu swapping from mid to top and back to mid, are still able to rally so well around this map.
Certainly are. Ming as well has been having an insane split so far. He's had so many great games, but I mean, Xiaohu, feels like every single team fight we see a crazy highlight, especially this Vex has looked so insane. Like finding this kill onto Viper here, the damage is just insane. But the follow-up, the Shadow Surges time and time again across these fights was just beautiful to witness. Like that entire series, honestly, if you didn't see it live, go back and watch it. RNG EDG, it always delivers, and it absolutely did the other day. But one of the most important things that we need to talk about with RNG is not just the team fighting, not just Xiaohu being a good player, but the way that this team operates on the map. They are map maniacs, as they love to focus on the top side. They love that gold. They love to go for the Herald. They love to go for first towers, and are more than happy to kind of ignore the fights and ignore the dragons in the early game.
Yeah, they are very much an objective-focused team, and they use specifically that Rift Herald to start things off. You can see here, first Herald percent, 73%, that then locks in nicely with that first Herald percent. You can see that direct correlation between how RNG like to play their games. It's all about trying to move up towards that top side and specifically working through their solo laner, Xiaohu, kind of dictating the pace in the early stages, and then lending that pressure up towards Bin, who's been usually on some sort of split pushing champion. It's the way that RNG operate tends to be in this 1-4 situation, and that's leading themselves into this big gold difference at 15. But you can see that it does mean that it has some lackluster performances elsewhere, right? their first dragon percent, 9th in the league. Because they're putting so much of their focus up towards that top side, sometimes those dragons can slip away, and it's also leading to that slow champion kill per minute because they're only really looking for, you know, the pick before a Rift Herald or seeing if they can get that mid pressure into the Rift Herald rather than taking these straight up team fights where they might risk losing.
And it's crazy to see champion kills per minute so low with gold difference of 15 so high, right? Because this is a team that will outplay you on the map. They'll find small advantages in their laning phase. They'll find those heralds. They'll find those plays. And they'll just outplay you wherever you're playing on the map. They'll outplay you on the opposite side. It's so good to see RNG's intelligent play across the course of the game. But we also need to talk about LGD here coming in because there's an important conversation to be had about LGD as they so far are still currently in the running for playoffs. It's not looking good, though. They are on the cusp of annihilation. At this point, LGD need to win every single game they possibly can. But look at the teams they still have to face, Dagda. RNG, LNG, Top Esports, and BLG. Like, there couldn't be a more brutal finish to this split.
No, they really couldn't be. And it's like, even when you look back at the teams that had to face prior to this as well, it's like Weibo and EDG. Like, LGD's end to the split has been absolutely awful. And even though we saw them give Weibo a run for their money in their last series, it just feels so hard for them to get into playoffs with this sort of schedule. Like, facing essentially every top team that we have in the last few weeks of the split, LGD have to pull out a miracle. And if they can win here today, if they can start that miracle run, maybe there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But that is a very, very small glint at the moment.
Yeah, the big thing is, like, they already have 9 losses and so many of the top teams still remaining in their schedule. That doesn't fill you with confidence going into these matchups for LGD. The one thing that does fill me with confidence, though, is Jay in the mid lane. This guy has been stepping up massively over the last few series. He's had lots and lots of highlight plays. And up against Xiaohu, he is going to need to continue to step up. But with the current meta of mid laners being these flashy picks like the Ahri, like the Akali, the Ryze, where you can have a much more individual impact, I'm excited to see what Jay can bring to the table, because look at those solo kills. Actually higher in solo kills than Xiaohu himself.
And I think this is the big thing about what Jay brings to the team. You can see from the CSD of 15, he does slot in behind. He does fall behind. But it is because when you look at the champions he's played, it's about getting out onto the map. It's either he's playing something like the Ryze where he wants to try and roam, push with Ahri, then look to roam. Or even in situations where he's on the Akali where you are automatically going to fall out behind in those CS numbers. It's very much about what Jay can bring on these more roam-oriented picks, but also when we get to the later team fights, this guy can have these insane pop-off moments. It may not be the highest damage percent, but it's where that damage lies that really makes the big difference. And especially going up against Xiao, who we've already highlighted, I mean, the mastermind behind RNG, we're going to have to see exactly how Jay can manage to deal with them.
We will have to wait and see how he's going to be able to do, and whether or not he's going to be able to step up to Xiaohu, one of the best mid laners in the league right now. Honestly, I feel like Xiaohu has been having such an insane split. And I also love that Xiaohu is one of the players that's willing to bring out the Vex. This Vex pick is like, I don't know. There are only certain players that are willing to bring it to the table for some reason. It feels like a kind of Marmite pick where some teams will just never ever go for it. But players like Xiaohu, players like Knight as well, very fond of the Vex. We've seen, I think, Rookie has played it a couple of times. When you are a team that likes to fight in the mid game, like, Vex is such an insane champion. The resets that you get in the fight, like the chase down potential, it's so difficult to escape from a good Vex player. And when you do find that good personal space in the middle of everyone after a Shadow Surge, my God, you just win the fight instantly.
And I think, honestly, Xiaohu is probably the best Vex that we have in the league. The guy's been an absolute monster on it. Multiple highlight clips of him on this pick. It just feels like he's just got this knack for it that, as you say, a lot of teams don't. Even when you look at people like Rookie. I mean, Rookie has played it twice, and twice we've kind of gone, yeah, this hasn't been your day, has it? Like, Shadow Surge is going completely wide, not really knowing how he wants to position. So definitely Xiaohu just seems to have a knack for this champion and is willing to bring it out at any moment that he can. And as you say, grace in both mid-game skirmishes, but also in lane phase. Like, when we see things like the Ahri, we've seen some people are willing to go towards that Vex. Now, Vex, in those situations, you will... if you start Q as Ahri, you will fall behind in just mid lane push and that early the early priority that you have in that mid lane. But certainly as the game goes on, when Ari wants to try and dash around everywhere and tries to move around, it becomes a hell of a lot more difficult for Ari to operate when you have those, fears coming through, the dooms, the glooms, the booms, if you can land those shadow surge as well.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the other solo lane as well, though. Bin versus Fearness up in this top side of the map. I'm a little bit nervous for Fearness because we've seen Fearness have somewhat of a habit to go on things like the Ornn, for example. He even brought out the Mordekaiser a couple of times, things like the Renekton, where you kind of want to play a bit of a weak side. Well, Bin is the kind of player that is going to destroy you on a weak side. He is going to find an advantage. He is going to be given a counter pick here. See if he's going to be able to find the advantages. RNG looking strong recently, looking like a team to be feared moving towards playoffs. And a series like this against LGD, it's not just about getting a win on the board in terms of the standings. Obviously, that's important for them. But for RNG, in my mind, this is a series to prove how clean you can be, right? They are a heavy, heavy favorite coming into the series against LGD. We need to see clean gameplay. We need to see this team finishing games out concisely.
And we'll have to see if a lot of that is going to kind of come through this early laning phase. Because you mentioned Fearness. One of the things that Shadow likes to do a lot is play up towards Fearness in that top side, where even if it's not Fearness getting the kills, it's Fearness setting up Shadow to get these kills on more carry-oriented picks. And some of that we've kind of been a bit hit or miss on has been Bin. You can overextend to that top side, not really play towards where the jungler is situated, and if that's the case, Shadow can start to get these early advantages, and that could put issues into the RNG household, especially if you start to move that then into the mid lane. Jay should get a shout. Things can start to fall apart for RNG, but we'll have to see if LGD can do it. It's a lot about LGD getting control in this early stage. If this goes late, or if they don't come out with a significant advantage, it just feels like RNG a better map play and will be able to shut them down so well with the way they're able to move around.
One thing I will say is LGD, the early game has been the good part, right? Maybe they can contest.
So
maybe I'm being too hopeful.
You are 100% are. Like, LGD's early game, I actually like. I think they're pretty damn good at playing the early game. It's their map play and their team fighting that is by far and away the worst part of their gameplay. So I'm looking to see if we can get like a 3 to 5k gold lead in the first like 20 minutes of the game. Maybe then LGD can do it. Otherwise, it just feels like RNG understand how to punish LGD so well.
Yeah, but maybe, Dagda. Maybe Shadow and Jay can pop off so hard. They lock in like Lee Sin, Ari. They just like Jay just bodies Xiaohu in lane. Like maybe they just crazy. Maybe you don't need map play. Maybe map play is just a foreign concept to LGD because they don't believe in it because they just dominate so hard. Have you ever considered that?
Yeah, maybe I win the lottery. Maybe I get a call up. I don't know. A Hilly ends up sick on the day. Fnatic are like, we just have one man Dagda to come in playing the LEC for us. There's a lot of maybes. There is a lot of potentials that could exist in the world. I'm just worried that is not good.
Dude, imagine that now. Imagine if for some reason one of the LEC bot lanes couldn't play for a day. We both get called up, fly into Berlin, bring out the classic high gold, low plat bot lane that we've brought to so many. Like, people have nightmares about facing us in solo. Shadow currently having a nightmare as he just woke up.
Nope.
He's gone back to sleep. Wasn't that scary? And Shadow, he might have faced us in the US. He used to play US. I have to remember that.
Yeah.
It's highly possible, just like it is for LGD to win this series. Similar possibility.
I'm not convinced. I think we'd get absolutely bodied. I mean, we go up against Comp and Trimby, we are destroyed within seconds.
Have you seen my jinx? I know how to right click. I know how to left click. I can press all 6 of the required keyboard buttons and also the key binding for a ward. Like, not many AD carries can ward. Anyway,
so the thing is, all right, so you have 6 bindings that you need, but one of them also has to be attack move. So which one of the buttons are you unable to hit? Because I feel like you need 7. Because there's flash, heal, or cleanse, or whatever one you want on that. And then there's your 4 abilities.
You know
plus
what?
an attack move.
I'm gonna brag now, Dagda.
All right,
I
all right.
actually use 9 bindings.
Oh, hey.
I have my ward binding, my 4 abilities, flash, heal. I also use A for attack move, and I press S to stop moving. So, not to brag or anything, but I'm a bit of a gamer.
No champion, our target champion only key.
Well, I do
Is this
have that
amateur hour?
bound. I just forget to use it very often. Let's get into Champion Select and save us from this conversation that we've dug ourselves into. I have to say, this has not been the most formal cast we've ever done. You know, I'm kind of enjoying it.
It's my day
and
off.
let's be honest, the games today, not the most formal LPL games we've seen either. So, Hecker, I'm going to be the first ban here from LGD. Going to be banning Zeri as well. Despite the fact that RNG honestly really don't lean towards the Zeri very often. The Carly being banned, the LeBlanc being banned, so immediately Jay being focused here by RNG.
And I think that's the right call. I mean, Jay's been, since he joined, just such a strong performer in this mid lane and really has leveled up LGD. I think it's why we saw them having a good time against Weibo and have been getting closer games. A lot of it's just been the strength of the mid jungle that we're starting to see, which is why now RNG targeting the Lee Sin, Shadow a very strong Lee Sin player. And I still believe here, probably going to see Gala going back towards something like the Jinx or the Aphelios, and just making sure that he has his comfort there. I'm pretty sure Gala is one of the few that's been preferring the Aphelios over the Jinx, but we'll have to see exactly what they're going to do.
Rise going to be banned away here. There's RNG, as you said, Aphelios, Jinx, both available, both first pickable. We have seen teams focusing on other first picks, though, as well. But, you know, I can bring that up. It's going to be the Jinx first pick. I don't know why I'm bringing it up. Over to LGD, then. Let's talk about what they can go for early, because perhaps the jungle pick could be a priority for Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different picks coming through for Shadow, where he's perfectly happy to go towards, like, big carry performers like the Diana. He's fallen back to Hecarim, but I've certainly referred him on things like the Xin Zhao and that. When it's going to be locked in here for Fearness, which, I mean, if I'm Bin, counterpick. Like, Jace, give me it straight off the bat. Like, this is going to be just such a good matchup now. You've got the long range AD carry, you've got the long range in the top lane, and a great matchup. You can play through 2 strong lanes. That just feels like a no-brainer here for me.
Certainly does. You could go for that counter pick up at the top side. You could go for a support, or maybe just go for a jungler yourself as well. The Jace you talked about being hovered right now, it's a favorite of Bin's. It will be locked in, and that, I mean, fairness, you got yourself your first pick. You chose to go for this one blind. Let's see how it works out for you. So far, Bin has only played Jace 3 times this split, but he's played plenty of Jace over the last couple of years. Yeah. I think he's going to be comfortable.
It's more so as well as just Bin having an aggressive matchup where he has control is Bin's comfort zone. And that is exactly what the Jace does into Gwen. We're going to see the Toad coming out though. So Wei willing to leave his jungle picks to the next rotation and making sure that Gala and Ming have full safety on this bottom side. And then for LGD, you're actually kind of breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here because you're not really worried too much about having a super aggressive support in this bot lane. Like the Nautilus and the Leona are super nice for engage tools, but like when you've got the Tam Kench now in the bottom lane, it opens you up to stuff like the Rakan potential, even a Rel potential. We saw Cold bring that out a little bit. We even saw it the other day as well, or yesterday as well from PP God. So you because you don't have to worry so much about the strength of your lane phase, you can go for some of these like B tier engaged supports that are still pretty strong.
Certainly can. Ming, I remember Ming playing this Tam Kench against Weibo. It was devastating. He played such a good job and did so much to protect Gala. Xiaohu having his Twisted Fate banned away from him here by LGD. They want to deny some of that proactivity in the mid lane. But that is now 4 mid lane bans coming out across this draft so far. We're going to start to see some interesting stuff. The Ahri's still on the table though. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ban on towards that. If I'm LGD right now with the LeBlanc already taken off the board, I'm not... Either you want to blind pick the Ahri or you want to ban it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what the plan is here, because you still kind of need that engage tool on RNG side. So I feel like Ahri would be your best bet because she's kind of the other... Okay, we're not going to get it, but Ahri's been kind of the one mid lane pick, I'd say, alongside Vex, where we've kind of seen them go, oh, this is the pseudo engage tool we can use where Ari like flies herself in. You got the Everfrost into a charm that can try and set up, or you've got the Vex who can Shadow Surge into the Everfrost, into the CC. I haven't been the biggest fans of those as your single target engage tools though, so that's why I'm kind of surprised to see the Viego ban here. It feels like you're actually going to be looking for something like a Jarvan or something for Wei here, something that can provide that that CC and that engage that you need in these early stages.
Rakan being hovered, this has been a huge priority, and saving that mid lane pickup for last. Wanted to go for counter pick for Jay, and I totally agree with that decision, right? We talked about how Xiaohu versus Jay is going to be maybe the most important matchup across this entire scoreboard. So Jinjiao will just go with that Rakan for himself over towards RNG. How are they going to finish this draft out? They need a mid and a jungler. Victor available, Orianna as well. Just looks like Xiaohu's going to play this one safe.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is. Like, a lot of those side lane pressure points are already gone with the TF gone, the Rise gone, even the Ari taken off the board. So they are just going to go back towards the Orianna here. So perfectly fine, strong mid laner away now. Going to be going towards the Volibear, trying to see if he can provide some sort of engage and a bit of that early skirmish potential as well. Just being able to set up off the strong lanes that you have now for, you know, bot lane push, top lane push. Even we'll have to see if they can get control of the mid lane, but looks like Jay going to counter pick here with the Zoe, so he should have good control over that mid lane.
Should. We saw the Zoe, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be the Vex. We talked about Xiaohu being one of the only Vex players in the league, but Jay has brought it out a couple of times himself. A 50% win rate, so a win and a loss so far on the Vex, bringing it out against the Orianna. And Jay is the man in the mid lane that I'm keeping my eyes on. I'm excited to see what he can do against Xiaohu, who's a player who has had some great games, who has been able to influence things for LGD, especially alongside Shadow. This is a very aggressive mid-jungle 2v2 as well that's coming out from Jay and Shadow.
It really is. And not only is it something that LGD can look to play through, it's something that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on when we get towards engagements as well. Because we talked about kind of Vex and Ari being those two tools that you can use to be the engage situations for your team. Well, Vex certainly feels like she's going to need to be it here. You've crazy long range on RNG's side. If they're able to just play back at range, poke you down, you're going to have a really bad time. So a lot of these team fight engages for LGD are going to be on Jay and Jinjiao to try and get access to the Jace and the Jinx and set up for the rest of LGD to follow.
Certainly try to. A lot of carries on this LGD squad, right? Massive amounts of damage that can come out from them, but only if they can get ahead. Look at scaling on RNG, right? Orianna Jinx with a big Volibear and a Tahm Kench to play Peel. That is some scary team fight later on in the game from RNG, but also RNG is a squad where they, generally speaking, win their lanes, right? This is a team with a lot of power behind every single name. LGD are going to have their work cut out. They need to win this early game. I can't stress that harder enough. And they need to win if they want to keep their playoffs dreams alive. But that does feel like a distant dream for now, as they're up against RNG, who are fighting for first place in the league and will certainly show no mercy.
When you've got winning top and bot, it opens up a lot of avenues for Wei to try and punish LGD. Especially if he can, like, even in the early stages, you punish the fact that Jay is going to try and push in this wave against Xiaohu. There's always the opportunity for RNG to start to get these early leads. But as we pointed out, this isn't a team that tends to go for a lot of early champion kills. Very much focused on those objectives, and having that push in bot and top lends itself towards both the Dragon and the Rift Herald. It's going to be more so about, can Wei make sure Xiaohu has mid priority to enable that lean into those neutral objectives?
See if they can get that mid priority though, because one thing that we've seen with Xiaohu is the way that the matchup should go is not always the way that the matchup does go. Xiaohu is just, you know, he defies expectation, right? He is built different. You're exactly right. But Jay is a player that has been able to have an impact in the lane, has been able to show up in the game. So I'm hoping we can see a good performance here from the LGD mid laner, and maybe can make things work for himself. But Xiaohu winning these trades so far, this Orianna pick, it's something he's very experienced on.
Just doing a good job to move around and make sure he's not getting hit by the ease from Jay here, and setting up for himself nicely to get that shove in mid. The thing I want to draw attention to in the early stages, though, is Eric's item stats. Actually going for a cull straight off the bat, still going for a very defensive lane, and just basically saying, well, not defensive, but essentially going, hey, look, we want hands off here. You've got the Tam Kench here. Chances are you're not going to be able to play super aggressive against me, so I can take this greedier style of build and see if I can make it work. So we'll have to see if Eric is able to kind of get away with this, or if RNG are going to look to punish.
Yeah, they could look to punish. It also kind of gives you a little window into how Jin Zhao is like to play this game, right? Because you've got a cull on your Aphelios in that bottom lane. You're playing Rakan. That doesn't line up in terms of playstyles, right? This Rakan doesn't want to be in the bottom lane. He wants to roam around. Expect to see Jin Zhao trying to influence the other lanes around the map, or hopefully at very least alongside Shadow, alongside Jade. There's a lot of potential aggression that can come out from this little 3-man squad.
You just have to be very careful as Jin Zhao when you're doing that, because although Tam Kench isn't the traditional engage tool, that W can still do a lot and can dive.
Oh no, Shadow has just been one comboed by Wei. Has the smite available, is going to use it, but uses it too early, doesn't get it. Oh my, oh Dagda. Oh, it's already over. I mean, that is about as disastrous as that start could have gone. Not even any contest. Double buffs on Xiaohu.
Yeah. It's a bit of a sad day for Shadow. Just unfortunate running into the Volibear. This is one of the things that Volibear is so good at bringing right now with this press the attack style, is he can just one-shot you so effectively. A ton of damage coming through, and even when you try to trade back on him, it's just so hard. He's got the CC. He's going to have that second proc of the W coming up as well, which gives him a bunch of healing. It's, as you can see, just nasty to try and play against.
Dude, he's a lightning bear. Like, that's just scary in of itself. Like, which part of this isn't scary? Managing to use that lightning, sink his claws into Shadow, and you know, lightning does create shadows, but it also removes shadows, huh? So, yeah.
I think the big problem is that, like, there's no rhyme for this, right? Like, if it's a black bear, it's like, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. But what do you do? Lightning? What does that rhyme with? How are you supposed to know what to do?
If it's lightning, it's very, very frightening.
Yeah, there
right?
we go.
Just like Kung Fu fighting. Shadow moving towards the bottom side of the map as well. Grabbed himself a double scuttle to start things off. Also, was very generous giving the kill over to Xiaohu as well. Wei could have took that kill himself. But that's the kind of player Wei is. He is always that team player. Is always setting up his laners. Good to see that, as always, from Wei in the jungle, having an individual advantage. And now with Drake coming up onto the map, wouldn't be surprised to see him just start that one off, right? We saw the very passive start from LGD to start off. In fact, Eric literally resetting as I speak. Xiaohu with priority in the mid lane. It means RNG can quite happily just start this one.
Yeah, and it's not like he's going to struggle to, like, keep up pace with his camps. Already you can see he's completely cleared out his bot side. He can just look to reset once more, move up towards his top side. Shadow, though, going to see now if he can maybe move in, sniffing that Wayne might be on this dragon. May be able to get away, or steal away some of these camps, which would give a little bit more control back towards Shadow, which is going to be quite nice. But Xiaohu, this is something that Xiaohu does a lot, is just blowing his ultimate just to get poke and get control over the mid lane.
Yeah, and also potentially find himself a plate here, because, you know, you always think about ultimates as being saved to try and find kills. Speaking of which, we might have some plays down in this bottom side. Dive comes on through. Mink finds the stun. It's followed up and flashes away. Keeps himself safe with that thick skin. And now Wei trying to escape up the top side here. Actually flash forwards from Eric as he wants some revenge onto the enemy bear. But the Shadow Surge wide from Jay. It won't matter ultimately, or will it? Wei is somehow surviving way longer than he should. Another flash comes out, and LGD lose both of their carries flashes and Fearless's TP and Ghost. That was so much for just a jungler kill.
Oh god, a Bin's gonna get so much control top. I mean, missing that much of those spells. We just picked up Jay. Oh, hang on.
Oh no,
he's
no.
okay. I mean, all right, Jay. Okay. Look, we're on your side. We think you're good, but that was not a moment to show it.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Wei as well to dodge everything. Like, some fancy footwork there, but really not ideal for LGD. I'm trying to word this as nicely as I can, but this is looking brutal already. We expected this to be a somewhat brutal matchup, but I didn't expect it to be brutal in this way, you know, where the players are just getting straight up outplayed.
It's kind of awkward here. Jinzhou even having to sit in the mid lane here for Jay. Jinzhou not able to land it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he doesn't even care. He has no respect for Jinzhou whatsoever. Just carelessly sidesteps him. Not a worry in the world. My goodness. The recall will be finished off. Ming trying to deny that. I like it from Ming. It's not quite going to work out, but my goodness. This is just RNG completely styling on LGD.
I mean, that's 2 plates already for Xiao in the mid lane. I mean, we've got 1 kill apiece for both the mid laners, and you're still looking at a 600 gold lead, well, 700 gold lead even, sorry, for Xiao. Like, it's kind of insane how quickly he's taken over, and that's not even including the fact that he had that commit from Fairness down to the bot side, so Bin has got nearly 2 plates for himself, he's got a CS lead for himself, Gala is continuously pushing in this bot side, they've got turret plates for themselves. We talked about the 2 winning side lanes, but Xiao, who off his own mustard and also just having Wei there to help him, has just been able to take over in this mid lane as well.
Yep, look at the CS leads, right? 10 CS up top, 10 CS in the mid lane as well. Jungle just about even, but with a kill and assist in Wei's pocket. Xiaohu having that first blood, finishing Mercs very early means he can trade very aggressively in that mid lane with the corrupting potion and consistently come out ahead on those ones, but also reduces the CC from Jay. If he's able to land that fear and try and follow it up alongside Shadow, well, Xiaohu will have a little bit more perseverance in those kind of situations. Wei moving up to the top side right here. Fairness has a tower, but Volibear doesn't historically care about towers very much. They're just gonna, I mean, they don't even need to dive the tower. Ult's not necessary here.
Yeah, and this is just Wei having a field day. Like, as a jungler, this is the best feeling in the world. It's like, oh, all 3 of my lanes are winning. Well, you know, I'll walk up, I'll get a little bite of top lane, I'll get a little bit of gold from mid lane. You know, this dragon is up and available, this rift tower is up and available. I'll take it if you insist. This is a wonderful day to be Wei.
It certainly is. Shadow wants a bit of revenge, but will be denied the acceleration gate. Bin, no flash available. Maybe Shadow can cut him off. I don't think so, though. As Wei trying to finish this Herald off. The ward, I think it will be just out of range, but doesn't matter. Shadow's not going to commit. The Herald will be taken. 2 out of 2 neutrals taken by RNG so far. They have a 2,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark just from lane differences right now. Scarlet and Ming will back away. It felt like Eric wanted to go aggressive there. He has so many chakrams, but cannot find an opportunity to use them. Just across the board here, RNG finding advantages.
And again, it's kind of how do you try and combat this? You've even got Galen now with a slow push to the bot side here. 30 seconds until the dragon. You can create this massive wave that LGD have to deal with, then rotate over to get towards the dragon. So you can see Eric and Jinzhou trying to see if they can combat that, but Xiaohu still having full control of mid. There's just very little that you can do to actually answer for RNG having control of this river.
I mean, yeah, it's really tough. And the crazy thing is, we already mentioned how strong the LGD mid-jungle 2v2 was, right? That was one of the big things we came into this game saying that's a positive for them. Like, Volibear Orianna is not an aggressive 2v2. It's not a 2v2 that you would expect to win the mid matchup. But when Shadow got caught out in Pixel Brush right off the bat, first blood given over to Xiaohu, well, the matchup in terms of the champions barely matters anymore as Ming pulls Scarlet out to safety. That is the pain that is laning against Tahm Kench, but just feels like that advantage, that window of opportunity for LGD was just eradicated by RNG, and now Shockwave under this tower once more as Jay whiffs a second Shadow Surge for the game. This Wei Xiaohu combo, the pressure they are putting on is just so difficult for Shadow and Jay to deal with.
Yeah, there's just Xiaohu playing this beautifully. Like, having so much control over the Orianna, using the kit wonderfully to actually try and punish the Vex, and every time Jay gets pushed underneath Terra, Xiaohu's just showing up to put even more pressure on him, like keeping this little bit of push power underneath the turret. Wei who's trying to flank, and Jinzhou
Goes for some quickness and definitely found some charms, but there is no follow-up so far. Ming fairly low on health, but has that thick skin still, remember. Xiaohu has flashes. Jay tries to 1v1 him in the pit, but he dodges everything. Rocket onto Eric in the meantime. There's RNG. Look at Xiaohu 2v1ing in the pit. Has to flash out eventually, but dodging so much already. And now RNG. They get 3 neutral objectives for themselves. And we came into this series like to say, you know, RNG, they love to play for the Herald. They love to play for early towers, but they generally don't play for the Drake. Well, here against LGD, they're like, you know what? Why not have our cake and eat it? We'll play for Drakes and for Heralds.
Yeah, if you're winning everywhere on the map, you might as well. Like 2 dragons across, Rift Herald got across. Bin now?
All in on the top side. Maybe Bin's in trouble. Knocks Fairness away. That's all 3 Needleworks. And with the Needleworks down, that's all that we're going to see on the fight. Shock Blast available. Fairness trying to clear this ward, but Ben just going to use it onto the wave. Just going to go for a reset himself.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu is fully pushed in mid. Xiaohu just going to pop up here with Wei. Yeah, that'll be first tower, which is why we're seeing Bin quickly shove that wave. Wanted to make sure that he could move down river. 1, to support this play in mid if needs be, but 2, just to make sure that he wasn't having any sort of play from Shadow made towards him. So nice job from Bin to respect the potential answer from Shadow. And yeah, this game's gone from bad to worse real quick. All starting with Shadow getting caught out in river and RNG snowballing from there.
Look at Xiaohu's gold. He's 1,500 gold up individually. At 13 minutes into the game, as Eric nearly dies on the bottom side, knockup comes on through from Ming. Eric goes down. Ming having to tank up the tower as they go for Jin Zhao as well.
Oh,
but Xiaohu behind enemy lines. He'll finish off yet another kill for himself. 2-0-0. 5 plates taken in the mid lane and the first tower gold for him, as well as plates now down in the bottom side. Xiaohu is as big as I'm pretty sure it's possible to be this early.
I mean, the Emperor's domain is here. This is just Xiaohu's game. I mean, so much gold. Luden's Tempest already completed. The ability to start playing down towards basically, well, the bot lane if they want to, but almost everywhere. I mean, for Xiaohu as well, kind of a bit of a revenge onto Jin Zhao as well, who played a little bit towards his lane in the early stages, and Xiaohu's like, oh, wait, yeah, I can move to you as well, Jin Zhao. We can get this back, but nice job here from Ming and Gala, playing really well on the edge of this. Gala, you can see there, just barely being able to move away from the quickness, so then he doesn't actually get caught underneath the tower, especially since he was tanking to begin with. So the RNG bot lane setting that up really well.
I feel like Gala has become such a great AD carry as well. I remember last year being really skeptical of Gala in spring, and I feel like I was never really willing to credit Gala for a lot of what RNG were doing last year because Ming was having such an insane year. Wei finds a 1v1 against the enemy top laner and wins it comfortably. He's not even lost health just yet. Fairness under the tower. Bin can move on over and finish this little last hit. Wei happy to let that go over to his top laner. Shadow trying to answer. Bin forced to flash. He's tanking the tower. Oh no, it's a disaster. I'm not even sure how he managed to get aggro there. Maybe the last tick of the W.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he managed that. Like, I was kind of looking to see, you know, did he have a corrupting pot or something that could maybe, like, he'd accidentally dealt damage, but no, I don't know how he managed to get that. But either way, kill for kill, and Big Wave lost that top lane turret, bot lane turret going across.
He's running phase rush. It could have been Scorch potentially. The runes are gone while the character's dead, so I can't even see what runes he's running. I think he might be running.
I think he's on Conqueror. I thought he saw him take Conqueror, but I'm not 100%. But yeah, maybe that's the case. That could definitely be a phase rush. So yeah,
okay,
probably a Scorch angle.
Okay, well, we figured it out. Well, here we go. We can find out for real.
Yeah, so I love the way we kind of get the, hey, guess how much health Fairness has left, as way just like one comment, we're like, oh, that was a lot more damage. But yeah, so has the W here. Oh, okay, so there it was. He was in range when the W was. So, I mean, we'll make good detectives one day. We should probably just go with the simple answer first, though, you know?
I did say that. That was my first answer, but I just didn't commit to it. I wasn't willing to commit to it. RNG now swapping Gala and Ming to the mid lane as Xiaohu finishes his second tower of the game. That's all 3 tier 1s knocked down. That's 1 per 5 minutes of the game here for RNG so far. Not showing any signs of slowing down because they've got a Herald in the hands of Wei. You can see his glowing purple claws. See where they're going to drop that one because honestly, they have options. I would say it depends where they can find a pick or where they can find an opening as opposed to just slamming in a lane, particularly with plates already gone.
Yeah, I mean, they've already kind of pushed inside lane, so they will slowly collapse, but I think it is just a case of, look, Either we use it mid to get priority here
my
for...
God!
Yeah, Jesus.
It's 16 minutes! Jace isn't meant to do that yet!
I mean, he's an item and a half. I mean, at this stage, is it really a surprise here that RNG hurt like a truck? Bing, trying to see what he can get.
I mean, it was a surprise to beat Dagda, that's for sure. Bid is 3 levels up on Eric, and Eric is feeling that big time. Follow up from RNG as they try and force the fight. In they go. Bear slams down Jin Zhao, dashes on out though. Bird better than Bear. That's our learnings for today. As Eric just ventured into the enemy jungle to find a recall.
They still have the Rift Herald as well. That's 3 dragons with no contests, 2 Rift Heralds with no contests, and you still have the opportunity to use this Rift Herald with tier 2s, the ones that are only left standing. All the tier 1s are gone. Like, this is a masterclass. And fortunately, LGD, this is kind of what you left yourselves with for the end of the season. It's an absolute uphill battle, and fortunately, you just don't have the power in your legs to get that bike up there.
And the thing is, like, we've got a CS lead in every lane for RNG on all 3 of the carries. But the positive for LGD is Shadow has a CS lead and Jin Zhao has a CS lead. So, support jungle diff in favor of LGD, perhaps. I'm looking for silver linings here because RNG are so insanely strong.
Wait, the support jungle diff.
Stopwatches. There's a triple shockwave from Xiaohu. And the fight is looking dire for LGD. Time for cleanup. His Fearless is only just arriving, but he's late to the party. Wei trying to chase them down. Flashes forward to get the stun. And that'll be a kill for Bin on top. Everything going the way of RNG. And I mean, this is just beautiful gameplay. This is just immaculate League of Legends from the boys in black and gold.
And now they get to move, well, I was going to say they move Raid and pop down this Rift Herald if they want, but looks like they're not going to go for it. It is going to time out soon, so maybe we'll have to use it, but I mean, you were nearly there, Munch. I had actually started to believe in the jungle support diff here, because this was a jungle support matchup to begin with, and then Xiaohu just makes it very unfair. Moving up here, using that insane goal lead he has, triple shockwave into the command distance, half the health bars are already gone, and now you got the entire cavalry of RNG showing up to put LGD.
I mean, we're at the point in the game now where it's like, I want to say Xiaohu's the MVP because he's had such an insane performance on this Orianna, but Wei has also had a mental game, right? Wei has performed so well across the other game, obviously setting up that pick in the first place that got Xiaohu ahead. But then you see triple shockwaves like that. You see him literally do 3 players, half of their health, right off of the bat. Imagine if Bin is in position to shock blast off the back of that as well. Like, the fight is already over there. Imagine if Gala can find a rocket. Like, it's not getting any easier because, again, like, we revisit the conversation of scaling that we opened up earlier on. This is Orianna Jinx. Like, this doesn't get any easier to fight against.
No, it does not. And I will say, I think for Wei, kind of come back to that conversation, it seems to me like Wei is a player that needs that definitive direction of how the team is. Like, we saw when he was back on E-Star, it was like, we are playing around Xiaoxi and Co in the bot lane. Like, we're 100% going to be there. Wei would, like, level 3 gank in the game. With RNG, it was, we are playing around Xiao. Wei was very good at playing around. At the start of this before RNG, Wei was a little bit lackluster because I felt like RNG hadn't really decided on what their identity was. But now that Wei has a definitive place on identity to play around, he looks so much better.
Zhao actually using the quickness there. Didn't get much out of it though. That's kind of a big cooldown with Drake coming up in 1:20. All right, Dagda, let's do it. Let's set up the dream scenario. What has to happen for LGD to have a chance at this, Drake? Like, paint the perfect picture of how this can go for LGD to be able to get a fight while they're 8,000 gold down at 21 minutes.
RNG all stand on top of each other perfectly. For some reason, they decide that they want to depth rush on Pixel. You get Jin Zhao with the perfect knock, where Jay is able to get the Shadow Surge, Personal Space, his full combo off. The fear is layered perfectly with the quickness and the lockup from Jin Zhao, so then you have enough time for Fearness to get all 5 of his needle threads through the entirety of RNG, and Ming is never able to get off any of the Devourers. I think that's the one
Eric
scenario.
has a Moonlight Vigil with the Inferno as well.
Inferno is just like blow them up. Yeah.
Or, alternatively, Eric gets caught in the mid lane.
will be able to survive, but that's his Gale Force down just as Drake is coming on up here. Priority for RNG. Let's see if the perfect combo can happen for LGD. Shadow tanks a Shock Blast, but he's happy to. There's a bit of Honey Fruit there. Positives for LGD. We're looking for positives for LGD here, guys. Jin Zhao getting caught by Bin and almost one shot is not the positives we're looking for. Eric getting absolutely bodied in the meantime by Gala. Drake now started off, but hey, LGD have vision of this happening. Well, there's a control ward, so they don't anymore. Positives for LGD. What can I say here? LGD actually resetting first, so they'll have tempo on the next play on the map. Positives.
LGD are positively screwed because now you've got the Hextech Dragon, so for RNG, they already had massive control over the Rift. They are about to take the mid lane tier 2. Your tempo advantage is going to be used to clear out the waves that are already crashing into you. And you now are looking down the barrel at 23 minutes into the game. A 3-item Jinx, a 3-item Orianna, a 3-item Jace, and you are struggling to finish your second one.
Do Baron right now. They're resetting. This is the only chance you get to do anything all game. Do Baron right now. I'm telling you, it's completely doomed, but it's the only flip you have available to you. It doesn't look like they're going to make a play back there, but Jin Zhao pops the blast cone. Will get spotted. Will get tagged by a little bit of lightning. And, well, I don't think it would have been a good window to try and do Baron, but it was a window.
It might have been a window, but it might have also just been one of those ones that's like painted onto a wall that you think is real and actually isn't. And then you know.
So what you're saying is I'm the Wile E. Coyote of shot calling.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't even know if they have the damage, honestly, to do this. Like, at this stage, I feel like with the ability for RNG to just show up and kind of accelerate shock blast them out of the equation with Bin. I don't know if it would have been able to. Jin Zhao now, very much going to die.
I will say, Jin Zhao dashes away. We're talking about Roadrunner. He's got feathers. Jin Zhao has feathers, but Wei certainly has movement speed with the Kemp tank. Let's see if he can close the gaps. Jay trying to clear away, flashes away, dodges the shockwave. Another positive for LGD. That's a big cooldown from Xiaohu. Look, I'm trying my best, guys, but
I gotta say, I don't even know if it is a big like cooldown. It's like quarter of the way done at this stage. Like, it's just
But he has forced Xiaohu to sell his corrupting potions.
That is true.
Okay, here we go. Quickness. Jin Zhao goes in and immediately is practically one shot. The rocket flashed away from. Nicely done there by Jin Zhao. Eric, in the meantime, gets annihilated under the tower. Let's see a Shadow Surge. Come on, Jay. Make it happen. In he goes onto Gala. Tries to finish the kill, but he's exhausted. And annihilated, eviscerated, demolished by RNG. The Baron will be theirs. And Dagda, it's a 10,000 gold lead as RNG. They're basically doing victory laps.
And what's our positive for LGD here? I need to know where we're going.
The positive for LGD.
Jin Zhao steals Baron. I'm ready. Jin Zhao steals Baron.
Well, I wouldn't be so confident on that one, Dagda.
I
don't think he's going to steal the Baron. The positive is that after 2 games like this, LGD will get to go home early and have some hot pot themselves. That's the positive.
I just feel bad for LGD fans. I mean, this is a team that was such a storied org in the LPL, and kind of to see the slow, steady fall, just it's so heartbreaking. Especially when you look towards how much faith those fans have still in this team, and like, you know, it's a bunch of rookies, we can make it work, or we're bringing it back together. You then look at them go up against an organization. This is just not.
Yeah, it is a brutal way to end the playoffs by ability as well, right? This is the team you have to face as you're on your last available loss before just removed from playoffs competition. So it's a brutal way to go, but that's the nature of a round robin. You needed to win earlier on in the split if you wanted to have a chance later on. Just the way that it goes. And now RNG.
I think technically they can still hit playoffs with the very similar scenario to the Rare Atom FPX triple tiebreaker thing, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10 misses. I'm pretty sure it's due.
Oh, actually, no, 'cause they lose
Anyway,
the
we've got an
head-to-head.
engage. Shadow Surge going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fairness. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
That was disgusting. We're talking about maybe if LGD have a chance of playoffs, and Xiaohu's just like, sorry, do you know who I am? Do you know what I do in these games? I put you in the dirt, and I bring my team these wins.
I am the Emperor of Spring, says Xiaohu. This is my area. This is where I reign. It's my kingdom. It's going to be LGD going down in game number 1. It's RNG. I mean, one tiny glimmer of hope at the end there for LGD, and Xiaohu just snuffs it out like putting out a candle. That was brutal, and a quadra kill to round it out. Any conversations of Wei getting MVP are now gone. It's Xiaohu's.
Yeah, it's just straight up Xiaohu. Xiaohu diff reigns supreme for RNG, whether it's last year or whether it's this year. The man is absolutely insane at League of Legends. And I'm so glad that we get to cast him.
You remember, like, a month ago or 2 months ago when people were like, wait, Xiaohu's going back to the mid lane? No way this guy can play mid lane anymore. He's washed. It's not happening. RNG are going to suck. Remember those conversations?
Yeah.
That was a good time.
Yeah.
I don't think they were accurate, you know?
No.
I feel like he's doing okay.
And I remember those same conversations in spring 2021. The same time when RNG won MSI, saying, Xiaohu, no way he's going to do it. No, he's going to be able to carry RNG. But here we are. 2 years on the trot. Xiaohu diff is a very real thing that you have to be aware of. And unfortunately for Jay, I definitely feel like he learned a lot in this game.
Oh my God.
With Jesus. Oh my God, Jay, that damage.
He's the biggest mid diff I've ever seen, I think. Jesus Christ.
He has a family. Why would
I
you
have
do
no
that?
positives. I have been trying so hard to big up Jay, to like sing the praise of LGD, to give you guys a reason to believe in LGD. I have nothing left. This damage chart has ended it all.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say, to be honest. I'm kind of hoping that maybe I'll find a DreamWorks movie that could tell this story better, but I don't know if that's even going to be there. This was brutal. This was stomp from start to finish. I think the draft from LGD didn't help to a certain extent. Looking for, again, those silver linings. The early pick Gwen, you just can't do it anymore. There's just too many answers. The Jaces, the Akalis, the Naras even are all doing too much, and giving the 2 winning lanes and then the Xiaohu diff 3rd winning lane means that you just don't have control over the map for LGD. It just makes this game so hard to do.
Absolutely zero control from LGD and complete and utter domination from RNG. This is ultimately the way that you should expect this series to go, but still, it's still kind of mind-boggling to watch RNG just manhandle their enemy like this. We're going to jump into a break. We'll see how game number 2 goes right after.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills and ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei starts it off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The eye of the Herald popped it, needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back in for mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Zika should just about survive. But the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Here, they're trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no one-more shenanigans. There is no way out. And now a TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
Oh, weekend. Really good to see you again. Where's my glass? I can't wait to hold you again. Come on, give me my glass. Mama, shake your ow. Shake me, hypnotize me. The way you shake your it's tantalizing. Get loose, mama. Shake a little bit too long. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I can see you over there, looking over here at me, giving me those coming eyes. What you got over there for me? Love got something for you, if you really, really wanna see. Let me get another round and I give us some company. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Don't go, I'm running. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. All right now, Mr. Paul, we all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, it sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, ooh,
dancing. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun now lost me. Every man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow.
炼金男爵的话，我感觉这个英雄强度其实不是很高，然后对线感觉我个人感觉也是偏弱一点。这个英雄的话，相对是团战比较厉害一些。本来的表现的话，因为是刚转辅助吧，然后我觉得还有很多地方没有做好，然后希望后面慢慢改进吧。然后指挥方面做得更好的话，以后成绩可能会更好一些。
Kind of interesting to see Jin Zhao saying that Ming so far not looking that good during the lane phase and perhaps a window of opportunity to punish. I think quite a controversial opinion, honestly. I mean, Dagda, I know you're a big Ming fan. What's your take? Do you reckon he's on something?
I think he was talking about Renata Klask.
Oh!
I don't know how else to not throw you under the bus. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not throwing me under the bus. I'm glad that you corrected me because I was like, damn, Jin Zhao spitting some fire. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I saw one of those interviews where a player actually called someone out. I'm kind of disappointed now, but he is right. Renata, pretty weak in the later phase. Xiao is the MVP from game number 1. Good stuff. 5-man shockwave or whatever it was at the end of the game. Got himself a quadra kill. Beautiful stuff.
Pretty good stuff from Xiaohu. I mean, taking over just in the 1v1 against Jay. Jay, even with the counter pick of the Vex, not really able to make things happen. And you can see here, it all kind of started with Wei in this early stage, just donating the kill from Shadow over just to make sure that Xiaohu could get the ball rolling.
Yeah, really nicely done. And then, I mean, so many times in so many fights, we saw these shockwaves coming out from Xiaohu, always in the right spot, always hiding out of vision and setting his team up for success. And then I hope we have a replay the final fight because
we will.
That shockwave was godly.
There's no way. There's no way. But yeah, I mean, look, for Xiaohu, guy's a monster. Here we are. Like, I love watching this guy. It's so good to see him back. And as he said, like, nearly looking like LGD could do it, and then just full stop, end of story. Xiaohu sets them in their place.
Just brutal. Just absolutely brutal. And the thing is, that's Orianna. It's not like Orianna's this crazy, hardcore hyper carry. Like, Xiaohu can do it whichever champion he plays. Orianna today. We'll see what it's going to be for game number 2. Is RNG over to the red side now? Hecarim, the first ban from LGD. It's answered with the Sakali once more. As RNG are desperate to focus Jay out and make sure that he cannot have comfort in that mid lane.
It's still quite similar bans though, but at least with LGD being on the blue side now, should be, if the bans go the same, be able to pick up the Jinx for themselves, which should allow them a little bit more pressure on at least one part of the map. It felt like there was just no winning an LGD across the map in the last game. It made it very easy for RNG to play their style. So I want to see how this kind of evens out now as RNG swap it over to the red, and at least in theory, you should get some high priority picks here.
Yeah, higher priority for LGD. The problem is RNG get counterpicked, right? And that's already scary because we saw how hard RNG were winning their laning phases. Game number 1 of the series, now with counterpicks available to them as well. It's not get any easier for LGD, I fear. Final bans come out from RNG. Kind of interesting to see LGD banning the Zeri. Honestly, on both sides, we see a lot of teams focusing on first picking that, but clearly not comfortable to play the Zeri themselves.
Yeah, I was really surprised because you're kind of looking at like 36% of the games that LGD play, they, excuse me, banned this area, but it's always been on red side. But clearly not wanting to have that one go across in the hands of Gala. Did have a phenomenal performance about 2 series ago on it. So RNG now, main hovering the Gwen. Again, I kind of said I don't like this Gwen. I think it has its spot now. There's too many counters that can come out. And I wouldn't be surprised to see like a support and like something like a Thresh or something picked up for Jinzhou here. And then if you go for the Jace for fairness on the top side, but even if you don't go towards Jace, you've still got things like the Gnar that are available as well. Unfortunate that RNG have banned away the Akali because I think Fairness would have loved to play
Blind Gwen is going to come out in that top side though. We'll see if there's much of an answer that can come out. Whether or not it will be punished, right? Because we're on the opposite side of the matchup. I would love to see something coming out that can punish more aggressively. Obviously, the Jace was banned away. It will be a Gnar from Fairness, and we'll see if he can punish Bin. But Wei loves to get involved on that top side, loves to try and set Bin up. So Fairness is going to have to be cautious not to over push, not to get caught out of position.
Curious now, actually already answered. I was going to say LGD, not going to go with the support pick, trying to get Shadow's Lee Sin picked up, was banned away in game number 1. So kind of trying to get comfort for Shadow in the mid, comfort for Eric Boss, and now Fairness with the counter matchup in that top side. It feels at least like LGD are setting themselves up nicely. RNG will round out their first 3 picks with the AD carry, no surprises. And now I imagine it will be the support bans away from Jinzhou, just to make sure you've got the better side of that equation. But also the potential here to like maybe ban away some counters in the mid, because you could always go for like some sort of quick mid lane pick here if you wanted to, or you can just go for your jungle pick and make sure that Wei is going to be alright just on this. So he's up here.
Yeah, certainly good opt into that one. I love the I love the Vex ban. Jay tried that in game number 1. It didn't work. We're not letting Xiao have it. I guess we have to ban it now. That's the like progression of this series. LeBlanc banned as well. Ari now going to be banned by LGD. Xiao could go for a blind pick, but realistically, you can just go for your jungler here and then go for the counter pick in that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I was trying to like work through my head the last remaining like mid priorities, and that's why I wasn't sure if we'd actually get like the Ari, which I think that was what the LeBlanc was setting up for, was that Ari pick in the mid lane. So I think LGD kind of rightfully going, all right, hang on, there's something afoot here. So let's get rid of this Ari, make sure it's all fine. You'll still get counter pick for Xiaohu, but I mean, you're pretty far down the list of mid lane bans now. LeBlanc, Ryze, Vex, Ari. So maybe you're looking at something like a Zoe here for Jay, just something that can try and play with the range advantage that you have. Vex would have been great because you could have tried to block for the dive potential. Maybe it's the Galio if they want to go for more of a utility style. But yeah, I think the long range here with the Zoe is probably your best bet.
I like it. This is something Jay's brought out before. It's something that is slowly but surely increasing in priority. As you know, Dagda, bit of a fan of the Zoe myself. But interestingly, being picked up in a composition that's not necessarily got that much long-range follow-up on the Zoe, but you can play for those picks with the Lee Sin. Thresh, obviously, as well. When you land a trouble bubble, you can follow up with the hook and try and find that all-in opportunity. So potential for this to work for LGD, and we can see Jay and Shadow trying to make things happen in that early game. But now RNG, they get to choose where they want to go in the mid lane. Xiaohu has to decide what counter pick he wants.
I mean, it looks like we're just going to go back towards the Orianna. I mean, works really well what RNG have. Good team fight, good zone control. The only thing I would be worried about is just kind of, I was about to say the range and kind of your engage tools not quite being there, but this actually works perfectly. You will get pushed in early, but now you've got the opportunity here to play side lane, but the way to close the gap onto LGD alongside this Nautilus. So I like this for Xiaohu.
Yep, Xiaohu going with the Twisted Fate, which honestly, it's usually banned. We rarely see Twisted Fate these days. Still high priority, but low actual picks because it's so often just banned away. So Twisted Fate coming on through. And again, Xiaohu and Wei, a solid 2v2. I don't know, which way do you reckon this 2v2 goes? It feels like kind of a carry in the jungle for RNG with Twisted Fate alongside him to support. Kind of the double carry matchup, honestly, for the side of LGD, where you've got the Zoe and the Lee Sin, both will do massive damage.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of straight up burst onto single targets from the Lee Sin LPs. Like, you can one-shot someone with a triple bubble. You can then set up for the double Qs from the Lee and Zoe at the right time, and you completely dismantle whoever's there. And if that is onto Xiaohu, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So I think that's what Jay and Shadow will be trying to do. If it's actually Xiaohu and Wei, though, who are able to find that aggression first, it's very easy to, like, lock down Jay, lock down Shadow, finish them off just with the CC and the damage you have. So it certainly is kind of a who gets that play first, because you, on both sides, have a lot of damage to just single target shuts you.
They certainly can. See if LGD will find those opportunities. That's the big question, whether or not RNG will even allow LGD the opportunity, because, you know, we talked about compositions last time. It didn't really seem like the compositions themselves necessarily mattered that much. This felt like just laning difference. It felt like jungle difference. It felt like a huge mid difference in game number 1. Xiaohu now with the Twisted Fate, going for that spellbook as well. You can anticipate that he will try and find his way elsewhere on the map rather than trying to 1v1 Jay this time. I'm curious how this jungle matchup is going to go now that we have a more aggressive matchup here. Shadow on the Lee Sin, very much comfort for him. Last time around, Wei found that super early kill in the river that set Xiaohu up for success. I doubt LGD will allow that to happen again.
I'm a bit worried about LGD, just because they do have that big range advantage they were talking about Zoe and Jinx, but I mean, one of the best counters to that is the MC Hammer, right? Like, Gwen can't be touched, Jin Zhao can't be touched, and even if you manage to get these big engages off, 9 times out of 10, you actually aren't able to follow up onto it because the front line for RNG is so difficult to deal with. So for LGD, it feels to me very much like they kind of need to get the ball rolling early, which is surprising when you think of it in most ways, because you're like, oh, well, you have a late game Jinx, you have a Zoe who's going to scale to late. But if you end up in a situation where you're kind of starting to fall behind, or even you're going into these team fights even, it still feels like RNG are just able to ignore so much of your big damage tools and take the fight themselves.
Certainly does Fennis. Been already trading up in this top side. Fennis should win these trades early on. Should be able to consistently knows that. Actually going for the fleet rather than grasp. Wouldn't have been surprised to see the grasp there, but obviously wanting the movement speed that you do get from the fleet footwork and that sustain. See how that continues to go, and you can see that means Fennis can escape from Bin as he tries to get those little snips in with his scissors. Jin Chao and Eric actually having priority in this bottom lane as well. They should hit level 2 ever so slightly earlier. And that's one of the powers of Jinx, right? One of the big things that Jinx is going to bring to your bot lane 2v2 is the fact that you can push the lane super aggressively.
And I mean, that is working out pretty well for Eric. You also have that push for Jay in the mid. And that's kind of where we're looking at LGD going, right, you've got 2 winning lane matchups that you can look to play through. Even as you can see there, with the observers just showing that Wei did get a ward placed onto his Raptors. Will do a nice job to avoid it, not giving that information across to LGD. And it looks like maybe seeing if you can try and support Bin on this top side as Bin is shoving in. This is one of the things that you can do reasonably well with Gwen in these level 1s to 3s, just with how potent she is in the early stages. But eventually, Fairness will be able to get better control over this top lane match.
Okay, well, he's got to play in the mid lane. Wei moving over. Jay's just gone forwards as Wei arrives in the lane. And it's first blood. This time, given over to Wei. This time, they've kind of swapped roles, right? We had Xiaohu as the carry in game number 1 with Wei supporting him. Now it's kind of the opposite way around, where Wei will be gifted these kills. Xiaohu playing as that utility mid lane.
I mean, at least from Jay's perspective, I fair dues to kind of spot that the deal was already done. He didn't burn his flash. He didn't try to escape away. He was like, look, I know that I've messed up here, so I'm just going to accept my fate. It means that it at least later on, if Xiaohu tries to make a rinse and repeat, will have to burn his own flash, or at least Jay will have that safety to get out. Fairness, though, taking a lot of damage from Bin.
certainly has been his hardcore winning that matchup out. Good flash from Xiaohu, but great pressure coming out from Jay to find himself an advantage in that mid lane. He is 7 CS up currently, as Xiaohu will be able to even that up somewhat with this stacked wave that's pushing towards him. Good to see Jay in a matchup where he can flex his muscles a little bit. And see if he can continue to find advantages, whether he can build that CS lead even further. Fairness, very low on HP, about to turn into that Mega Gnar. There's a way, not going to try and make the dive happen. Instead, moving potentially towards mid. No. Looks like he will go top in the end. Fairness in trouble underneath his tower. Spots way out, but can he survive the dive is the question. Flash available, turns into Mini Gnar, and that's the moment where RNG will strike. Bin autos a minion, but it won't matter in the end. They get the kill.
And big wave loss there as well to Fairness. We'll be able to TP in. Oh, okay. I think that might have been a little unnecessary for Bin. Like, Jay really wasn't overcommitting to that, but maybe a bit afraid as to where Shadow was going to be. But at least now, Fairness should be able to clear out this wave. Won't know that the TP is burned, so can't really play around that with the wave state. And with it pushing out, Bin can get back top. But at least for Bin, nice little bit of an advantage there off of just the gold state.
Yeah. You know, interesting TP coming out from Bin, but I don't think it'll make much difference because the wave is pushing towards him anyway. Still be able to get back there in time for the wave, just about at very least. Xiaohu continues to take a lot of harass here in the mid lane. It is not going to be the easiest matchup for him, but he's doing a good job to maintain CS. And crucially, Dagda, we have to talk about these mid laners about to hit level 6. That's the moment where Xiaohu can really start to impact the map. Gala and Ming could be in trouble. Ming on that Nautilus can't necessarily protect Gala in the way that he could if he had Thresh that Jin Zhao managed to grab for himself in the draft. But it doesn't look like Shadow's going to pull the trigger on a bottom lane play for now.
I mean, it doesn't look like Shadow wants to pull a trigger at all. It's kind of hoping to see a little bit more from the Lee Sin, especially as we're kind of saying, look, you can play really well with Jay. You now have this flash down for Xiaohu as well. Very easy for Jay to just flash forward, look for that bubble, follow up for Shadow, but Shadow not actually getting too much impact and still falling behind to Wei when it comes towards the gold, experience, you can see some on levels, and just general presence as well. So kind of looking at Shadow going, come on, bud, you've got options here. Let's make them happen.
Yeah, I will say, you know, I've been nervous to say this on broadcast, but honestly, I remember like a year or two ago, people were talking about Shadow being the best jungler in LEC and how he would be able to match up to LPL junglers.
I don't know if he was. I think he was the best Lee Sin. I don't know if he's considered the best jungler because I know like Inspired and Elyoya, pretty sure had the title above him. But yeah, I mean,
well, Elyoya only came in to replace Shadow.
Oh, true.
But yeah, certainly best Lee Sin. It's not really happened. It's not really happened here in LPL so far. But he has been on a rough team. So there's an extent to which I don't want to just blame Shadow for everything, right? Like, it's one of those things where when you're on a bottom team, it's going to be difficult to show your stuff too well. But certainly not having a great time of it in this matchup. And I have to say, Dagda, RNG, I need you guys to be a little bit more aggressive here. Because the first series was a hell of a series. And we need to see some action. Jay making some aggressive moves on Xiaohu. It's a good bubble, but it's not enough to find a kill.
And Wei kind of being a bit hesitant to follow up there. Again, not sure where Shadow was, but might have been able to finish off Jay if he had decided to just make a run for that. But now we're starting to see it's actually LGD being a bit more proactive. Jin Zhao getting out of the spot side, starting to move in to get vision, knowing that Xiaohu is backed, but you have to be careful. Destiny is available. They're actually full moving now for this Rift Herald, and looks like RNG going to be pretty comfortable giving this up. You still got Gala kind of setting up that slow push on bot.
It's kind of the opposite of what we're used to seeing from RNG, though, as Wei moves over. It looks like they do want to contest. Hook comes on through. There's a bubble as well. In the meantime, Shadow trying to finish the Herald. Wei walks away with his life. And LGD, a nice bit of proactive play here. They get themselves a Herald. They deny the potential contest from Wei. They get his Crescent Guard out as well, although that's not too big a cooldown. But Gala, in the meantime, has red and white weapons, is a Aphelios. That's 2 plates. That's already the Herald answered for. And he'll grab another bonus wave. He's 20 CS up almost already.
Look for the response, though. I mean, you've got full push in mid for Xiaohu. You also handed over blue to Jay. He knows he's low on mana. There is the option here for Xiaohu to start to, as we see Eric and Jinzhou teeter back into the spot lane, try and set up some sort of play, especially if LGD go over aggressive.
Certainly could. Wait on the top side of the map, Fairness. About to turn into Meganar, which makes you think that the dive would not be the play here for RNG. But Xiaohu, as you say, Destiny on cooldown for the time being. It's going to be difficult for him to make it happen. Use that during the Herald play, I believe. It looks like we'll have resets across the board. We need to look to Shadow now. Has that Rift Herald. We need to see how he's going to be able to use that. Been knocked away, denied his all-in. Fairness will survive for now, but Mininar under the tower. Wei wants to rinse and repeat what happened earlier. Flash available, but not going to be used anywhere near quickly enough. That knock-up coming on through denies the ability for counterplay, and now Jay moves in, but this time won't be able to force a summoner out of anyone. Will just clear up a wave.
The issue, though, is that Jay has committed himself to top side, and now Xiaohu can always come down to this bot lane. It needs to be... excuse me, sorry. Too many days casting in a row. As the bot lane was under pressure from that Rift Herald, so you can see that you're not able to, like, overcommit here as LGD to this bot lane, because you know there's always that opportunity for a numbers advantage on the bot side. So we'll get a charge, but would have liked to try and take that bot lane turret. But at least Eric is getting some gold into his pot.
Here's a wave will crash up at the top side as well. Eric, let's take a look. He's 300 gold behind after the plates that Gala was able to get for himself. Gala just at the tier 2 right now, but it looks like LGD won't try and push for another plate. They're just going to go for a reset while they have the opportunity to. I'm looking towards Xiaohu again, though, Dagda, because he's 20 CS down right now, as Jay is managing to find himself a bit of an advantage in that mid lane. Has a Dark Seal as well. But Xiaohu about to get that Destiny available again, and that's where we can see this Twisted Fate really come alive. And perhaps we'll see him head down towards the bottom lane, or even up towards that top side and try and punish Fairness.
I mean, there's a lot of options that you can make. It's just a case of, like, getting control of the mid lane to try and make that happen. Finn has been the benefactor of a lot of this pressure from RNG, and it will end up helping them in the long run, as Wei actually they're in trouble.
Yeah, although is he? He just goes for the 2v1 here, and Xiaohu now arrives. Shadow stunned over the wall. Wei finishes the kill. Very nicely done by RNG, and Xiaohu ain't done just yet. Destiny going to be used to chase down Jin Zhao and set Gala up to finish the kill. Ming takes it with an anchor. I'm not sure that was necessary, but regardless, it's 2 more kills for RNG as they push their lead to 4,000 gold.
That's a kill secure. We call that a banker. Ming making sure that he was able to get that one set up nicely for them. Wei now going to move over towards the dragon. I was pretty happy with that one. As now RNG able to get themselves dragon. You're getting more plates to the bot side for Gala as well. Obviously, that kill would have been a lot better going towards Gala, but honestly, just nice job from Wei. Spotted out that this was where the play was going to happen. Great flash forward from Ming. And Shadow tries to get away from the stun card, but there's just not enough there. RNG, really good job to shut this down.
Yep, great use of the Destiny as well from Shadow, just to guarantee an extra kill. I'm surprised how much damage that did from Ming, honestly. I'm not sure he was trying to steal the kill. I think he just underestimated the anchor damage. But regardless, it's already starting to look pretty dire for LGD. Despite them getting that first Herald of the game, it doesn't feel like it really mattered very much. The gold lead is 4,500 in favor of RNG. Xiaohu will be able to grab himself a 3rd plate in the mid lane, while we saw Jay making the play towards the top side, TPing to try and protect his top laner. Xiaohu was just hammering away on the tower. We've seen 3 plates go down in the bottom lane as well. There's a plate in the top side that RNG have taken. We've got CS leads going off in the jungle, in the top lane, in the AD carry role as well. I mean, it's just everything going the way of RNG. And now Wei aggressing onto Eric. That's a flash forced out by Wei. He flashes forward to go onto Jin Zhao himself. There's another kill for the side of RNG. It just feels like LGD can't punish anything in this game. There's no space for them to punish.
And this is why we talk about the map play from RNG just being so much better. And I gotta say, I feel sorry for Jay, because I can understand where his thought process is. It's like, hey, you know, Fearless is being dove for the 3rd time in a row. I should probably get up here to help him out. But it means that with, like, that TP play, LGD can't really play around the spot side in the way they want to. Rift Herald, you're not having Shadow have the best of situations where he's able to actually play towards his strength. Even moving Eric and Jinzhou up to secure that Rift Herald in the first place meant that Gala got all these plates, and now he's getting another one. So it's just RNG playing out the map far stronger. And yes, Bin has had some help to get the lead against Fearless, but everyone else has just been a case of RNG punishing the map state that LGD are trying to create.
Gala is more than 1,500 gold up individually right now, and he's barely been a part of any of the plays on the map. Massive Gnar ulti coming through. Maybe this is the play from LGD. Jay will finish one off, looks for a second kill as well. Double on the Zoe, but Xiaohu is here to answer. That's a 2-for-1 so far, and RNG trying to chase down, but won't be able to. So at least a small shining light here for LGD as Jay is getting on top of this game.
Finally, LGD are on the board, but Gala is having none of it.
Oh my lord, Eric just gets rinsed! Gala does not care. He wants a win right here. He sees LGD win a trade and immediately just bodies his counterpart.
And now gets the mid lane turret. Top lane's going to go to Xiaohu. They get 2 kills on LGD, and somehow RNG are winning on the map. This is the power that we talk about. This is why RNG are so terrifying. And now they just fall back towards the Rift Herald as well whenever they want. They can now, once more, have a Rift Herald for Tier 2 towers of LGD.
Unbelievable stuff coming out here from RNG. Jin Zhao might have been caught out here because Xiaohu has a gold card with his name written on it. Ming moving over for the flank. Aftershock has run out, and that will be the end. Jin Zhao here. One more auto finishes the kill. Gala takes credit for that one. As a bubble does land from Jay, but way happy to protect him. Jay takes an extra shot from the Calibrum. Gravitum is there. Oh, but the blast cone just about saves Jay's life. That was damn close.
Far too close for comfort there. And the spot here, just a replay. LGD getting onto the scoreboard with these 2 kills. Nice job from Fearless, like able to stay alive for a long time here. Just as Bin shows up, the double Gnar into the wall, but eventually RNG, the cavalry arrives, and they do end up having to back away. Fearless takes a lot of damage. They actually get the kill going across into Shadow. And from that point forward, it's actually RNG who are able to win out of the map state with another pick then in that mid lane. Shadow finds Bin, trying to keep him honest and see if he can push him back, especially with RNG on reset. But, I mean, Xiaohu, he's got full push topside, and he's going to just keep it going.
Shadow knows that he's got his teammates nearby and will be able to guarantee this bounty in the bottom side. That'll be going into Fearless's pockets. As it's a 6,000 gold lead for RNG, but that should be minimized to about 5,000 off of that tower. Now fight in the mid lane. Gala trying to survive. Great kick coming out from Shadow and a pick up for Eric. Maybe this is the fight, but Wei is so tanky with his ultimate in place that it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of RNG. A good little play, a good attempt from LGD, but it's not enough.
You've got Wei, who's 4-1-4, Bin, who's 3-1-2. Like, these guys are so big that you just can't match it. And now RNG, despite the fact that they got the play made on them, they're the ones getting this 3rd dragon. Fearless is here, so is Jay, but, I mean, you're not going to steal this away from Wei.
Yep, you can just smite that one away. Like, valiant effort from Fearless. I appreciate that he goes for that little, oh no, boomerang at the end. It's going to be Fearless caught out. He tries to contest the Drake, and he's punished massively for it. I've changed my mind. I didn't like the boomerang. I take it all back. Overextension. Xiaohu punishes.
And look, this is what we mean when we kind of came into the day and you were like, look, maybe LGD can find some plays on the map. They just aren't able to. RNG are so well prepared for everything that seems to get thrown at them. Even here, like, you still have the TP available for Xiaohu if he really wants to try and join in. But RNG don't overcommit. They just go, yep, Xiaohu, you get your nice back timer off. We don't need to use so many resources to this play. We'll just fund the teamfight win regardless, take the dragon, and now they get to continue with the Destiny coming up shortly, but that TP still in the back pocket for Xiaohu.
Certainly is. Xiaohu, plenty of opportunities to make plays for himself, and we are beyond the 14-minute mark, so you can do that anywhere on the map and make those flanks happen. But just look across the scoreboard. Every single lane, there's a massive advantage in favor of RNG. Total gold lead 7,000 at this point, but crucially, those 3 Drakes as well. Like, all series long, we've seen RNG focusing on controlling these Drakes. We said at the start of the day that this is a team that doesn't really like to focus on Drakes. This is a team that prefers to focus on the top side of the map. But when you can get both, the Drake and the Herald, why would you ever not? That's exactly what RNG are doing today, as they have that Herald in Wei's pocket currently. And once again, we see the second Herald that that RNG have, but they've already taken all of the tier 1s. They just have to figure out which tier 2 they'd like to pressure with their ult.
And it's a tough life, you know? Those tier 2s, you just never really know what one you want to go for. Looks like topside going to be the call here. It's so hard here for LGD at this stage, because this is why I kind of said for LGD they needed to get the ball rolling early. Jay just doesn't do as much from Zoe when she's behind. You don't get the opportunity when someone's jumping in on top of you to get the full damage off your Q. It's much harder to land your bubbles. And even the same with Eric. You're still waiting on this guy to come up, get up and rolling, but you actually are able to deal damage to Bin and Wei in the position that you're in. So how do you try and fight back against RNG as they jump on top?
That's the question. Bonus charge as well. Comes out on the bottom side, or in the top side, sorry. Onto that inhib tower. So a potential window for Bin if he ends up trying to side lane later on. For now, he's on bottom side. As 2.5 minutes until the Drake comes up. LGD, though, in the meantime, trying to get some kind of vision control of the Baron area. Because right now, vision control of every part of the map in favor of RNG. Okay, let's see it, Fairness. Let's see the 1v1. Show him what you're made of. It's not going to happen. Wallop dashed away from. And Bin walks away.
Yeah, with the 20 CS lead for himself, Bin's doing relatively all right here. Bin, oh no, the mini Naruto there. I think he'd be all right. So the hull breaker means that no matter what Fairness does, he can't lose. So he's just gonna be able to be done.
That's a good item. Okay, Destiny. Maybe it's not whatever he does. Maybe if Xiaohu gets involved, there is a possible loss right there. Nice little Destiny towards the bottom side. Both solo laners on the bottom side of the map. But RNG have so much control on the top side that it's not like there's a Baron threat available from the side of LGD. And I like that RNG aren't trying to commit to the Baron themselves. They're just playing for the bottom side control because Drake is going to come up in 1:20. Why would you ever need to look at Baron?
Yeah, why risk it? There's no point. You can just get these towers, establish your vision in this bot side jungle, and make sure that, like, it's kind of a twofold. You get the dragon, but also just sets up wonderfully for Bin come the next few minutes where you do get that soul. Then you can start to play towards Baron as the rest of RNG. And again, because you've got this Destiny, you've got the opportunity to always kind of have Xiaohu Shadow, our word of the day that Munch has been teaching us, Bin in his bot side, and start to look for like those 2v2 plays like we just saw.
And, you know, hilariously, Shadow is in the game as well.
I know.
So, you know, it's multi-mean. Shadow takes a bit of a chunk. Oh, big damage onto Wei. That is what we like to see from Jay right there with the Zoe pick, but it's immediately answered as Jinchao goes down. And this small advantage that LGD found may have been denied here. Jay has to make the magic happen once more, but Ming flashes in, finds his way onto Eric. That's a depth charge as well. Xiaohu trying to follow up, flashes for the gold card. Bin's there to finish the kill. They need to get Shadow. They need to deny this smite. Gala just one-shotting everyone as Shadow tries to escape. But guess who's there? Xiaohu's followed him with the Destiny and the blue card salute to finish him off. Now the Drake belongs to RNG.
That 0.7 AP ratio doing work on the blue card to make sure that he finishes off the low health Shadow. And I need to check the replay. Can we talk to some referees? Because that hook from Ming was illegal. I don't know how that thing connected. Like, that was absolutely insane. Really good pick here by Jay. Like, this is kind of what you can do with this comp. And I honestly, I think a bit disrespect from Wade not to pop the present guard straight off rip. But yeah, I need to see what happens here with Ming, because that hook onto Eric seemed real suspect.
Well, let's see. It's about to happen again. Ming flashes forwards.
I don't know.
It's not as suspect as it initially looked, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit fishy, but not as fishy as I've seen some of those Nautilus hooks. But yeah, I mean, Gala totally fine here to just follow through. I know it looks a bit weird that Xiaohu pulled the blue card. The blue card does have more damage on it. You get a 0.7 ratio on the blue card, a 0.6 ratio on the red card, a 0.3 ratio on the gold card. So yeah, it just makes sense there to pull it so you can shut it.
And also, he was completely out of mana, right? So if you want to have any follow-up on the rest of the play, had to go for the blue card there. Very nicely done by RNG. 16-4. Infernal Soul. And the crazy thing is, Xiaohu is so far ahead on this Twist of Fate that he's doing crazy damage. He went for the Lichbane third item. He's going, by the looks of things, maybe a Death Cap next, maybe a Event Horizon something. Horizon Focus, sorry. Destiny going to be used just to regroup with his team here. It's RNG continue to push their control further forward. Ming hooked up, but he's quite happy to take a little bit of punishment, a glutton for it, if you will. As whoa! That was a gold card. That was gold card damage. That was half of his health.
That's a little bit unfair. I mean, it is a very squishy Thresh, gone for the Shreddia's battle song, but God, that was some serious damage. And now with that, RNG feeling confident to strive forward.
That's TF damage. TF doesn't do damage. That's not how this game works. That was absolutely insane. And I mean, obviously, there's a huge level gap. Xiaohu is massively sped, but still just blows my mind seeing that kind of damage coming out of a TF here. The Xiaohu pushing in the bottom lane with the Baron up wave, and LGD are trying to contest. He's not even afraid. There's like three of them there on the bottom side trying to contest him. One more shot from the cannon will finish the inhib. And in the meantime, because they all reacted to the bottom lane, the other two lanes are being pushed at the same time. Xiaohu finds a solo kill onto Jin Zhao as he just continues to annihilate players from the side of LGD. Drops a cheeky little thumbs up as the map is torn to shreds by RNG. Onto the Nexus towers they go. We said we wanted a confident win here from RNG. We said we wanted them to prove that they're one of the best in the league. And they have dominated LGD in response. Half health on the Nexus as RNG's health bars are low, but not as low as the enemies. As Xiaohu annihilates yet another target, takes the game 22-5. And RNG making a statement today.
Yeah, and Xiaohu in particular, 2 levels above everybody else in the game from the end of that. The guy was an absolute monster. That TF damage was absurd. And there's not much to say about this. I mean, this was kind of business as usual for RNG. Really good understanding of how to play at the map, not huge champion kills per minute. It's much more about, hey, how can we trade for objectives? How can we play for neutrals? How can we make sure that we're getting this slow but steady lead? And you can see LGD were trying to keep pace. In particular, you can see Jay trying desperately to get these TPs up to try and help out on the top side for Fearness, trying to see if he could cover for his jungle, but with Shadow not really have the best of early games, the control very much slipping away in the map. RNG once more just getting plates across the board, Gala getting huge and carrying every single one of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Gala was an absolute monster on the Aphelios. It felt like multiple times we saw the whole of LGD trying to get on top of Gala, only to get completely one-shot. I think basically shotgun Aphelios at that point as the Inferno blasts across the whole team as well. But once again, I feel like Xiaohu's going to get the MVP. I feel like this was just the Xiaohu show. He was completely in control of everything. The Twisted Fate looked amazing. Like this DPS Twisted Fate, which I haven't seen since like season 3 or something. It's giving me Westdoor flashbacks at this point. But unbelievable performance coming out from Xiaohu. Unbelievable performance coming out from RNG. An expected win, but the style in which that they've done that is just... It gives me fear for the rest of the teams that RNG have to face this split.
I agree. It's just been absolutely insane. And especially when you look at like where RNG is sitting at the table, like 9-3 at the moment, well, 10-3 after this win. Yeah. They've got a relatively easy schedule to finish out their split with. And when they're definitely looking to try and catch up with Weibo, who are 10-2, V5, who are 11-2, Weibo and V5 definitely have an easier schedule. So there is certainly a chance for RNG to try and catch up to them, and if they can continue these 2-0 streaks, maybe actually catch up to where V5 and Weibo are altogether.
Yeah, certainly possible. I mean, RNG now just a singular game difference behind Weibo. That's the only thing stopping them taking second place off the back of this win. And V5 obviously topping the table for right now. But also RNG, as you said, easy schedule remaining. OMG and Ultra Prime are their last 2 opponents, as well as WE. Like, in the grand scheme of things, no one above 10th place in the league, and we've just seen what happens to the 15th place team in the league against them. I'm not sure any of the other 3 will fare much better. I think OMG, the only one there, that will be a significant threat to RNG. So it feels like RNG very likely at this point to finish with 13 wins on the board. That is a hell of a statement going into playoffs.
And it just makes playoffs super exciting when you've got V5 who are sitting potentially at, 13 wins,
Yeah.
Weibo who are potentially sitting at 13 wins. You've got a lot of teams that are still really damn good at the top of the table who've beaten all the other teams in the table. It makes it very exciting to watch. And I mean, I'm very much just in playoff mode now where I'm like, God, this is going to be insane.
Man, I just want the next week and a half to finish now so that we could go and do playoffs. I'm so excited for playoffs. Like the top of the table is so stacked. And I'll be honest, days like today where we see RNG just smacking LGD into the floor, it just made me feel bad for LGD with the difference that we see. But the competition between these top teams, when we get into best of 5 as well, oh my God, it's going to be so exciting. And teams like OMG, for example, that I think will make it to playoffs, it feels like when you think back to OMG making it to top 10 last year as well, it was Cream is this new player. He's got one style, etc., etc. They're a way more fleshed out team. It feels like the top 10 in general is way more fleshed out this time around. But I'll stop rambling. I'm just gushing about how excited I am for playoffs at this point. We've got an interview with Ming, so I'm going to pass it back over to Christina once more.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Ming, the support for RNG. Congratulations on your win, 10 victories in your pocket, and actually you got the ticket to playoffs before 3 days. Before the Victory 5 defeat Ultra Prime. So how do you feel? And did you feel a little bit more relaxed before today's Best of 3? 让我们恭喜 RNG 获得比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是辅助选手明来接受采访。首先想要问到的是，在3月6号的比赛结束之后，因为胜负关系，其实 RNG 就已经锁定了季后赛席位了。所以能进到这么快的锁定季后赛席位，感觉如何呢？会不会在因为已经锁定季后赛席位之后，所以在今天的比赛前可能会觉得稍稍的放松一些？
就3月6号的时候就已经确定了进季后赛的时候，其实你完成自己一个小目标嘛，就是这个赛季进个季后赛了。然后还有就是后面的话可以多练一些为季后赛做准备的英雄嘛，就会偏练习的地方比较多，练习阵容啥的。
Actually, we have got the ticket into the playoffs 3 days ago, so I maybe feel a little bit relaxed before today's matchup because I have achieved my little personal goal. Maybe in the next coming up matchups, we will practice a lot of champions or draft. So next question is about today's game. Why did you guys play this so smooth and so dominant in today's game? What's your focus for today's best of 3? 接下来想要问一下，今天的游戏是2局非常干净利落的结束了比赛。你们今天的这2局比赛的一个重点是什么呢？
就是减少自己的失误吧，就失误率会减少很多。就今天的话，就是尽量不要失误，然后打得更好一些，然后赢下比赛。
So the answer is so easy because he said that we just to reduce our mistakes and to try our best to win today's best of 3. I'm a little bit curious about your draft in game 2 because when the arena was open, you guys turned to the twist of fate. Why was that pick? 接下来想要问一下，在第2局的时候，在当时发条，因为小虎第1局发条是展现了一个非常强大的统治力嘛，但是在发条还在外面的时候，他也没有被ban，为什么你们最后会选择卡牌呢？
就当时这2个选择都是小虎觉得都挺不错的。然后发条的话是上一把小虎杀的比较开心嘛，然后他有可能也想玩，然后我们觉得卡牌可能对团队更好一些，就给了他建议，然后后面还是觉得卡牌好一点。
Actually, Xiaohu think that he can do a really good job on those 2 champions, and he did a really great job in game 1. But actually, we think about it later. We think the twist feed is more suitable for our team's draft and for our whole team. So we just pick the twist feed. So my final question is about the upcoming matchups. The regular season is coming to the end. Give me your thought on the upcoming matchups and playoffs. 那么现在我们春季赛常规赛尾声将至了嘛？可不可以跟我分享一下你对于接下来赛程甚至是季后赛的一个看法呢？
就是常规赛快结束了嘛，然后其实很多季后赛队伍都确定了嘛，就是强队特别多嘛，所以说希望的话就是大家都打出各自该有的风采吧，然后尽量打得更好一些嘛，因为季后赛竞争很激烈嘛，就排名都想为了冠军嘛，所以说都会打得比较激烈。
Actually, there's a lot of strong teams has locked in the ticket to the playoffs, and I just hope we can perform a lot of wonderful games and to show their momentum, show their play style into this maybe the next coming matchups. So, by the way, what do you want to say to your fans? 最后呢，顺便想问一下，有没有什么想对粉丝说的话呢？
就尽量打得更好一些吧，然后不让你们担心吧。就谢谢大家一直以来的支持。
I really appreciate for your support. Maybe we will try our best to play better, and don't worry about us. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢明选手来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧，拜拜。
好，拜拜。
Thanks very much, Christina and Ming as well. And you know, me and Dagda were chatting away during that interview, and one of Ming's answers was that across the next couple of weeks, RNG want to try a lot of interesting champions. So we were trying to come up with potential compositions that we could see as Xiaohu is our MVP. But while that's on the screen, we'll just continue our little chat, Dagda, because I'm more interested in this. Dagda, what's your dream? What do you want to see RNG bring out?
I'm ready for like something real funky, like the Heimer mid, maybe like a Yasuo Gragas bot lane, and like if you have like a Kiana jungle pair, that is just a nasty combo. And just because it'd be so far left field, like Gala ever gives out about his champion pool, if he just whipped out a Yasuo Gragas at some stage, I'd be like, this is sick. This is so good.
I'd be so down. I you know, part of me wants to say I want to see the full arcane comp, but at the same time, I feel like that's pretty much just the meta. Like Jace top, Victor mid.
We got Vi yesterday.
Yeah, we already seen Vi. Like aside from the support role, that is pretty much standard meta picks. There's got some clips from Xiaohu. Just another great game from him. 2 in a row MVPs back to back here. It just feels like recently every single game we see from Xiaohu, it's just a highlight reel.
I mean, Xiaohu's an absolute monster. Like this guy's insane. We talk about him kind of being the Spring Emperor, but also just dictating everything that RNG want to do. You saw it perfectly here. He was involved in so many of those different kills and trying to set up everything for RNG. I'm very quickly looking to see what is the least played champion that Xiaohu has in his career. To see if there's anything funky that he could be hinting at. He does have a 100% win rate on Yasuo. He's only played it 1 game. So I don't know. Maybe that's the play. I don't know.
I mean, we've seen Tom Kench has a knockup. Alistair's coming back into the meta. Nautilus can set up
he
for
has
this. Like
3 games of Aurelion Sol. Maybe that's where we're going. Maybe that's the play. You know, go towards... We like these roaming mid laners. Maybe that's what we need.
Dude, I just want to say, RNG's next series is against WE. If Xiaohu brings out Aurelion Sol against WE, I think my brain will melt. I think that would be too much. I will not be watching the LPL stream that day. I will be watching Teachama's co-stream of the LPL because I would need to see Teachama's reaction to that. Let's look at our results as we round things out for today, Dagda. We've definitely had some games of League of Legends, that is for sure. RNG 2-0 in the end against LGD, dominating that one. The first series, I actually can't remember what happened, Dagda. I've repressed the memory already.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. I think that's the best way to deal with that. Although I will say, I now have an urge to watch DreamWorks movies. So see if that becomes a thing in my near future. Moving swiftly onwards, though, let's look at tomorrow's upcoming games that I'll be casting again. But it is only going to be the 1 game tomorrow. Because, unfortunately, there are some things with OMG. But standings.
I was going to say, Rob, this is why you're the colour and I'm the play-by-play. Let me do that. Get the graphics exist. I will say, though, you know, the standings very exciting. We still have our tie at 8 wins that has existed for weeks at this point. It's just different teams at 8 wins now.
Yeah.
But one question I have for you, Dagda, as we look at tomorrow's matchup, which will be IG versus WE, just a singular series tomorrow, which could be a decent series, but I would expect IG to be a heavy favourite. When you're watching that match tomorrow, Dagda, are you going to be wearing a Nacho hat? That's the big question. How much have you learned from today on Nacho hat behavior?
I will definitely have some jalapenos on standby. But I don't know if I can full commit to the Nacho hat because I feel like IG are above. I feel like IG are a little bit saucy. You know?
Don't
I
say
don't know if
IG
they're-
are above the Fiesta. Don't you dare.
No,
mention
they are
those
not
words.
above the
IG
Fiesta.
are the Fiesta.
I feel like they're a little bit saucier though. You know, I feel like there's a little bit more to them. I don't know if I can say, you know, are they cheesy? Are they the nacho cheesy needs of the LPL? I don't know if I'd go that far.
I'd definitely say there's an argument for it. I would definitely say there's an argument for it. That is just about it from us, though, for today. Dagda, it has been a weird and wild ride alongside you. As always, thank you once again for filling in for Lyric. But that's going to be it from us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Just the singular series tomorrow. We'll see you there in chat. But until then, we'll see you in chat.